My name is Lena Hart. I am 33 years old, a high school English teacher from Seattle. And 3 weeks ago, I woke up in a hospital bed completely paralyzed but fully conscious. I could not move. I could not speak. I could not even blink, but I could hear. Every word, every whisper, every lie. Before I tell you the full story, hit the like button, subscribe, and comment your state or country and what time you are watching. Because what happened to me is almost unbelievable, and I want to know where people are listening from as I finally tell the truth. All right, here is where my nightmare began. I woke up in total darkness, not the kind that comes when you close your eyes, but something heavier, thicker, like I was trapped underwater or buried beneath something cold and unforgiving. I could not tell where I was or how I had gotten there. I searched my memory, but everything came back in scattered flashes that made no sense. All I knew for certain was that I was alive, but barely. I tried to move my fingers. Nothing. I tried to open my eyes. Nothing. I tried to scream. Nothing. It felt like my entire body had disappeared, like I was only a mind floating inside a silent, broken shell. Then I heard it, the rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor to my left. Too steady, too slow, too calm for the storm rising inside my head. That was the first sign I was in a hospital, but I had no idea why. For a long moment, there was only the sound of machines, the hum of an air vent, and the soft shuffling of someone walking past my door. I tried to focus, hoping for any clue, any sign that someone would notice I was awake inside my own mind. But nothing happened. Until the door finally opened. I recognized the footsteps instantly. Heavy, measured, confident. It was my husband, Noah Hart. Even in a room full of strangers, I would always recognize the sound of his shoes. For 8 years, that sound meant I was safe. Not anymore. He walked closer to my bed, and my heart kicked hard against my ribs. I tried again to open my eyes, desperate to see him, to let him know I was here, but my body refused to respond. Then I heard a second pair of footsteps. Lighter, faster, a woman. Her voice came just a moment after. Gentle, sweet, too sweet. How is she today? It was Ava Collins, Noah's assistant, 26, blonde, bright smile, perfect teeth. The type of woman people describe as stunning because that is easier than admitting she looks like temptation sculpted by hand. I had met her 3 times. She had hugged me the first time we met and called me adorable. Every instinct inside me told me she was trouble, but Noah had laughed it off. She is just energetic, he said. She respects you. Apparently not enough to stay away from my hospital bed at 7 in the morning. Noah let out a sigh. Same as before, no change. His voice sounded heavy, but not the way a grieving husband's voice sounds. Not broken, not devastated. More like someone waiting for a delayed package to finally arrive. Ava stepped closer. I could hear the soft rustle of her clothes as she leaned in. I imagined her looking down at me with false sympathy. Do the doctors think there is any chance she wakes up? Noah lowered his voice. I don't know. They said the brain activity is low. If she does wake up, she might not be the same. There was a long pause. My heartbeat picked up, the monitor reacting in real time, but neither of them noticed or cared. Then Noah said something that froze me from the inside out. Sometimes I think it might be better if she does not wake up. If my body had obeyed me at all, I would have bolted upright. I would have screamed. I would have grabbed him by the collar and demanded he repeat himself. But I could not move. I could only listen as my husband stood over me wishing for my death. Ava stepped closer to him. I could hear her voice soften the way women do when they pretend to comfort someone. Don't say that, but she did not sound horrified. She sounded understanding, encouraging, waiting. Noah exhaled slowly. If she wakes up, she might never walk again. She might not talk. She might need full-time care forever. I don't think she would want that. It was a lie. I had never once in my life said anything like that. He was rewriting my wishes to make my death sound merciful, convenient. Another long silence filled the room before Ava spoke again, this time even quieter than before. Do you know when the doctors will ask you about life support? That was when my stomach turned cold. Life support. Were they already talking about turning it off? Were they waiting for permission? Were they waiting for me to die so they could move on? Noah replied so calmly it made me nauseous. The neurologist said that if there is no improvement in 2 weeks, they will discuss options with me. I have the full medical power of attorney. And then Ava said the most horrifying words I had ever heard. That's a heavy responsibility. But you have to do what is best. My best. Not theirs. Mine. And what they meant by best was letting me die. Then it got worse. Ava moved even closer. I heard the shift in fabric, the breath she took, the tone she used that only lovers use. You deserve to be happy, Noah. And then, right beside my unresponsive body, I heard it. The soft, unmistakable sound of two people kissing. It was not a polite kiss. It was not a gentle brush. It was deep, intimate. A kiss between lovers who had long since forgotten to hide. Right in front of me. Right over me. Right as they discussed my death. I felt tears slide down my temples, though I could not feel my face. My body was crying even though I could not move a single muscle to show it. Noah pulled back first. We should go. Nurses will be doing rounds soon. Ava whispered something I could not catch. Then the door opened again, and they left together, laughing softly, whispering, planning something, maybe a future without me. When the door clicked shut, I lay there alone, trapped in silence again. But now the silence was worse. It was a cage filled with betrayal and rage. That was the moment I made a promise to myself, without speaking, without moving, but with every part of my mind still alive. I will not die for them. I will not disappear for them. I will find a way to expose them, no matter how long it takes, no matter what I have to endure. I will make them regret ever standing in this room and assuming I was already gone. Before everything collapsed around me, before the accident, before the hospital bed and the silence that trapped me, I believed my life was stable, safe, predictable in the comforting way that comes after years of routine with someone you trust. I believed I understood my husband. I believed in us, in our marriage, in the life we had spent 8 years building. Looking back now, I wonder how much of that life was real and how much was an illusion carefully maintained by a man I loved more than he ever deserved. My husband, Noah Hart, was 36, a real estate developer who had built his own company from scratch. Ambitious, charming, always moving a little too fast, always thinking ahead. When we met in college, he had this energy that felt contagious. He made me feel like we were going somewhere together, like I was part of the future he saw so clearly. I graduated with a degree in education and started teaching high school English. I loved it more than I thought I would. My classroom became my safe place. My students became pieces of my heart. And every day, after grading papers and talking about novels, I came home to Noah. He would tell me about clients, projects, offers, risks. I would tell him about essays, teenage drama, and the small victories my students made. We fit together, or at least that is what I believed. We bought a craftsman-style house in Capitol Hill, one with big windows, polished wood floors, and a garden I spent years turning into something beautiful. Noah said it was his dream home, and I believed him. We talked about starting a family. We traveled every summer. We had Friday date nights that felt like our ritual, one we never broke for years. If you had looked at our life from the outside, you would have said it was perfect. If you had asked me, I would have said the same. There were signs, but I ignored them. Or maybe I convinced myself they were harmless. About a year ago, Noah hired a new assistant. Her name was Ava Collins, 26. Beautiful in a way that made people stop talking mid-sentence, confident, sharp, and ambitious in the way that made her seem older than she was. Noah talked about her constantly. At first, it did not bother me. I trusted him. I trusted us. I had no reason not to. Ava organized everything perfectly. Ava handled the new clients. Ava saved them time. Ava made things run smoothly. Ava stayed late to finalize proposals. He said all of this with excitement, as if he had finally found someone who understood his speed. Sometimes he talked about her more than he talked about me. I told myself it was normal. Work was stressful. He needed reliable help. That was all. But then Ava started appearing everywhere. At company dinners where spouses were invited, she sat next to Noah, laughing too easily at every joke he made. When I brought lunch to his office, she was always there, always too comfortable in the space that was supposed to be ours. My friends noticed before I did. They gave me those careful looks, the ones people give when they do not want to sound judgmental but feel obligated to tell you something. Do you trust her? Do you trust him? Does it bother you that she is always around? My sister, Emma, was less subtle. She asked directly if I was worried, but I said no. I said Noah would never cheat. I said we had been together too long, that we had built too much together. I trusted him completely. That is the line I always come back to. I trusted him completely. That trust began to crack 6 months before the accident. Noah started acting different. He became distant in a way I could not explain. He was always on his phone, always distracted, always stepping outside to take calls he said were about work. He canceled our Friday date nights with excuses that were thin and repeated too often. When I reached for his hand, sometimes he did not reach back. When I kissed him, sometimes he turned his face away. When I asked him what was wrong, he blamed work stress, a big deal coming up, a tight deadline, too much pressure. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe everything was fine. I wanted to believe the man I loved was still the man I married. So I convinced myself nothing was wrong, but the truth was already there, right in front of me. I just refused to see it. He started going to the gym more, buying new clothes, taking more care with his appearance. He said he needed to look sharp for meetings. I said nothing. I let him tell me whatever he wanted, because the alternative, the possibility that he was losing interest in me, terrified me. Some nights, he did not come home until after midnight. He would smell like cologne I did not recognize, and when I asked where he had been, he would say he had to go over numbers with Ava. Ava again, always Ava. I should have known. I should have seen it. But when you are in love, denial is not just a mistake. It is a survival mechanism. And then came the night that changed everything. It was October 14th. I remember because I had stayed late at school for a parent-teacher conference night. I was tired. It was raining hard, the kind of relentless Seattle rain that turns every road into a slick mirror. I drove carefully. I had done that route hundreds of times. But something felt off. I ignored it. When I pressed the brake pedal for the first time, nothing happened. At first, I thought I had misjudged it. I pressed harder, still nothing. That moment of dawning panic, that moment when your brain understands something your body cannot respond to, is something I still feel when I close my eyes. My brakes were gone, completely gone. The car in front of me was slowing down, red lights glowing in the rain. I tried to shift down. I tried the emergency brake. I tried everything. Nothing worked. My car spun. The world twisted. I heard myself scream. And then there was impact. After that, there was only darkness. And then the hospital bed. And then the voices. And then Noah wishing I never woke up. That was the moment I realized my marriage had not fallen apart. It had been rotting quietly for months, maybe years. And I had been too in love, too blind, or too trusting to see it. I was no longer Lena Hart, wife, teacher, partner. I had become something else without knowing it. I had become a problem Noah needed to solve. But I was still alive. And I was about to find out just how far he had gone to erase me. When I think back on those last 6 months before the accident, it feels like watching a movie of someone else's life. A woman who looks like me, talks like me, lives my routines, but has no idea she is walking toward a cliff. Every scene is filled with red flags she calmly steps past, believing everything will be fine because the alternative is too painful to admit. I was that woman, blind, hopeful, terrified of the truth. The changes in Noah began small. So small I dismissed them the way you dismiss a flickering light bulb. Something you notice, then forget about, because it is easier to assume it will fix itself than to replace it. He started coming home later. First 30 minutes late, then 2 hours, then long past midnight. When I asked about it, he always had the same answers. A meeting ran long. A client needed him. A deal was falling apart. Ava was helping him sort out paperwork. He spoke about her the way a man speaks about someone who has become essential to his life. Necessary, irreplaceable. He used to talk about me that way. I told myself I was overthinking. Teachers do that. We spend our days analyzing teenagers, so we start analyzing everything. But deep down, there was a weight in my stomach I could not shake. One night, I walked into his office unannounced to surprise him with dinner. Noah was not there. His desk was empty. Most of the lights were off. But Ava was inside, sitting in his chair, feet up, typing on his laptop like she owned the place. She looked up at me with that bright, practiced smile. "Oh, Lena. Hi." Noah just stepped out. Stepped out where I asked. She shrugged. "Not sure. He said he would be right back." Her tone was casual. Too casual. The type of tone people use when they know something you do not. I waited 20 minutes before Noah came back. His hair was messed up. His shirt was wrinkled. He smelled like a different cologne than the one he usually wore. I asked where he had been. He froze for 1/2 second, just long enough for me to notice. Then he smiled. "Printer jam. Another office. Maintenance guy. Long story." I felt something inside me sink, but I did not ask more questions. Not that day. Instead, I went home and cried in the bathroom, while the shower ran to drown the sound. I told myself it was stress, that I was tired, that the school year had been overwhelming. Anything except the truth forming in the back of my mind. Noah stopped touching me as often. We used to hold each other in the kitchen while cooking dinner. We used to kiss without planning to. We used to laugh when we bumped into each other in the hallway like teenagers. Now, when I reached for his hand, he would pretend he needed both hands to check an email. When I leaned in to kiss him, he would kiss my cheek instead of my mouth. When I hugged him, he stiffened slightly before relaxing, as if reminding himself he was supposed to respond. Most nights, he fell asleep on the far edge of the bed, his back to me, his phone under his pillow. Once, I woke up at 3 in the morning and saw the glow of the screen lighting his face. He was smiling at something on his phone. When he noticed I was awake, he hid it instantly. "Could not sleep," he said, "working." I pretended to believe him. The worst part of betrayal is not the act itself. It is the slow, suffocating realization that you are no longer enough for someone you love. That truth grows like mold. You do not see it until it has already spread too far. My sister Emma tried to warn me. She said Noah had changed. She said the way he avoided eye contact when we were all together was concerning. She asked if I thought he might be seeing someone. I laughed. "Not Noah. Never Noah. He told me once that cheating was the one unforgivable act in a relationship. He said that if he ever stopped loving me, he would leave before hurting me like that." I repeated his own words back to myself until they felt like a prayer. "Things will get better. He just needs time. It is just work stress. We are fine." But we were not fine. The next sign came during a company dinner. Ava wore a red dress, the kind that reveals more than it hides, and she sat directly next to Noah even though there were 3 empty seats on the other side of the table. Her hand brushed his arm more than once. He did not pull away. At one point, she leaned over to whisper something in his ear, and he actually blushed. My husband, who I had seen handle million-dollar deals without flinching, was blushing because of a whisper from his assistant. I excused myself and went to the restroom, where I stared at my reflection under the harsh bathroom light. I looked tired, older than 33. My hair was frizzing because it had rained earlier that day. I had dark circles under my eyes from grading papers late into the night. I looked human, real. Ava looked like a fantasy. That was when the fear truly began to settle in. Not jealousy, not anger. Fear. A cold, sinking fear that I was losing the person I had built my life around, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I tried to talk to Noah that night. He brushed it off. I asked why we seemed distant lately. He said it was nothing. I asked if he was happy. He said he was just stressed. I asked if he still loved me. He said of course, but the way he said it did not reach his eyes. I told myself to give him time. I told myself marriages go through rough patches. I told myself that after 8 years together, passion naturally settles into comfort. But here is the truth I did not want to admit back then. Comfort is not supposed to feel like abandonment. There was one last sign, the biggest one, the one I should have paid attention to. Noah began locking his phone. Not just the regular locking everyone does. A full privacy mode. A new passcode. Notifications hidden. Phone always face down. always near him, always guarded. Before that, we shared everything. I knew his passcode, he knew mine. I never had anything to hide. He never used to either. But now, he took his phone with him into the shower, into the garage, into the garden. If he left it on the table for even a moment, he hovered around it like a shadow until he picked it back up. All the signs were there, all the warnings, and I ignored them because I loved him, and because I thought loving someone meant trusting them even when something felt wrong. I did not know it then, but someone else had taken my place in Noah's life long before the accident. Someone else had been his choice, his desire, his secret. I was no longer his partner. I was his obstacle. And obstacles, you remove. The truth would not hit me fully until the hospital room, until the voices, until the confession that shattered my world. But the path to that moment started months earlier, with every red flag I pushed aside. Sometimes betrayal is not sudden. Sometimes it begins quietly, soft, slow, small enough to ignore, until one day it is large enough to destroy your life. And mine was about to be destroyed completely. October 14th started like any other long school day. Parent-teacher conferences, tired parents, anxious students, late hours, and the fluorescent lights of the school cafeteria humming overhead while I explained grades and behavior concerns. By the time I packed up my things, my head was pounding, and all I wanted was to go home, take a hot shower, and drink tea while Noah sat beside me on the couch. I still believed in that life. I still believed in the version of Noah I had married. I did not know that on that same night, my husband was waiting for a phone call that would tell him if his plan had worked. Outside, Seattle rain poured in sheets, the kind that sounds like static against your windshield. It was close to 10:30, long after dark, and the parking lot was nearly empty. I remember fumbling with my keys and thinking how quiet the city felt, a strange kind of quiet that settles in your bones. I got into my car. My silver 2014 sedan. Reliable, safe, recently serviced. I had picked it up from the dealership only 3 weeks earlier, after a routine inspection. Everything had been perfect. I had no idea someone had crawled underneath it in the middle of the night and turned it into a weapon. The drive home was familiar. Highway 520 westbound. 6 lanes. Wet pavement reflecting streetlights like broken mirrors. I drove slowly, both hands gripping the wheel, windshield wipers beating a desperate rhythm. I kept thinking about Noah, about the way he had left that morning. He had kissed my cheek instead of my lips. He had barely looked at me while grabbing his coffee. He had left the house wearing a new suit and the cologne I did not recognize. I told myself I was imagining things. I told myself I was exhausted. I told myself the marriage was not falling apart. I had no idea it was already gone. 10 minutes into my drive, I approached a slow stretch of traffic. I eased my foot onto the brake pedal. Nothing happened. At first, I assumed I had pressed too lightly. I pressed again, harder. Still nothing. My pulse spiked instantly. A bolt of cold panic shot through my body. I pressed the pedal all the way to the floor. There was no resistance, no pressure, no brakes. My car continued forward. The red taillights ahead of me glowed like warning signs in a nightmare. I pumped the brakes frantically. Nothing. I tried the emergency brake. It jerked slightly, then failed. The road curved right. My car did not. Adrenaline hit me like a shockwave. I gripped the steering wheel with both hands, fighting to control the skid. The tires lost traction. The car fishtailed violently. The road spun. The headlights smeared across the rain-soaked asphalt. Everything outside the windshield became a blur. I remember screaming. I remember the world turning sideways. I remember seeing the concrete barrier rushing toward me. And then the impact came. Metal crushed around me with a deafening roar. Glass exploded. The airbags slammed into my chest and face. Pain stabbed through my ribs, my pelvis, my head. The world folded inward, darkening at the edges like a collapsing tunnel. Then there was nothing. No sound, no light, no time, just an endless, terrifying quiet. I do not know how long that void lasted. Maybe a minute, maybe hours, maybe days. It felt like floating inside a black ocean with no surface. Then slowly, piece by piece, The world seeped back in. A beeping noise. A ventilator hiss. Muffled voices. Pressure around my body. A weight in my throat. My first thought was confusion. My second was fear. My third was the desperate urge to open my eyes. I tried. Nothing. It felt like someone had stitched my eyelids shut. I tried moving my fingers. No response. My toes. Nothing. It felt like I had been poured into a body made of concrete. A living coffin. I wanted to scream. I wanted to cry. I wanted to demand help. But nothing moved. Not my mouth. Not my jaw. Not even my breath. The ventilator breathed for me. People spoke around me like I was not there. Doctors, nurses, machines. Patient remains unresponsive. We will continue monitoring brain activity. Minimal reaction to stimuli. Possible vegetative state. Vegetative state. They thought I was gone. They thought my mind had shut down. But I was there. Fully conscious. Trapped. Hours passed. Maybe days. No one realized I was awake. No one realized I could hear every word. No one realized the world had not gone dark inside me. And then Noah arrived. The moment I heard his voice, a rush of relief washed through me. My husband, my partner, my safe place. He would tell them to check again. He would see something in me that others missed. He would know. But as soon as he spoke, that hope turned to ice. He was not broken. He was not devastated. He was impatient. I heard him ask the doctor how long they were going to keep me on life support, how long it would take to know if I would wake up, whether I would ever function normally again. His questions were not those of a grieving spouse. They were the questions of someone waiting for permission to make a final decision. Then Ava arrived. She followed him into my room like she belonged there, her voice soft and rehearsed, her footsteps too confident, her breath too close to his. They talked to each other in low tones, forgetting I could hear. No change. No improvement. No hope. Then Noah said the words that carved a permanent scar into my memory. Sometimes I think it might be better if she does not wake up. Ava replied gently, almost lovingly. You have to do what is right, Noah. Later, when the doctors left, she pressed herself against him. I could hear it. The whisper. The kiss. The quiet sound of betrayal inches from my motionless body. And as they kissed, as they touched, as they made plans for a future without me, I realized something that made the accident feel even more horrifying. Maybe this was not an accident. Maybe Noah had been waiting for this moment. Maybe he had wanted it. Maybe someone had made sure my brakes failed. A realization that should have been impossible began growing inside me, slow and poisonous. Someone had tried to kill me, and whoever it was, stood at my bedside every day, pretending to grieve. The hardest part about waking up inside a broken body is realizing that everyone around you believes you are gone. They talk over you, around you, through you, but never to you. You become an object, a medical complication, a responsibility, a burden. But inside, you are screaming. The first days after Noah and Ava's visit felt like drowning in slow motion. I wanted to claw my way out of my own skin. I wanted to jump up and tear the tubes out of my throat. I wanted to look Noah in the eyes and ask him why. Why he stopped loving me. Why he betrayed me. Why he was willing to let me die. But the truth was so much worse. He was not willing to let me die. He was waiting for me to die. Every time he visited, his voice sounded more detached. Every time he spoke to the doctors, he sounded more impatient. Every time Ava entered my room, she behaved with a confidence that made my skin crawl. They were not afraid of being discovered, because discovery required me to wake up, and according to the doctors, I would not. I remember one afternoon when a neurologist came in to examine me. He shined a bright penlight into my eyes. I tried to follow it. I tried to move my pupils, tried to twitch, tried to blink, tried to do anything to show I was still in here. Nothing. My body betrayed me again. He sighed softly. Still no response. I do not like the trajectory. Trajectory, as if my life were a plane diving toward the ground. He left the room, and minutes later, I heard Noah asking questions in the hallway. Is there any chance she might wake up? Unlikely. The trauma was severe. There was prolonged oxygen loss. Brain activity is minimal. We do not see purposeful movement. Noah exhaled, but not with grief. Relief. I heard it, felt it in the room like a cold draft, and then I heard him whisper, "Thank God." My pulse spiked, but the monitor only reacted slightly. Nothing anyone would interpret as awareness. My mind screamed so loudly I felt like my skull would crack open. How could he thank God for this? I had spent 8 years loving him, supporting him, believing in him, and he stood outside my room, relieved that I might never speak again. I needed someone, anyone, to see me. But no one did. Family came, friends came, coworkers came. They cried, they prayed, they told stories of me, hoping I could hear, and I could, but none of them realized I was awake. Not even when tears formed in the corners of my eyes and slowly slipped down my cheeks. The nurses wiped them away like I was a leaking faucet. There were no signs of conscious activity, they said. They were wrong. Inside, my mind sharpened. My fear turned into clarity. My panic became purpose. I was not going to die in that bed. Not before exposing the truth. Not before making them pay. Something changed about a week after the accident. A new nurse began working the night shift. Her name was Maria. She had a gentle voice, the kind that feels warm even when the rest of the world feels cold. She spoke to me even when no one else did. Not as a corpse, not as a vegetable, not as a fading case file. She spoke to me as if I were still human. "Hi, sweetheart. I am going to clean your arms. You let me know if anything hurts, okay? Even if I cannot see it, you try." I tried. God, I tried. I focused every ounce of willpower into a single finger, begging it to twitch. My brain felt like it was on fire. My nerves felt like they were wrapped in barbed wire. Nothing moved. But Maria did not give up. "I think you hear me," she whispered one night, adjusting my blanket. "I do not know why, but I feel it. I feel you are still here." Those words were the first hope I had felt since the crash. For the first time, someone sensed the truth. Meanwhile, Noah's visits grew shorter. One day, he stayed only 5 minutes. Ava was with him, her perfume filling the room like a sickness. "Are they sure she is not feeling anything?" Ava asked quietly. "Positive. She is non-responsive. She does not know we are here." "Good," Ava whispered. "Good." Then, she leaned closer, too close, and said something that drained the blood from my body even though I could not move. The brake job worked perfectly. Cold dread sliced through me. The brake job worked perfectly. There was no more uncertainty, no more doubt, no more denial. Noah had tried to kill me, and Ava had helped him. My husband, the man I shared a bed with, laughed with, planned a future with. He had climbed under my car and cut the brake line, or paid someone to, or convinced someone else to do it. It did not matter how he had done it. It mattered that he had wanted me dead. I replayed every moment from the past months, every lie, every distance, every change in his behavior, and suddenly everything made sense. He did not want a divorce. He did not want the house. He did not want a separation. He wanted the insurance money. He wanted freedom. He wanted a life with Ava. And I was in the way. But he had miscalculated one thing. I was not dead. I was not gone. I was not giving up. I lay there, trapped in a useless body, listening to them plan a future built on my grave, and something inside me shifted. Rage. The kind of rage that can keep a person alive in situations where survival seems impossible. The kind of rage that turns fear into fuel. I whispered a promise to myself, even though no sound escaped my lips. "I will get out of here. I will expose you. I will take back my life. And you will regret ever touching mine." But before I could get justice, I needed something much more urgent. I needed my body back. When morning came, I felt the weight of everything pressing down on my chest. Not physically, but in that heavy, suffocating way your soul feels after surviving something that should have killed you. My mind kept looping through the same thought. Today was the day. The day we would take the truth out of the shadows and force it into the light. The day the man who pretended to love me would finally face consequences. Nurse Emma arrived just after sunrise, her hair pulled back, her scrubs wrinkled from a night of restless sleep. She closed the door quietly behind her and smiled at me, but I could see the tension in her jaw. She tried to hide it, but she was nervous too. "Good morning, Sarah," she whispered. "Big day." She adjusted my blankets and checked the machines, mostly just to keep her hands busy. I blinked once, slow and steady, a yes. I knew it was a big day. I had been preparing for it since the moment I realized I was conscious inside this paralyzed body. Since the moment I heard my husband planning my funeral like it was just another item on his to-do list. Emma leaned down, lowering her voice further. The detectives said they'll be here early to set everything up. The undercover officers too. And don't worry, okay? You won't be alone for a second. Nobody is going to let him hurt you again. I blinked twice. My version of a thank you. She squeezed my hand gently. Her fingers were warm, grounding, human. It was strange how much I craved small things like that now. Touch, warmth, connection. They used to be background noise, invisible blessings. Now they felt like miracles. While she worked, my mind drifted back to the first few days after the accident. The terror of realizing I could hear everything. The slow, dawning horror of Marcus bringing his mistress into my hospital room. The nauseating sound of them kissing inches away from me. The darkness, the suffocating helplessness, the certainty that my life was ending and I could do nothing to stop it. But today? Today was power. Quiet, trembling, fragile power, but still power. I had a voice again, even if that voice was just a blink or a movement of my eyes. I had truth. And truth can flatten empires when the right people listen. Around 8 a.m., Jennifer came in. She looked like she had not slept at all. Her hair was messy, her sweater was on inside out, and she carried 2 coffees, one for Emma and one for Dr. Patel, even though she had forgotten to grab one for herself. "Hey, sis," she whispered, sliding into the chair beside me. "You okay?" Blink once for yes. I blinked. She exhaled in relief and let her forehead rest lightly against my arm. "I don't know how you stayed sane," she said. "I don't know how you survived 2 weeks with him acting like he cared while planning your death. If it were me, I think I would have lost my mind. If only she knew how close I had come." At 10 a.m., Detectives Morrison and Park arrived. The room instantly shifted, the air becoming sharper, more focused. They both greeted me with a soft nod, the kind you give someone you respect, someone stronger than you expected. "Morning, Sarah," Detective Morrison said. "Just want you to know we are ready. We are not taking any chances with this guy." Detective Park leaned closer to my bed. "You are the bravest person I have ever met. I want you to remember that through everything today. You are the reason he's going to prison. Not us. You." My heart thudded. Not because I felt brave, but because I didn't know how to respond to words like that. For weeks, I had been nothing but a trapped mind inside a broken body. I had been helpless, terrified, a prisoner. But they kept calling me brave. Maybe surviving makes you brave, even when you feel like it makes you weak. They spent the next hour positioning equipment, adjusting where they would stand, reviewing the plan with Emma and Dr. Patel. I listened to every step. Marcus would come at 2 p.m. He would be told my prognosis had not changed. He would be gently guided into discussing life support. He would be encouraged to talk openly in a private setting. He would not know he was being recorded. He would not know officers were in the room. He would not know I was conscious. He would walk straight into his own trap. Right before lunch, Dr. Patel came in, carrying his tablet and wearing a grave expression he had clearly practiced. He sat beside me and spoke softly. "Sarah, when he arrives, you will hear things you have already heard before. But this time, we need you to stay still, just like you have been doing. Can you manage that?" I blinked once. He nodded. "Good. The police want him to feel confident, reckless. They want him to repeat what he already confessed. And when he does, we have him." He blinked again. Yes, I understood. They all left around noon to prepare. The room felt too quiet afterward, like the air was holding its breath. Machines beeped in steady rhythm, my only company. I never realized how loud silence could feel until I lived inside it. At 1:45, Jennifer came back, this time wearing a look I had never seen on her before, a mix of protective fury and deep, bone-level fear. She sat beside me, curled her fingers around mine, and whispered, "I will be right outside the door when he comes. When this is over, when he's gone, when you're safe, I swear I'm never letting anyone hurt you again, ever." He blinked. One slow, grateful blink. At 1:58, the room filled again. Detectives in position. Dr. Patel in his chair. Emma pretending to do patient charts. Uniformed officers waiting just out of sight in the hall. The trap was set. Every heartbeat sounded like thunder in my ears. At exactly 2:03 p.m., his footsteps echoed outside the door. My blood turned to ice. The door opened. Marcus walked in. He looked polished, put together, wearing the same mask of grief that had fooled so many people the past 2 weeks. People who did not realize grief looks different when the person you're crying for is still breathing. Dr. Patel greeted him calmly, and Marcus took his usual seat beside my bed. He looked directly at me, giving the kind of sad, affectionate smile meant to manipulate onlookers. "Hi, sweetheart," he whispered. "Still no change?" If I could have snarled at him, I would have. Dr. Patel cleared his throat. "Actually, Marcus, that's what we need to discuss today. It's been 2 weeks. Her neurological assessments show no meaningful response, no signs of improvement." Marcus exhaled slowly, like it was tearing him apart. He deserved an award for that performance. "This is hard, doctor, really hard. But I want to do what is best for her. If I had teeth I could control, I would have clenched them." They talked about quality of life, long-term care, the ethics committee. Then Dr. Patel carefully mentioned the police review of my car. When he said the words brake line examination, I saw it. A twitch, a shadow, a flicker of fear he tried to swallow. And then Detective Morrison stepped forward from the shadows. "Mr. Cole, I have a few questions for you." Marcus jerked, startled. "What is this?" "An investigation," Detective Park added as he stepped out, "into your wife's accident." Marcus's panic rose like heat from asphalt. But still, he tried to bluff. "I already told the officers everything. It was an accident. Her brakes failed." Detective Morrison crossed his arms. "Interesting, because our forensic team has concluded the brake lines were cut, not frayed, not worn, cut, cleanly, deliberately." Marcus went absolutely still, like prey that finally realizes the predator is real. And then Detective Park said the words that ended everything. "We also have a recording of you discussing your wife's death and admitting you tampered with the car." His face drained of color. "Where did you get that?" he whispered. Morrison stepped closer. "From your wife?" Marcus blinked, confused, stunned, shaking. "My wife? She's unconscious." Dr. Patel stepped aside so Marcus could see my face more clearly. "No, Marcus," he said quietly. "She is not unconscious. She has locked-in syndrome. She's been fully aware this entire time." My heartbeat roared like gunfire. Marcus staggered backward, staring at me with horror, disbelief, and something almost like fear of God. You were awake?" His voice cracked. "You heard everything?" He blinked. "Once." "Yes." That was the moment everything shattered for him. Detective Morrison moved behind him, pulling out handcuffs. "Marcus Cole, you are under arrest for the attempted murder of your wife, Rachel Cole." My blood rushed in my ears as they cuffed him, read him his rights, and dragged him toward the door. He twisted once, trying to see me, begging under his breath. "Rachel, please, let me explain. Please, I swear I never meant." Detective Park cut him off sharply. "Save it for the judge." And then he was gone, dragged down the hallway, out of my room, out of my life. Emma rushed to my side, eyes wet. "You did it," she whispered. "You survived. You saved yourself. Hess done." Jennifer burst in moments later, tears streaming down her face, laughing and crying as she hugged Emma and Dr. Patel. Then she leaned over me, brushing my hair gently off my forehead. "It's over, Rachel. Hess never going to hurt you again." For the first time since the accident, I felt it. Relief. Real. Deep, trembling relief. I was alive. I was heard. And justice had finally begun. The hospital felt different after Marcus was dragged out. The walls were still the same, dull beige, the machines still hummed, the fluorescent lights still flickered overhead. But something in the air shifted. The fear that had been wrapped around my chest for 2 weeks finally loosened. I could breathe a little easier, even though a machine was doing the breathing for me. Jennifer stayed by my side for the rest of the afternoon. Her face was puffy from crying, but every time she looked at me, there was this glow in her eyes. Pride, relief, fury, love, all tangled together. "I cannot believe you went through all of this alone," she whispered, brushing my hair away from my face. "You are the strongest person I have ever known." I blinked once. A yes. But inside, I wanted to tell her that I had not been strong. I had been terrified. I had been trapped. I had been seconds away from losing everything because the man who vowed to protect me had tried to destroy me. Being strong was not a choice. It was survival. Detective Morrison returned a few hours later, now out of his heavy coat and wearing a softer expression. He looked at me with the kind of respect I never expected to see from a man who had probably witnessed horrors most people only saw in movies. "Rachel," he said gently, "Marcus is in custody. He broke during the ride to the station, gave a full confession, every detail. He even admitted he practiced cutting brake lines on a junk car at the salvage yard. If I could have shuddered, I would have. That man had rehearsed my murder." Park stepped in behind him. We also picked up the woman, Claire. She was leaving her apartment with a suitcase, so she clearly knew what was coming. "Good," Jennifer said sharply. "Let her rot." Detective Park continued. "She is being charged with conspiracy and obstruction. She also admitted to knowing about the insurance money and helping Marcus plan how to cover his tracks." My stomach twisted. The betrayal from two people at once was corrosive. I blinked once, slow, deliberate. "Thank you." Detective Morrison nodded. "You did the impossible. You survived. You exposed them. You saved your own life." When they left, the room fell quiet again, but it was no longer the kind of silence that suffocated me. This one felt like rest. For the first time since the accident, I did not dread nighttime. Emma came in later with fresh sheets, a warm blanket, and the softest smile in the world. She had red eyes, like she'd been crying, but also this victorious spark in her expression. "Hey, Rachel," she whispered, sitting on the edge of my bed. "You did something incredible today. I hope you know that." I blinked once, the closest I could get to saying, "No, Emma, we did it." She took my hand carefully. This time, she did not look at me like a patient. She looked at me like a friend. "I want you to know something," she said quietly. "The moment I saw that tear on your face, I knew you were still in there. I don't know why I checked twice. I don't know why I asked you to blink, but I'm glad I did. I'm glad I listened. If I could have spoken, I would have told her. She saved my life more than once. First, when she realized I was conscious. Then when she set up the recording that exposed Marcus. And now, by simply being here when everything felt too heavy." She leaned closer. "You are going to get better, Rachel. Not all at once, not overnight. But you are going to heal, piece by piece." The idea seemed impossible, but her voice made me want to believe it. Later that evening, Dr. Patel returned with more equipment and a hopeful expression. "Rachel," he said, "today gave us not only justice, but also clarity. Now that we know you are fully aware, we can begin real rehabilitation. I want to start neurological exercises tomorrow. Small things. Eye tracking, facial muscle stimulation, early steps, but important ones." The thought terrified me and thrilled me. I had spent 2 weeks trapped in a body that refused to obey me. The idea that something could change, even a little, felt like a miracle. Dr. Patel continued. "Locked-in syndrome recovery is unpredictable, but I believe you have a strong chance of regaining partial mobility. Maybe more." Jennifer gasped. "Really? She can recover?" I saw the truth in his eyes even before he said it. "I believe she can, with time, with work, with support." I wanted to scream, to laugh, to sob in gratitude. But I blinked once. Slow, strong, yes. When night finally fell, the room dimmed and the machines glowed softly around me. Jennifer had gone home to shower and rest, promising to return in the morning. Emma had hugged me before leaving for the night shift change. The detectives were gone. The officers outside my door had changed shifts twice. I was alone, but for the first time, I was not afraid of being alone. Instead, I replayed the moment Marcus realized I was conscious. The horror on his face, the fear, the shock, the crumbling of the lie he had lived in for months. For so long, he had held the power. He had controlled everything. He had decided when I ate, when I slept, when I breathed. But in that one instant today, everything reversed. He had become the powerless one. And I, the woman he tried to kill, the woman he left for dead, the woman he planned to bury and move on from, was the one who destroyed his illusion. I was the one who survived. I felt a quiet fire inside me, a small flame, but bright, burning, growing. It was not rage anymore, not fear, not even grief. It was purpose. I had a life to rebuild, a body to reclaim, a future to fight for. As the machines hummed and the soft nighttime lights reflected in the window, I knew one thing for certain. This was not the end of my story. It was the beginning. The next morning came with a sense of possibility that I had almost forgotten existed. Light filtered through the blinds, soft and golden, warming the room in a way that felt symbolic. For the first time since the accident, morning did not feel like a continuation of a nightmare. It felt like the beginning of something new. Dr. Patel arrived early, carrying a tablet and a warm confidence that instantly lifted the air in the room. "Good morning, Rachel," he said. "Ready to get started?" I blinked once. Yes. Emma came in right behind him, her expression bright despite barely sleeping. She carried a small tray of tools and electrodes, things that looked both intimidating and hopeful at the same time. "All right," Dr. Patel continued. "Today we start with simple neurological engagement, eye movement, facial muscle response. Nothing painful, I promise." Emma sat up beside me, attaching light sensors and placing a small device near my temple. She squeezed my hand and whispered, "You've got this." Dr. Patel began with simple instructions. "Look left." I focused everything I had on the movement. The world shifted just a fraction. "Good." "Look right." A small drift, barely noticeable, but real. "Excellent." Even the tiniest success felt monumental. It was proof that I was not trapped forever. Proof that my body could still respond. Proof that I still had a future outside this bed. After the eye tracking, they moved to facial stimulation. A low electric current, gentle but strange, pulsed into different muscles, urging them awake. My face tingled, sometimes it twitched, sometimes nothing happened at all. But when Dr. Patel tried the current near the corner of my mouth, something shifted. I felt it. A tiny movement. Emma gasped. "Did you see that?" Dr. Patel nodded, excitement flickering through his calm demeanor. "That is voluntary activation. Rachel, that is incredible." I wanted to smile again. Really smile. The fact that the first small twitch of my mouth happened while Emma was holding my hand felt fitting. By the time the session ended, I was exhausted. Not physically, but mentally. Concentration felt like running a marathon inside my skull, but it was worth it. Every micro movement mattered. Emma wiped my forehead gently. "You did amazing. This is how recovery starts, 1 inch at a time." I blinked once. A soft thank you. Later that afternoon, Jennifer returned. She had brought a small stack of cards from my students, colorful messages scribbled with marker. "Miss Cole, we miss you. You are the best teacher ever. Please get better soon. We can't wait to see you again." One card had a drawing of a stick figure version of me standing at a chalkboard with a big smile. I did not know whether to laugh or cry, so inside my mind, I did both. Jennifer read each message aloud, tears streaming down her face. "They adore you, Rachel. They ask about you every single day." Hearing that tugged at something deep inside me. My students, my classroom, my life before Marcus shattered everything. That world felt so far away, but the cards reminded me it still existed. It was waiting for me. At 4 p.m., Detective Park stopped by briefly with an update. "Marcus is being held without bail," she said. "His lawyer tried to argue for release under supervision, but the judge denied it. Has too high a flight risk." "Good," Jennifer muttered. Detective Park continued. "Claire is cooperating. She provided text messages, emails, and details about the affair. She admitted she knew Marcus had taken out multiple insurance policies on you." The cold truth hit me again. I had been a paycheck to him. Not a wife, not a partner, not someone he loved. A target. Park exhaled. "I know this is difficult, Rachel, But I want you to know you are safe. We are building the strongest case possible." After she left, the room was quiet again. Not a painful quiet this time, a thoughtful one. I had been so close to dying without anyone knowing the truth, so close to being erased from my own story. Now, I was at the center of a criminal investigation that was unraveling every lie Marcus had built. Emma returned in the evening to check my vitals and help me through the blinking alphabet board so she could understand what I wanted to say. T, H, A, N, Q, Y, U, F, U, R, B, I, L, I, V, I, N, G, M, I. When she finished reading it, her eyes filled with tears. "Oh, Rachel," she whispered, her voice breaking. "You saved yourself. I just helped you turn the lights on." She squeezed my hand again, and in that moment, she felt more like family than anyone had in months. After she stepped out, I stared at the ceiling for a long time, thinking, remembering, feeling the weight of the last 2 weeks and the strange, surreal freedom that followed. For days, I had lived in terror, listening to the two people who were supposed to love each other plan my death, hearing them kiss, hearing them laugh, hearing them dream about a life built on my grave. Now, justice was unfolding piece by piece. I was not just a victim, I was a witness. I was alive, and I was slowly returning to myself. Around 9 p.m., as the lights dimmed and the machines hummed softly, I felt something strange, a faint vibration under my skin, a small tingling in my right hand. I focused, and then it happened. My index finger twitched, not because of the machine, because I told it to. It was tiny, barely a ripple, but I felt it. My heart pounded. I concentrated harder. Another twitch, then a second, small, weak, but undeniably mine. Tears pooled in my eyes. I was coming back, piece by piece, inches at a time, but I was coming back. When Emma peeked in to check on me one last time before shift change, she saw the tears and hurried to wipe them. Hey, what's wrong?" I blinked rapidly, trying to get her attention. She leaned in, grabbed the letterboard, and held it up. I spelled it slowly. M-Y-F-I-N-G-I-R-M-U-V-I-D. Her mouth fell open. "Rachel, are you serious? Try again. Let me see." I focused everything I had left, and my finger twitched. Emma gasped like she'd witnessed a miracle. Oh my God, Rachel, you did it. You actually did it." She clapped her hand over her mouth, tears spilling from her eyes. It was the smallest movement in the world, but it felt like the beginning of a new life. And for the first time since the accident, I did not just feel alive. I felt hopeful. The next morning, the first thing Emma did when she came into my room was lean over my bed with wide, excited eyes. "Good morning, Rachel," she whispered. "Show me again." She did not need to specify what she meant. I knew. I focused, exhaling inside my mind, gathering every ounce of strength in my body, and my index finger twitched. A clean, intentional movement. Emma let out a soft gasp that she tried to muffle but failed. "Oh my God, it's real. It's consistent. Rachel, this is incredible." She hurried out and returned with Dr. Patel, who came in with the kind of energy usually reserved for surgeons who find a miracle in a scan. "All right, Rachel," he said, positioning himself at my bedside. "Let us see this movement for ourselves." Once more, I focused. My finger twitched. Dr. Patel leaned in. "That is voluntary movement, not reflexive, not electrical stimulation. This is you. This is your nervous system waking up." He straightened, visibly moved, his normally calm expression glowing with excitement. "Rachel, this changes everything. Your recovery window is opening faster than expected. With aggressive therapy, we may see significant improvement." If I could have smiled, really smiled, I would have. Instead, tears slid down my temples. But this time, they were not from fear or helplessness. They were tears of possibility. Jennifer burst into the room minutes later, breathless, still wearing pajama pants and mismatched shoes. "Emma called me," she blurted. "Show me. Please, Rachel, show me." I did, and her knees buckled as she covered her mouth and cried. "Oh God. Oh, thank God. You're coming back to me. You're coming back." She pressed her forehead to my arm, shaking with relief. I blinked twice to tell her I was okay, and she squeezed my hand gently. The rest of the day moved differently. Nurses came in with lighter shoulders. Dr. Patel stayed longer than usual, outlining early rehabilitation plans. Even the officers stationed outside my room stepped in to congratulate me, saying they had never seen a case like mine. But as hopeful as everything felt, the reality of the investigation lingered in the background. Detective Morrison arrived in the afternoon with updates. "Rachel," he said, pulling up a chair, "we have secured the warrant for the salvage yard security footage. It shows Marcus entering after hours on the exact night he said he practiced cutting brake lines." A hot flash of nausea rolled through me. Hearing the truth spoken out loud still sent a chill through my spine. Morrison continued. "Claire has already confessed her part. She admitted she encouraged him, that she told him a clean death would be better than a messy divorce. She's claiming she did not know he would actually go through with it, but texts show otherwise." He paused, studying my face. "The prosecution is confident. They have everything they need." I blinked once. Good. But then something crept into my thoughts. What happens now? What comes after justice? Could I return to my life, my job, my home, without being haunted by the sound of my husband planning my death? As if she sensed the shift in my expression, Jennifer moved closer. "You don't have to think about any of that yet," she said. "All you have to do right now is heal. The rest can wait." She was right. Healing first. Everything else later. The afternoon therapy session was intense. Dr. Patel and a physical therapist named Marissa worked on muscle stimulation, guiding small signals through my arms and legs. The sensations were strange at first, like distant echoes in a body that used to feel familiar. "Try to imagine the movement," Marissa said gently. "Even if it does not happen today, imagining it helps the brain rebuild pathways." So, I imagined moving my hand, my foot, my ankle, my wrist. I tried to remember what those things felt like. By the end of the session, my body felt heavy, drained, but alive in ways it had not felt since the accident. Later that evening, Emma helped me with the letterboard again. I spelled slowly, deliberately, IMESIFENUW. When she finished reading it, her eyes softened. "Yes, Rachel, you are safe. Marcus is in custody. He cannot reach you. He cannot come near this hospital. He will never hurt you again." I blinked once. Then I spelled another sentence. ISEEHIMINMYHEAD. Emma squeezed my hand. "Of course you do. What you went through was trauma, being trapped, hearing everything. The fear of dying and not being able to scream for help. That stays with you for a while. But it won't stay forever. And you are not alone in this." She brushed a loose strand of hair from my forehead. "We will help you heal. All of us." For a moment, the fear loosened its grip. That night, 2 officers remained stationed outside my door. One of them, a young woman with a soft voice, stepped inside to check on me before shift change. "Just letting you know, ma'am," she said, smiling gently. "I will be right out here. Nobody gets in without going through me first. You can rest easy." Rest easy. It was strange to hear those words and finally believe them. Around midnight, after the hospital had quieted and the hall lights dimmed, I lay awake listening to the rhythmic beeping of the machines. For the first time, the sounds did not feel like shackles. They felt like stability, life, time, space to breathe. The dark no longer scared me, because this time I was not waiting for Marcus to walk through the door. I was not listening for whispers about my death. I was listening to my own heartbeat. Steady, strong, alive. I took a slow mental breath and moved my focus to my hand again. Just a small attempt, a quiet challenge. And then, faintly but clearly, my finger twitched. On purpose. Twice. I felt tears gather again, but these were warm, empowering, quiet triumph in the darkness. I was not a ghost trapped inside a broken body anymore. I was a woman coming back to life, and nothing, absolutely nothing, was going to stop me now. The following morning started differently. Not with dread, not with the suffocating heaviness that had lived in my chest since the accident. There was still fear, yes, but it was quieter now. A shadow instead of a monster. and overshadowing it was something stronger: determination. Emma walked in just after sunrise, carrying a tray of equipment and a smile she could not hide. "You ready for day 2 of being a miracle?" she teased softly. If I could have laughed, I would have. I blinked once. Yes. She checked the ventilator, adjusted the blankets, brushed my hair back gently. Then she said something that struck me. "You know, if someone wrote a movie about you, no one would believe it. Too dramatic, too unbelievable, too heroic." Heroic. I did not feel heroic. I felt exhausted. I felt bruised, inside and out. But hearing her say it lit a little fire in me. Maybe surviving something like this made you a hero, even if you did not feel like one. Dr. Patel arrived soon after, reviewing my charts with the kind of focus that made me feel like a real patient and not a lost cause. "Good morning, Rachel," he said warmly. "Let us begin." The therapy today was harder. He increased the neurological stimulation, encouraging more voluntary activation. The tingling felt sharper. The movements required more concentration. And yet, I welcomed every second of it, because every second meant one thing. I was getting closer to taking my body back from the nightmare. Dr. Patel monitored my responses carefully. "Try to move your right wrist, even a small attempt." I concentrated, imagining the movement the way Marissa had taught me. At first, nothing happened. Then, a faint tremor. Barely visible, but there. Emma clasped her hands. "Did you see that?" She moved it. She actually moved it. Dr. Patel nodded, his voice calm but excited. "Excellent. Very excellent. Rachel, this is a strong sign of neural reconnection. Keep going." I felt tears building again. Note fear, note grief, hope. For the first time in a long time, I felt hope blooming inside me, fragile but real. When the session ended, I was drained, but the good kind of drained. The kind that came from working toward something. A few hours later, Detective Morrison returned with more updates about the investigation. He looked tired but resolute. "Rachel, we have located the text messages between Marcus and Claire that detail their planning." He paused, letting that settle. It is clear he fully intended to end your life. There was nothing impulsive about it. Even though I had already heard the worst of it, the words still hit me hard. My husband had not just betrayed me. He had carefully, methodically planned my murder, every detail, every step. Jennifer sat beside me, gripping my hand. She asked the detective, "How strong is the case now?" "Stronger than ever," Morrison replied. "Between his confession, the recordings, the brake line forensics, the insurance documents, and the text messages, the prosecution has everything they need." My heart lifted slightly. I wanted justice. Not out of revenge, not out of anger, but out of the simple truth that what he did was evil. And evil needed consequences. After the detective left, Jennifer leaned close. "I am proud of you, Rachel. So proud. You fought for your life even when no one knew you were fighting." I blinked once. "Thank you." The afternoon physical therapist, Marissa, returned and continued the sessions. She was kinder than the needles and electrodes she carried suggested. Her voice stayed gentle through every step, reminding me I was not alone in the fight. We worked on mental mapping this time, imagining my limbs moving, imagining walking, imagining standing. It felt foolish at first, pretending to move muscles that felt like foreign objects. But she said something that stuck in my mind. Recovery starts in the brain long before it appears in the body. So I imagined everything: the bend of my knees, the flex of my hands, the feeling of standing on my own 2 feet again, the sensation of walking out of this room with real strength. When the session ended, Marissa smiled at me. "You are going to get there, Rachel. You are already proving every statistic wrong." The rest of the day was quieter. Nurses came in and out, adjusting fluids, checking vitals. Emma returned with fresh flowers from the front reception desk, something bright and alive to bring color into the room. Jennifer brought my favorite lavender lotion and massaged my arms gently while talking about normal things. Her job, her kids, her cat that refused to stop knocking things off the counter. For a moment, it felt almost like my old life, warm, comfortable, familiar. As night settled over the hospital, Emma returned one last time. She sat down beside me, her expression soft and thoughtful. "Can I tell you something?" she whispered. I blinked once, yes. She looked down at her hands before speaking. "I almost missed it, Rachel. That first tear on your face. I almost walked out of the room without noticing." My chest tightened. She continued. "Something just told me to stop. Something told me to look again. If I had ignored that instinct, if I had just walked away, Marcus would have..." Her voice cracked. "He would have killed you." Tears filled my eyes. She reached out and wiped them gently. "You saved yourself," she said firmly. "But I need you to know something. You saved me too." I blinked in confusion. She smiled through her tears. "I became a nurse because I wanted to make a difference. But in the last few years, I have felt so burned out, so tired, so numb. Helping you reminded me why I chose this job. You brought me back too." Warmth flooded through me. Gratitude, connection, something deeper. She leaned closer. "We are going to get you out of this bed, Rachel. You and I, together." When she left for the night, the room felt peaceful, soft, safe. For the first time since the accident, I let myself think about life after the hospital. The possibility of standing again, walking again, teaching again, laughing again, loving again. I closed my eyes, and I pictured myself moving, step by step, inch by inch, back into the world, back into my life, back into myself. And then, as if responding to the thought, my finger twitched again. Not weak, not accidental, strong, deliberate, alive. I was coming back, and the world had better be ready. The day after my therapy breakthrough felt like a turning point, even before anyone entered the room. I could feel it in the way the morning light warmed my skin, in the quiet steadiness of my heartbeat, in the strange buzzing under my muscles that hinted something inside me was waking up. For the first time since the accident, I felt like I was not just surviving, I was progressing. Emma walked in with the same bright energy she brought every morning now, but this time she carried something new under her arm, a small whiteboard. "Morning miracle worker," she said, setting it at the foot of the bed. I brought a surprise. I blinked once, curious. She leaned closer. "I thought maybe we could start visual communication beyond the letterboard. Something bigger, something easier. We will not use it today, but I want it ready." The fact that she believed I might be communicating more soon made something inside my chest glow. She believed in my recovery even before I did. Dr. Patel arrived minutes later, flipping through my chart with a look of satisfaction. "Rachel, I do not say this lightly. Your progress is exceptional. We are going to increase therapy intensity starting today." I blinked once. Ready. The morning session focused on repeated attempts at finger and wrist movement. Each attempt took an enormous amount of concentration. Sometimes nothing happened. Sometimes my muscles quivered without direction. And then, sometimes, a small movement appeared, just enough to keep all of us encouraged. At one point, my finger twitched twice in a row. Emma nearly screamed from excitement. Dr. Patel laughed. "I believe we may get full finger control soon, perhaps even hand control. Rachel, you are defying every medical expectation." If I could have spoken, I would have told him I was not defying medicine. I was fighting for my life. After the session, Jennifer came in carrying a bag full of things from my old life. She laid them gently on the bedside table. A small candle from my classroom, a photo of the two of us at a beach years ago, and my favorite soft cardigan. "I brought these to remind you of the world waiting for you," she said. "You are not stuck here forever." She pulled up the cardigan and pressed the sleeve to my cheek so I could feel it. "Do you remember this? You used to wear it every Sunday morning with coffee. You said it felt like a hug." It still did, even now. As she talked, her voice warm and full of memories, something shifted deep in my chest. I wanted that life back, not the life with Marcus, the life before him. The version of me that existed outside this nightmare. The woman who taught literature with passion, who laughed with her students, who loved quiet Sundays, who dreamed of a future full of possibility. That woman was still inside me. I just had to fight my way back to her. Later in the afternoon, Detective Park returned. She stood in the doorway for a moment, her expression softer than usual. I hope I am not interrupting, she said. Jennifer shook her head. Come in. Park stepped closer to my bed. We have more updates, and they are all in your favor. She took a deep breath. Marcus attempted to recant his confession this morning, claimed he was emotional, that he misunderstood the questions, that he never intended to harm you. Jennifer scoffed. Of course he did. But, Park continued, we have the recording, and Claire is cooperating. She has testified that Marcus directly told her he cut the brake lines. Her statement aligns perfectly with what you told us. My body felt both heavy and electric at the same time. Claire was many things, but at least she chose truth now. Maybe guilt had gotten to her, maybe fear, or maybe she realized Marcus would throw her under the bus the moment it benefited him. Park lowered her voice. The district attorney is preparing to file charges for attempted murder, conspiracy, insurance fraud, and premeditation. This case is airtight. I blinked once. Relief. Park hesitated, then added, I want you to know something, Rachel. Cases like this are rare, not because they do not happen, but because victims are so often silenced. You fought through the silencing. You made sure the truth was heard. You saved your own life. Her words hit me harder than I expected. I felt them settle deep in my soul. After she left, the room felt strangely still. The kind of quiet that invites reflection instead of fear. Jennifer sat next to me again, holding my hand. The more she talked, the more I felt myself awakening emotionally, mentally, physically. She described my parents' reaction when they heard the news, her children's excitement about visiting me, all the people praying, hoping, waiting for me to come back. It made me ache with gratitude. At night, Emma returned. She dimmed the lights, fixed my blankets, and sat beside me like she always did before going home. You know, she whispered, when I started nursing, I thought it meant fixing wounds or giving medicine, but this is different. You are teaching me something I never expected to learn. I blinked in question. She gave a small smile. You are teaching me what it means to keep fighting even when the world thinks you cannot. You are teaching me what survival looks like, what courage looks like. I wanted to reach for her hand, but my body was not there yet, so I blinked once. Thank you. She stood, smoothing her scrubs. Sleep well, Rachel. Tomorrow we work again. When the door closed and the night grew quiet, I listened to the steady rhythm of the machines, the same sound that once terrified me. Not anymore. Now, they sounded like a promise that I still had time, a promise that I still had a future. I focused again on my right hand, willing it to move. At first, nothing. Then, a faint spark, a quiet tremor. My finger twitched. Then again, a slow, intentional pattern. One small movement at a time. I was reclaiming myself. And tomorrow, I would move again. And again. Until one day, I would walk out of this hospital, alive, whole, unbroken. The days that followed blended together, but not in the suffocating, nightmare way they had before. This time, every sunrise meant progress. Every session meant movement. Every tiny victory meant I was one step closer to reclaiming my life. Within a week, I could move 2 fingers instead of 1. By the end of the second week, I could lift my wrist half an inch off the bed. It felt like climbing a mountain, using only my mind, inch by inch, breath by breath. But each time a muscle obeyed me, even for a fraction of a second, hope surged through me like electricity. Emma was with me through all of it. She charted my progress with the excitement of someone watching a miracle unfold in real time. Every twitch made her cheer. Every new motion made her tear up. And every time I grew frustrated because recovery was slow, brutal, and demanded more patience than I ever thought I possessed, she held my hand and whispered, "You are allowed to struggle. You are not allowed to give up." Dr. Patel increased my therapy intensity. New devices, new exercises, new goals. And slowly, I built strength. My voice was the hardest part. The first time a rasp escaped my throat, it startled both me and Emma. She leaned in, her eyes wide. "That was you. Try again, Rachel." I tried. At first, nothing. Then a faint vibration in my throat. A sound. A beginning. Day by day, I worked that sound into a breathy whisper. No words yet. just proof that my voice was still in there somewhere, waiting to find its way out. By the time I was moved to the rehabilitation wing, my progress shocked everyone. Nurses stopped by just to tell me they were rooting for me. Doctors who had once spoken over my bed like I was already gone now smiled proudly when they saw me. And through all of it, Jennifer was my anchor. She brought her kids to visit, filling the sterile room with laughter and stories and drawings they taped all over the wall. One evening, she brought a stack of letters from my students. They wrote things like, "Please come back soon. We miss your smile. School is not the same without you. You are the best teacher ever." I blinked through tears while she read each one. My students still thought of me. They remembered me as someone who mattered. I wanted to be that person again. I wanted to stand in my classroom again. I wanted to live again. 1 month after Marcus's arrest, the district attorney's office scheduled the pretrial hearing. I could not attend in person, my body still needed more time, but they allowed a live video feed so I could watch. Emma rolled in the screen and positioned it so I could see clearly. The courtroom came into focus. Marcus entered in an orange jumpsuit, shackled at the wrists. He looked thinner, his hair unkempt, his face gray and hollow. This was not the charming, confident man I had once married. This was a man stripped bare, exposed for what he truly was. Aliar. Atzovart. A would-be murderer. He sat down at the defense table. His eyes flicked to the screen, and for a moment, he froze like he had been punched. He realized I was watching. My heart pounded, but not with fear this time. With clarity. The hearing began. The prosecution laid out the evidence, the recordings, the texts, the insurance documents, the salvage yard footage, the forensic analysis of the brake lines. Marcus's lawyer tried to chip away at the case, but every argument crumbled under the weight of truth. Claire testified by video as well. Her voice shook as she admitted her role, her face crumpled with guilt. When it was my turn, the judge asked if I wished to make a statement. I could not speak yet, but my therapy computer allowed me to type sentences that a soft voice would read aloud. Emma placed the device in front of me. My fingers trembled, but I typed slowly, deliberately. The synthetic voice read my words. I am alive because I fought for every breath Marcus tried to take from me. I heard everything he said. I remember every detail, and I want the court to know that I am not a victim lying silent in a bed. I am here. I am conscious, and I am recovering. I will not be erased. The courtroom fell silent. Marcus stared at me on the screen, his eyes glassy, his jaw tight, not with anger, with fear, real fear. The hearing ended with the judge ruling there was more than enough evidence to proceed. The trial was officially set. When the feed shut off, Emma turned to me, tears glistening in her eyes. "That was powerful, Rachel. You just took your life back in front of everyone." I blinked once. Yes, because it was true. The trial took place 6 months after the accident. This time, I was there, in person. They wheeled me into the courtroom with Jennifer beside me, Emma behind me, and Dr. Patel watching proudly from the gallery. When Marcus was brought in, he refused to look at me. But when I took the stand using my therapy computer, speaking slowly, clearly, he had no choice. I told the court everything I heard, every whisper, every plan, every kiss, every cruel word. I told them what it felt like to be trapped inside my own body, while the man I loved plotted my death. Several jurors cried. Even the judge's expression softened with grief and anger. When the verdict came back guilty on all counts, I felt something inside me break open. Not pain. Release. Marcus was sentenced to life in prison. And just like that, the shadow that had been haunting every corner of my mind was gone. 2 years later, I walked. Slowly, carefully, with a cane, but I walked. And on the day I returned to my classroom, my students stood and applauded. Some cried, some ran to hug me. The joy in their faces filled every part of me that had once felt empty. My life was not the same as before. It was better, stronger, real. Emma and I became inseparable. She called herself my honorary sister, and when she got married, she asked me to stand beside her, not in a wheelchair, but standing, on my own 2 feet. I did. Every step was a victory. Every breath was proof I survived. Every moment was a reminder. Marcus tried to kill me, but I lived. I fought. I won. and I will never stop living the life he tried to steal. I remember the first sound that pulled me out of the darkness. It wasn't the beeping machines, it wasn't the hum of the ventilator. It was a voice I knew better than my own heartbeat. My husband, Derek. His breath was close to my ear, steady, controlled, almost rehearsed. End her life support today. Those 6 words sliced through the fog in my mind like a blade. For a moment, I wasn't sure if I was dreaming or dying. But then I realized something that changed everything. I could hear him, I could understand him, but I couldn't move. Not a twitch, not a finger, not even my eyelids. The world was pitch black behind my eyes, but every word around me was crystal clear. I was trapped inside my own body. Before I take you deeper into the nightmare that followed, do me a favor. Hit that like button and tell me where in the world you're watching from, because trust me, this story takes a turn you will not see coming. My name is Alicia Moore. I'm 40 years old, a high school English teacher from Atlanta, Georgia, and 3 weeks ago, I woke up inside my worst fear, locked in my own body, listening to the man I married discuss the best way to let me die. I didn't even know what had happened to me yet. I didn't know I was in the ICU. I didn't know I'd been unconscious for 4 days. I barely remembered the crash. All I knew was that I could hear, and that my husband didn't sound like a grieving man. He sounded like a man in a hurry. The doctors already said there's no real brain activity, Derek whispered, his voice low but steady. There's no point keeping her here like this. There was a pause, and then I heard another voice, soft, feminine, too close. Then do it, she whispered back. Lauren, his assistant, his lover. Her presence hit me harder than the pain in my body. Lauren was here, standing beside my hospital bed, whispering with my husband about the moment my life would end. I wanted to scream. I wanted to sit up. I wanted to rip the tubes from my body and prove them wrong, but I lay still, silent. A corpse they believed could not hear them. A moment later, footsteps echoed, and Derek's voice shifted instantly, coated in fake grief. Doctor, he said, any updates? Then another voice answered, calm, clinical, unaware that I was fully conscious. No change. She's unresponsive. We'll reassess tomorrow. Unresponsive, unaware, gone. That's what they all thought. And Derek leaned into that lie like it was the best news he'd ever received. When the doctor left, Derek's voice dropped again. We should finish this today, he murmured. Dragging it out isn't right, Lauren sighed, as if bored. Just sign the papers. The sooner you do, the sooner we can move on. Move on. 2 words that made my blood turn cold. How long had they been planning this? How long had my death been the solution to their future? I tried again to move. Anything. A finger. A breath. A blink. Nothing responded. I was buried alive inside myself, listening to the 2 people who should never have been standing together. One who vowed to love me. One who vowed she wasn't interested in him standing at my bedside plotting my exit. The machines beeped steadily beside me, the only proof I was still alive. I tried to focus on the sound of my heart monitor, steady and strong. I wasn't dying. I wasn't gone. I was here. And I needed someone, anyone, to notice. Derek kissed my forehead. The gesture would have been comforting once. Now it made my stomach twist in horror. Goodbye, baby, he whispered. I'll talk to the doctor soon. There was no tremble in his voice, no grief, just relief. He left with Lauren at his side, and the door closed behind them. Darkness swallowed me again, but this time it wasn't from injury, it was from terror. I replayed every word in my mind. End her life support today, not tomorrow, not later, today. He was ready to kill me before dinner. I didn't know why. I didn't know how I ended up here. But I knew one thing with absolute clarity. I had to survive. I had to find a way to communicate, to warn someone, to fight back. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. It was impossible to tell time when trapped inside a silent prison of flesh. Nurses came and went. Machines beeped. Conversations drifted, but none of them noticed me. Not until a young nurse with a soft voice and shoes that squeaked just a little entered my room. Her name tag clicked as she worked. Maria. She checked my vitals, adjusted my tubes, cleaned the corner of my mouth. And then something happened. A tear rolled down my cheek. I didn't know I could still cry, but my body released that single drop like it was the last plea I had left. Maria froze. She leaned close. Very close. "Alicia," she whispered, "can you hear me?" My heart pounded so hard I thought the monitor might scream. "Yes, yes, I can hear you. Please, please don't leave." She touched the corner of my eye again. There were fresh tears. She wasn't imagining it, and in that instant, hope flickered for the first time since waking up. Because someone finally saw me. Someone finally noticed I was still here. Still fighting. And that tiny moment, Maria's gasp. Her widening eyes became the spark that would save my life. Before the day ended, Maria would question everything she'd been told. She would listen more closely. She would watch me. And soon, she would be the first person to realize the truth that Derek never expected. I wasn't gone. I wasn't silent. And I had heard every word that would eventually destroy him. I wasn't always the woman lying helpless in a hospital bed, trapped in silence while the man I married plotted the end of my life. Before everything shattered, my world looked almost perfect from the outside. My name is Alicia Moore, 40 years old, born and raised in Atlanta. I taught American literature at a public high school, a job I loved more than anything. I woke up every morning excited to teach kids how to find their voice through stories, how to see themselves in words written decades or centuries before they were born. Back then, I thought my own life was a story that was finally settling into a peaceful chapter. I had a husband, Derek Moore, who everyone described as charming, responsible, ambitious. He worked in finance, wore clean suits even on weekends, and always knew exactly what to say when my sister teased him or my students begged him to tell embarrassing stories about me. My friends used to tell me, "Alicia, you lucked out. That man loves you." And I believed them. For years, I believed them. Derek and I had been married for 12 years. We weren't perfect, but we were solid, or at least that's what I thought. We owned a modest but cozy home on a quiet street lined with oak trees. Saturday mornings meant pancakes and jazz. Sunday nights meant takeout and movie marathons. We talked about taking a trip to Italy for our anniversary, about adopting a dog, about maybe trying for a baby even though we were getting older. It all felt stable, ordinary in a comforting way. If you had told me that the same man who kissed my forehead every morning before work would one day stand beside my hospital bed and quietly request my death, I would have laughed. Spoken it into the universe as if it were the most impossible thing imaginable. Because back then, Derek was still the man who brushed my hair off my shoulder, who brought flowers just because, who held me when I cried after a rough day at school. Or at least he played that part well. But looking back, the cracks had started long before the crash. Tiny ones at first, barely visible. The kind you ignore because you want the picture to stay pretty. Derek started working later. Quarter-end audits, he said. Then came the sudden weekend conferences, the phone he kept face down, the messages he read and quickly cleared, the way he showered the moment he came home, not warm, affectionate showers, but scrub-sharp, anxious ones. I tried not to overthink it. I told myself every marriage had seasons. Every couple went through phases where one person drifted a little, only to drift back. I had no proof that anything was wrong, but my body knew. My gut trembled with a quiet warning I pushed down again and again. The first real sign was the fundraiser event at my school. Derek promised to come. He knew how much it meant to me. I waited at the entrance, smiling at parents, waving at students, glancing at my phone every few minutes. He texted an hour after the event started. "Caught up at work. Sorry, love you." But when I cleaned up after the event ended, one of the parents, a woman who worked downtown, mentioned she saw Derek earlier that evening. "He was at that new bar on Peachtree," she said casually. "Looked like he was on a date or a business meeting or something." My stomach dropped so hard I nearly dropped the stack of chairs I was carrying. I didn't confront him immediately. I rehearsed what I might say, but couldn't bring myself to say it. Instead, I waited, observed. And that's when I began noticing the changes more clearly. He was colder, quicker to frustration. He flinched when I touched him, almost as if my hands burned. I found a hair tie in his car, blonde, small, not mine. I found a receipt for a dinner for two at a restaurant we used to love but hadn't visited in months. Each sign was a puzzle piece I didn't want to assemble, but the picture was forming whether I was ready or not. I tried to talk to him one night over dinner. "Are you happy?" I asked. He didn't look up from his plate. "Alicia, I'm tired. It's been a long day. Can we not do this?" "Do what?" I wanted to scream. "Communicate? Be honest? Tell me why you feel 100 miles away sitting 3 feet from me." But I swallowed it, like I always did. Weeks passed. The tension grew. I cried in the shower so he wouldn't hear me. I stayed later at school just to avoid the cold silence of our living room, and then came Lauren. I didn't know her name at first. I just knew that whoever she was, she had Derek's attention in ways I hadn't seen in years. When I finally learned her name, when I found their messages, their photos, everything in me shattered. Betrayal isn't just pain, it's disorientation. It's feeling like you're falling in the dark with no idea where the floor is. But what I didn't know then, what I couldn't imagine, was that Derek's betrayal wasn't just emotional, it wasn't just an affair. It was something far darker, something that would lead me to a hospital bed, unable to blink, listening to him whisper the date and time he planned to end my life. And it all started long before the crash. I didn't meet Lauren in person until much later, but I felt her presence long before her name ever appeared on my husband's phone. It started with a laugh, a soft, sugary laugh floating through the speaker when Derek answered a call in the kitchen one night. He stepped into the hallway so fast you would have thought the phone burned him. When he came back, his face carried a glow I hadn't seen in years. Not the tired, strained version of the man I married. Something lighter, something freed, something dangerous. "Who was that?" I asked, keeping my voice light. "Work," he said too quickly. "Just work." But I knew the sound of a woman flirting. I'd heard it 1,000,000 times from my students in the hallway, giggling over boys, leaning into something new and exciting and forbidden. I tried convincing myself I was imagining it, that the girl on the phone was just a coworker. But then the signs began multiplying faster than I could deny them. His clothes changed. I don't mean just a new shirt or two, I mean everything. Suddenly he owned fitted button-downs he'd never worn before, cologne I didn't recognize, shoes that looked like they belonged in a magazine ad. He trimmed his beard differently, styled his hair. I saw a version of Derek come back to life, but it wasn't for me. It was for someone else. "There's this new assistant," he said one night casually, too casually. "She's young, but smart, ambitious." The word young stabbed me more than everything else. Young meant fresh, exciting, fun, all the things I hadn't felt in a long time because I'd been pouring myself into keeping our marriage together. "What's her name?" I asked. He barely glanced up from his laptop. "Lauren." Just hearing it made something twist inside me. I tried to push the feeling down, but it grew sharper every time he mentioned her, which, suddenly, was extremely often. Lauren handled the meeting. Lauren caught the mistake in the spreadsheet. Lauren stayed late again. Poor thing works too hard. He wasn't even aware he was saying her name with a softness he never used with me anymore. A softness that belonged to early infatuation, not a professional relationship. I wanted to confront him, but the words lodged in my throat. I didn't want to be the jealous wife, the insecure wife, the wife who pushed him away by asking questions he'd claim were unfair. So I watched, and listening became my superpower. One night, I brought him lunch at work, a surprise, something I used to do all the time. When I opened the door to his office, they were both inside. Derek wasn't sitting in his chair. He was leaning over Lauren's shoulder as she typed. Their heads were too close, their voices too soft. She giggled at something he whispered, and he didn't step back. Their body language wasn't professional, it was intimate. And when he finally noticed me standing there, he jumped back so fast that Lauren blinked in confusion. "Alicia," he said, plastering on a smile, "what are you doing here?" "Lunch," I whispered. "I thought you might be hungry." "Oh, right, thanks." The look on his face wasn't gratitude, it was annoyance. At me, for interrupting them. Lauren smiled politely and introduced herself, but her eyes betrayed something else. She knew exactly who I was, but she also knew Derek hadn't shut the door on her. That alone told me everything. Over the next few months, Derek practically lived at work. Overnight meetings, last-minute trips, company emergencies. I'd wake up to an empty side of the bed so often that it began to feel normal. And every time he left, his phone stayed glued to him like a second heartbeat. One morning, while he showered, his phone buzzed on the counter. For once, he'd forgotten to take it with him. I shouldn't have looked. I know that. But when trust begins to rot, silence becomes unbearable. I picked it up. The screen lit up with a message preview from Lauren. Last night was incredible. Still thinking about it. My stomach turned to ice. My throat closed. Every doubt I'd buried erupted at once. I opened the messages. I shouldn't have, but I did. Lines and lines of conversations. Good mornings, good nights, private jokes, photos, plans. And the worst of all the way, Derek called her baby. A name he used to say to me with his head buried in my neck on Sunday mornings. I dropped the phone. Not dramatically, not theatrically. My fingers just stopped working. And in that moment, I felt something inside me break, quiet and deep. I didn't confront him that day, or the day after, or the week after. Because the thing about betrayal is that it freezes you. It steals not only your trust, but your voice. I kept replaying everything in my mind. Every change, every late night, every lie. And I wasn't angry yet. Not then. I was grieving. Grieving a marriage Derek had already buried long before my accident. Then came the final crack in the foundation. He came home one night smelling like a perfume I'd never worn. And instead of showering immediately, he walked past me, humming, happy, light, a completely different man. I stared at him while he opened the fridge. "Where were you?" I asked softly. "Work," he replied without turning around. "You smell like someone else." He froze, just for a second, but I saw it. That pause told me everything. "Alicia, don't start," he muttered. "Don't start." As if I had become the problem. As if my pain was an inconvenience. As if the truth was something I was supposed to pretend not to see. It was that night that I started packing a small bag. I didn't know if I'd leave yet, but I felt the need to prepare, to protect myself. I couldn't stay with a man who didn't love me anymore. Or so I thought. What I didn't realize was that Derek didn't just want me gone emotionally. He wanted me gone permanently. And before I could walk away from him, he had already decided how he would walk away from me. My accident wasn't an accident. It was step one of his plan. The night of the accident is a blur of rain, headlights, and a sinking feeling I couldn't name. But before the crash, before the metal twisted around me like a trap, there were moments, small, sharp moments that I keep replaying even now, wondering how I missed the danger closing in. It started earlier that evening. Derek was strangely calm, almost gentle. He came home with takeout from my favorite Thai restaurant, something he hadn't done in months. He asked about my day, offered me the last spring roll, even smiled the way he used to when we were newly married. At first, I wanted to believe this meant he was coming back to me, that he had ended things with Lauren, that he saw me again. But the smile didn't reach his eyes, and when he hugged me from behind while I washed dishes, it felt wrong, performative, like someone acting out a role they'd already abandoned. "You're going to the parent-teacher conference tonight, right?" he asked casually. Too casually. "Yeah," I said slowly. "It ends around 8. He kissed the back of my neck. A long, deliberate kiss. "Drive safe." The way he said it made something tighten in my chest. It wasn't a warning, it was a farewell. Still, I pushed the thought away. I grabbed my bag, told him I'd see him later, and walked out into the cool Georgia evening. I didn't know that would be the last time I'd see Derek, while fully conscious, fully mobile, fully me. The conference ran longer than expected. Parents always had more to say when you were tired, when you wanted to go home, when you needed rest. I packed up my folders and stepped outside into a heavy drizzle. Not quite rain, but enough to slick the roads. I texted Derek, "On my way." He didn't reply. I got in my car, turned the heat on low, and started driving home along the familiar highway I'd driven 1,000 times. The rain intensified, tapping against the windshield in erratic patterns. I remember feeling uneasy, like something unseen pressed against the back of my mind. My wipers swiped back and forth, but the road still shimmered in distorted reflections. Then, out of habit, I pressed the brake slightly as traffic slowed. Except nothing happened. The pedal sank under my foot like a dead weight, useless. My heart slammed painfully against my ribs. I pressed harder. Nothing. I pumped it. No response, no resistance, no friction. Just empty motion. A hollow scream tore from my chest. The road ahead blurred. A truck loomed. I yanked the steering wheel hard to the right, tires skidding on the wet pavement. The world spun violently. I felt the sickening weightlessness of losing control. Then an explosion of metal, glass shattering. My body thrown sideways. A crack, a second crack, a taste of blood, darkness crashing over me like a closing door. For a long moment, I wasn't sure if I was alive or dead. Voices echoed faintly. Sirens. Hands pulling at the door. A paramedic shouting something I couldn't understand. Then a mask on my face. Then nothing. When I woke up in the hospital days later, paralyzed, silent, aware the pieces began fitting together. The memory of the brakes failing wouldn't leave me alone. Over and over, I replayed that moment. The pedal sinking. The way it felt wrong even before I pressed it hard. At first, I blamed the rain, the weather, bad luck. But then I remembered something else, small but horrifying. A few nights before the crash, I heard Derek leave the house around midnight. When I asked him the next morning where he went, he said, "Couldn't sleep, took a drive." I didn't question it. But now, lying there trapped in my own body, I remembered how long he was gone. How he smelled like cold air and engine grease when he slipped back into bed. My brain connected the dots slowly, painfully, like someone forcing a puzzle piece into place until it snapped. He didn't take a drive. He went to the garage, to my car, to the brakes. But even that realization couldn't prepare me for what I would eventually hear with my own ears. Days after the crash, as I lay there listening to Derek whisper to Lauren about ending my life support, I replayed the accident in my mind. Was it an accident at all? The question grew louder. He needed me gone. He wanted a life with her. He wanted the insurance money. And I, blindly trusting, desperately hopeful, never saw the truth rising beneath my feet. But part 4 doesn't end with the crash. It ends with the moment in the hospital, when the truth stopped being a suspicion and became a certainty. That moment came when Derek returned to my room late at night, when he thought I was nothing more than an unconscious body kept warm by machines. He stood beside my bed, exhaled deeply, and whispered, "Everything went exactly the way it needed to. She won't make it another week." My world collapsed a second time. And this time, I wasn't in a car. I was fully aware, fully awake, and trapped in a body that refused to scream. But the story wasn't over, because even in darkness, even in paralysis, even in fear, I was still alive. And he had no idea. The most dangerous thing Derek ever did was assume I couldn't hear him. The most powerful thing I ever did was listen. For the next few days, I lived in 2 realities at once. On the outside, I was a silent, motionless body in a hospital bed. On the inside, I was a storm, violent, terrified, awake in ways I had never been before. Derek kept visiting, always at night, always checking the hallway before coming in, always whispering. And every time he spoke, the truth dug deeper under my skin until I could taste the bitterness of it. He didn't love me. He didn't fear losing me. He feared I might live. The doctors believed I had a long road ahead, maybe months of rehabilitation if I ever woke from what they called a low-responsive state. But Derek and Lauren had different plans. I learned that on the 3rd night. Derek entered quietly, the door barely opening. A faint scent of cologne drifted over me. His expensive one, the one he wore on anniversaries and special events. Not for me this time, for her. His shoes tapped softly across the tile. He stood over my bed and exhaled. 2 more days, he whispered. The doctor said they can ethically withdraw care if her condition doesn't improve, and I'll make sure they believe she isn't improving. My lungs tightened around the ventilator tube. 2 more days. 2 more days until he erased me for good. But he wasn't alone this time. A second pair of footsteps approached. Light ones, hesitant ones. Lauren. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Derek, are you sure?" What if she wakes up? She won't, he said coldly. She can't. The neurologist already said the swelling is too severe. And even if she did wake up, she'd be a burden. You don't want that. I don't want that. This is mercy. Mercy. That word made my blood burn. Mercy was holding someone's hand in pain. Mercy was fighting for someone you loved. Mercy was not standing beside them, plotting the hour you wanted them dead. I heard Lauren sniffle. I feel guilty. I mean, she's your wife. Derek scoffed. Not for long. The way he said it flat, detached, felt like another kind of death. And then he said something that froze every cell in my body. Once she's gone, the insurance clears. We can leave this town. Start over. No more hiding. Insurance. Money. That's what my life was worth to him. Not memories. Not vows. Not the nights we fell asleep tangled together in the early days of our marriage. Just money. He lowered his voice even more. Besides, the brakes worked perfectly, Lauren gasped. Derek, stop. Don't say that here. Relax, he said. No one hears us. But I heard every syllable, every damning detail, every word that confirmed the truth I had been trying not to believe. He sabotaged my car. He tried to kill me. And now he was going to finish what he started. My heartbeat spiked so fast, the monitor beside me beeped louder. Derek paused. That's just a reflex, he muttered. The doctor said her brain misfires sometimes. It's nothing. Nothing. That's what I was to him. A problem he needed to erase. A ghost he hadn't quite managed to bury. They stayed for another 5 minutes arguing softly, whispering promises about their future, until a nurse walked in unexpectedly. A young nurse with tired eyes. She glanced at the machine, then at Derek and Lauren. Visiting hours ended 20 minutes ago, she said politely. I'm going to have to ask you both to leave. Derek's voice stiffened. We just need a moment. I'm sorry, the nurse replied gently but firmly. Not tonight. That nurse, whoever she was, saved my life more than once. I didn't know her name yet, but her voice held something I hadn't heard in days. Something like suspicion, something like empathy, something like hope. After Derek and Lauren left, she stood quietly at my bedside. I felt her studying me, really studying me, not just the machines, not just the charts, me. After a full minute, she leaned close to my ear and whispered, If you can hear me, squeeze your fingers, anything. Just try. My body didn't respond, not because I couldn't, but because fear held every muscle hostage. She didn't give up. If you're in there, she murmured softly, I'm with you. I'll figure this out. A tear slid down my temple. Maybe she saw it, maybe she didn't. But something in her voice anchored me to the life Derek was trying to rip away. Hope. Real, fragile hope. And I knew something else. If I didn't find a way to communicate, if I didn't fight harder than ever before, Derek would get exactly what he wanted, and I would disappear, forever. But part 5 ends here, on the brink of something new, because hope is dangerous. Hope wakes people up, and I was about to wake up in more ways than one. The morning after, the nurse whispered to me. Something changed inside my body, subtle, small, almost imperceptible, but real. I felt it like a spark under my skin, a faint pulse of life that didn't come from the machines around me. I wasn't just awake, I was awakening, but I couldn't show it yet. Not until I understood who I could trust. Not until I knew how far Derek was willing to go. The nurse, the one who had asked me to squeeze my fingers, I saw her again later that day. Her name tag said, Nurse Avery. She had the kind of voice that made you feel seen, even in silence. She checked my vitals, straightened my blanket, and scanned the monitors while humming quietly to herself, like she was trying to comfort the room. But then she did something no other nurse had done. She looked into my eyes. Not past them, into them. Your pupils track, she whispered. You're following me, aren't you? She leaned closer. I think you're more aware than anyone realizes. Panic fluttered inside me. Could she really tell? Could she see what Derek was trying to hide from everyone else? I tried to blink intentionally, but my eyelids barely trembled. A ghost of movement. But she saw it. Her mouth parted slightly. There it is, she whispered. You're in there. Relief flooded through me like warmth spreading under ice. But before she could say more, the door creaked open. Derek stepped inside. Avery straightened instantly, masking her expression. She became professional again, distant, the perfect nurse with neutral eyes. Derek nodded at her without real interest. "How is she today?" he asked, his voice as smooth as polished stone. Avery forced a small smile. "Stable. No neurological improvement at this time." Derek's shoulders relaxed slightly. His relief was a knife twisting inside me. "Thank you," he said. "You've all been great." Avery nodded and stepped away from the bed, but she didn't leave. She lingered, watching him, watching me, watching the space between us fill with unspoken danger. Finally, she said, "If you need anything, Mr. Matthews, press the call button." Then she walked out, but I saw at the slight hesitation in her step, the mark of someone who knew something was wrong. Derek took the seat beside my bed. His presence was different when no one else was around. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, staring at my face with a blankness that made my skin crawl. "You look peaceful," he murmured. "Funny." He reached out and brushed a strand of hair from my forehead. It took everything in me not to flinch. "It's almost over." My pulse spiked. The monitor beeped softly, betraying my fear. Derek looked at it, his brow furrowing. Reflex," he muttered. But the unease in his tone told me he wasn't fully convinced. He stood and walked around the room, pacing slowly. "The doctor is coming by later," he said. "We're going to talk about next steps." Next steps. The phrase tasted like poison. He wanted to speed up the timeline. He wanted me gone before anyone could question him, before insurance paperwork became complicated, before guilt made Lauren crack. Before the nurse, Avery put together the pieces. He turned back toward me. "You know," he whispered, stepping close, "if you could hear me, you'd understand this is for the best." My heart thudded against the ventilator's rhythm. He smiled faintly. "But hearing isn't something you do anymore, is it?" I heard everything, every lie, every plan, every word soaked in betrayal. He stayed another 10 minutes, talking softly about how life would be easier soon, how he and Lauren would start fresh, how he hoped I didn't suffer. When he finally left, the room felt lighter, as if the air itself had been choking while he was there. Minutes later, the door opened again. Avery slipped inside, shutting it quietly behind her. She checked the hallway twice before stepping closer. "I don't trust him," she whispered without preamble. "I don't trust the way he looks at you." My heart raced again, but this time with hope. She glanced at the monitor and shook her head slightly. "Your vitals change when he's in the room. They don't change like that for anyone else. That tells me you're responding consciously." She took a breath, steadying herself. "If you can hear me, I need you to try something. Anything. Move a finger. Blink. Change your breathing." I gathered everything: fear, anger, pain, desperation, and pushed it into one tiny command. "Lift your finger. Move it. Please, move." And then, like a miracle, my index finger twitched. Not much. Not enough to be obvious, but enough for Avery's eyes to widen. "There," she whispered fiercely. "Oh my God, you are awake." A tear slipped down her cheek as she grabbed my hand carefully. "I won't let anything happen to you." She looked at the door again, lowered her voice to a whisper so thin it was almost breath. "Listen, they're discussing withdrawing life support in the next 48 hours. Your husband is pushing for it." My body went cold with terror. I wanted to scream, to thrash, to sit up and claw my way out of that bed. Instead, my finger trembled again, a frantic attempt to show her everything I couldn't say. She nodded quickly. I know. I'm going to tell the neurologist, but I need to be careful. If your husband finds out, you can respond." She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. We both knew Derek didn't want a witness to his crime. A soft knock interrupted her. Avery jumped slightly and wiped her face quickly before opening the door. It wasn't Derek this time. It was Lauren, standing there with wide, hollow eyes. And for the first time, I saw it. She wasn't just guilty. She was afraid. Is she still unresponsive?" Lauren asked, her voice trembling. Avery nodded smoothly. "There's been no change." Lauren exhaled in deep relief. "Good." The world tilted. Good, good. They both wanted me silent, wanted me gone, wanted the future Derek promised her. A future built on my death. Avery kept her expression neutral, but her fingers tightened on the chart in her hand. You can go in if you want, she offered. Just don't disturb the equipment. Lauren shook her head. No, I just needed to know. She left as quickly as she came. When the door closed, Avery leaned closer to me and whispered, I'm staying on shift tonight. I'll find a way to protect you. Hope surged again, a thin thread, but enough to hold on to, enough to keep breathing. Because part 6 ends with a truth I finally understood. Derek wanted me dead. Lauren wanted me gone. But someone else, someone unexpected, had taken my side. And she wasn't going to let me die quietly. The war for my life had officially begun. That night felt longer than any night of my life. The hospital lights dimmed, the hallway noise faded, and the quiet settled around me like a heavy, suffocating blanket. But it wasn't peaceful. Not with Derek somewhere in the city, counting the hours until I was gone. Not with Lauren nervously waiting for her new beginning. Not with the clock ticking down on the machines that kept me alive. The only thing keeping the terror from swallowing me whole was the knowledge that Avery was still on shift. She had promised to protect me, and for the first time since the accident, someone believed I was still here. Around 11 p.m., Avery slipped into the room. Her steps were soft, careful, practiced. She closed the blinds, checked the hallway, and finally whispered, All right, I'm here, and we're going to make sure you stay here. She leaned over me, her voice barely audible. I talked to the neurologist. I told him I saw slight responsiveness in your right hand. My heart jolted. Yes, she was doing it. He wants to run another EEG tomorrow morning. If we can show any consistent brain activity linked to commands, they legally cannot withdraw life support. Relief washed over me so hard it almost hurt. But Avery wasn't finished. There's a problem, she whispered. Your husband doesn't want another EEG. He's already requested a different doctor's assessment. Fear surged again, sharp and cold. Derek was trying to stop any test that might prove I was conscious. Of course he was. He needed me silent. Avery squeezed my hand gently. Don't panic. The neurologist overruled him. I pushed hard. He's coming at 9 a.m. Morning. All I had to do was survive until morning. But the air in the room shifted suddenly, like the temperature dropped. Avery noticed it too. She straightened, checked the monitor, then the door. Your heart rate spiked, she whispered. Is it pain? Or... The door handle clicked. Avery stepped back so fast she nearly knocked over a tray. Derek walked in, not smiling, not pretending. His face looked hollowed out by exhaustion or guilt, or fear that something wasn't going according to plan. You're here late, he said to Avery. His tone wasn't curious. It was suspicious. Too suspicious. Avery kept her voice steady. I'm covering an overnight shift. Derek nodded, but his eyes were fixed on me, studying me, searching for something. My blood iced. He saw something. I could feel it. He moved closer to the bed, leaning down so his face filled my vision. Still no change, he murmured. It wasn't a statement. It was a test. He wanted to see if I reacted. Avery stepped forward immediately. Mr. Matthews, she needs rest. You shouldn't stimulate. I'm her husband, he snapped. The bite in his voice was something I'd never heard him use with anyone but me. He lowered his head closer, close enough that I felt the warmth of his breath. I talked to the doctor, he whispered. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. The monitor beside me beeped erratically. Derek's jaw tightened. He looked at the machine, then at me. Strange, he murmured. Your heart is acting up at the perfect times. Avery stepped in again, shielding part of my view with her body. Stress responses are common in patients like her, she said sharply. If you're finished visiting, I need to adjust her medications. Derek stared at Avery. A long, slow stare that made my skin crawl. Then he smiled. A small, dead smile. Of course, I'll come by tomorrow. When he finally left, Avery closed the door quickly, her face pale. He knows, she whispered. He suspects you're conscious. Panic tore through me, wild and unstoppable. Avery touched my arm, grounding me. Listen, even if he suspects, he can't do anything tonight. He doesn't have access to your meds. He can't change your ventilator settings. He can't touch anything without signing forms. But her voice trembled. She wasn't as certain as she pretended to be. Midnight passed, then 1, then 2. Avery left only when another nurse arrived, but before she went, she leaned down and whispered, 9 a.m. Hold on until 9. Hours crawled by, machines hummed, footsteps echoed faintly through the hallway. My mind drifted between fear and exhaustion. But then, around 4 a.m., something happened that nearly ended everything. The door opened slowly, too slowly, not the confident push of a nurse, not the rushed steps of a doctor. Someone was sneaking in. My throat tightened. A silhouette slipped inside, tall, broad shoulders, moving with careful, practiced quiet. Derek. He closed the door behind him, stepped into the dim light, and approached my bed. He wasn't wearing his wedding ring. His eyes were dark, sunken, wild. I can't wait any longer, he whispered. I can't risk them finding something tomorrow. Oh God, no, no, no. He reached for the ventilator tubing. My heart jolted so violently, the machine screeched an alarm. Derek froze. Footsteps rushed toward the room instantly. A nurse burst inside. Sir, what are you doing? Derek jerked his hand back. She looked like she was choking, he stammered. I was just checking. The nurse frowned. You don't touch ventilators, ever. Derek stepped away quickly, masking his panic. You're right. I'm sorry. She checked the machines, the tubing, my vitals. Everything was intact. I was alive. Barely. Derek stayed only 1 more minute, his eyes burning into me, then left before anyone else arrived. The nurse shook her head. Families panic, she muttered softly. They do strange things. If only she knew. When dawn finally bled through the blinds, my body felt like it had aged years. But I was alive. Avery returned just before the neurologist arrived. She leaned close, whispering, This is it. Today we prove you're in there. Today everything changes. My fear didn't disappear, but something stronger rose to meet it. Resolve, determination, the will to live. Part 7 ends here on the edge of the moment that would determine whether I survived or disappeared forever. Morning didn't come gently. It slammed into the room like a spotlight, exposing every fear I'd tried to swallow through the night. The blinds glowed with early sunlight. The hallway buzzed with nurses switching shifts, and the air felt tighter, heavier, like the world knew today would decide whether I lived or disappeared. Avery slipped into the room just after 7. Her hair was tied back, her scrubs crisp, her expression tense but determined. She closed the door softly, then immediately scanned every corner of the room like she expected Derek to be hiding inside. We made it, she whispered, exhaling shakily. You're still here, you did it. My heart rate fluttered on the monitor, a quiet acknowledgement. But Avery leaned in, her tone turning grave. Listen, I need you to stay calm. The neurologist will be here in 2 hours. That's our window. But your husband? He's been calling the nurses' station all morning asking what time the evaluation is. Of course he had. Derek was watching the clock as closely as I was, but for the opposite reason. Avery lowered her voice even more. I told the team not to let him in until after the EEG. No exceptions. Relief rushed through me so fast it made my vision pulse. Avery wasn't just helping me, she was protecting me. The neurologist is bringing a second consultant too, she said. 2 specialists, 2 signatures. That means if they detect even the slightest brain response, your husband can't override it. For the first time, survival didn't feel like a dream, it felt possible. But we weren't safe yet. Every minute until 9 a.m. felt like walking across glass. Nurses came in, checking equipment, adjusting medication, unaware that they were moving through a battlefield. At 8 sharp, Dr. Singh, the neurologist, arrived. He was carrying a laptop, electrodes, and a look of intense focus. He closed the door behind him and said quietly to Avery, "Where's her husband?" "Not allowed in yet," she answered without hesitation. "Good," Dr. Singh said. "This needs to be done without interference." He turned to me, his voice soft but firm. "Gabrielle, I'm going to ask you to do a few things. If you can hear me, try to follow the instructions as closely as you can. I could. I would. My life depended on it. Avery stayed beside me, her hand on my forearm steadying me, anchoring me. Doctor. Singh placed the electrodes on my forehead and temples, checked the connections, then looked straight into my half-open eyes. Gabrielle, he said clearly, if you can hear me, try to blink once. I focused every ounce of my strength on that one command. Blink, blink, blink. My eyelid twitched. A tiny tremor, barely visible, but Dr. Singh leaned forward with sudden intensity. There, he murmured. Again. Blink. Another twitch, stronger this time. Avery gasped softly. Dr. Singh smiled. She's responding. He turned to his assistant. Mark that. We're beginning the conscious response protocol. He held up his pen. Gabrielle, follow it with your eyes. He moved it left. My eyes dragged left, painfully slow, shaking at the edges. But they moved. He moved it right. My gaze followed. A clean trace on the EEG mirrored it. Incredible, he whispered. Completely aligned eye tracking. Avery squeezed my arm. You're doing so good. Keep going, Dr. Singh continued. Gabrielle, blink twice for yes, once for no. Do you understand? 2 blinks. Clear, deliberate. She understands, Dr. Singh said with certainty. She is fully conscious. Relief hit me so hard my chest tightened. Avery let out a shaky breath, tears filling her eyes. I knew it, she whispered. I told everyone. I knew she was there. But the moment of triumph shattered with a loud, jarring sound, Derek's voice bellowing from the hallway. Why can't I go in? That is my wife. My blood iced instantly. The door shook like he was trying to push it open. A male nurse blocked him. Sir, you need to wait. I said let me in. Dr. Singh's assistant went stiff with fear. Avery moved toward the door, positioning herself between me and whatever storm was about to hit. Dr. Singh kept working, refusing to stop. We have enough evidence already, he said. Get ready to document the final verification. But before he could finish, the door burst open. Derek shoved past the nurse, wild-eyed, breathless, wearing the same clothes from last night. His gaze snapped to the EEG screen, then to me, my eyes open wider than usual, responding, alive. His entire face drained of color. No, he whispered. No, no, no. Avery stepped in front of the EEG machine immediately. Mr. Matthews, you need to leave. Now. What did you do? Derek snarled. What are you telling them? Dr. Singh straightened, calm but firm. Your wife is conscious, Mr. Matthews. She has locked-in syndrome. She can hear and understand everything. She has been aware the entire time. Derek froze. My heart pounded so violently the monitor beeped faster and faster. He turned slowly toward me, and in a voice so low only I could hear it, he said, You heard me last night, didn't you? My pulse spiked. The monitor screamed. Derek lunged toward the ventilator. Avery reacted instantly. Security, she shouted. Dr. Singh grabbed Derek's arm. Derek jerked away, wild. She was supposed to be gone already. The room erupted into chaos. Nurses rushed in. A security officer barreled through the doorway. Sir, step away from the patient. Derek fought them, screaming, She's lying. She's tricking you. She's not conscious, this is fake. Security forced him back, pinning him to the wall as he thrashed. Get off me, but it was too late. His outburst told the entire room the truth. Dr. Singh spoke calmly, clinically. Mr. Matthews, you are no longer permitted near this patient. You will be escorted off the premises. And given your statement, the police will be contacted immediately. Derek's face twisted with pure, feral panic. He didn't yell now. He didn't fight. He just stared at me like he was looking at a ghost rising from a grave he had dug himself. Gabrielle, he whispered, don't do this. They dragged him out of the room, still staring at me the entire way. When the door finally slammed shut, Avery came to my side instantly, wiping tears from her cheeks. You did it, she whispered. You're safe now. But I wasn't. Not yet. Derek wasn't going to stop. He'd only lost round 1. The real war was just beginning. Security dragged Derek out of the room, but the echo of his voice clung to the air like smoke. Even after the door slammed shut, I could still hear him whispering my name in that fractured, desperate tone. Avery stood beside me, breathing hard, trying to settle her nerves. The adrenaline buzzing through her hands made them shake as she adjusted my monitors. "He's gone," she whispered, though her voice trembled. "He won't hurt you again." But we both knew that wasn't guaranteed. Derek had crossed too many lines to back down now. He'd tried to disable my ventilator. He'd stormed into a restricted medical evaluation. He'd screamed in front of hospital staff that I was supposed to be gone. Men like him didn't melt away quietly. They escalated. Outside the room, I heard muffled voices, security, nurses, administrators all trying to process what had just happened. Dr. Singh stayed with me, documenting the results of the EEG as officers escorted Derek out of the ICU. "Gabrielle," he said gently, "you're safe for now. Security is posted at the entrance of this ward. No visitors without our direct approval." One blink, slow but deliberate. Relief and fear tangled inside me. Avery took my hand again, grounding me with her steady presence. "The police are already on their way," she said softly. "When they get here, they're going to want a statement from you." A statement. My blood turned to ice. A statement meant I had to tell them everything Derek said, everything he tried to do, and it meant he would know, without question, that I was the one who exposed him. As if reading my fear, Dr. Singh said, "You won't be alone for any of it. We'll be right here." Minutes later, security radioed that Derek had left the intensive care floor, but not the hospital. He was somewhere in the building, refusing to go home, pacing the lobby like a storm cloud waiting to burst. My heart rate spiked again. Avery saw it. "Ignore him," she whispered. "He can't touch you now." But that wasn't true. Not yet. Not with the police still en route. Not with Derek still inside the same building where I lay helpless, trapped in machines. Every passing second felt like waiting for a bomb to explode. Around 10 a.m., 2 detectives entered my room, their expressions grim. Detective Harris and Detective Monroe. They listened as Dr. Singh explained my condition, the proof of consciousness, the dangerous outburst from Derek. Avery retrieved the nurse's report from the night before, the one documenting Derek's attempt to touch my ventilator tubing. The detectives exchanged a look. Something heavy, something serious. Then Monroe stepped closer to me. "Mrs. Matthews," he said, his voice slow, careful. "We understand you can blink once for yes, twice for no. Is that correct?" One blink, clear. His jaw tightened. "We're going to ask you some questions. These will help us determine whether your husband poses a threat to your life." Avery stayed right beside me, one hand steady on my arm. "Gabrielle," she whispered, "you can tell them. You're safe." But safety had been an illusion for weeks. Still, I blinked once. "Yes." "Ask." Detective Monroe began. "Did your husband intentionally try to harm you before your hospitalization?" One blink. "Yes." "Did he ever admit to wanting you off life support?" One blink. "Yes." "Did he tamper with your medical equipment last night?" One blink. "Yes." Detective Harris exhaled sharply. "We need to ask this carefully," he said. "Did your husband cause the incident that put you in the hospital?" My lungs tried to tighten, but the ventilator kept its rhythm. This was it. This was the moment everything turned. One blink. "Yes." Silence fell like a falling building. Monroe leaned in closer. "Mrs. Matthews, are you saying your husband deliberately caused your injury?" My fingers tingled from the blood pounding through me. One blink. "Yes." Avery covered her mouth. Dr. Singh lowered his head. The detectives both froze for several long seconds, absorbing the weight of what I had just confirmed. When they finally spoke, their voices were clipped and cold. "We're opening an attempted murder investigation immediately." My whole body trembled, not from fear this time, but from the release of carrying that truth alone for so long. As they prepared paperwork to secure the crime scene of my accident, chaos erupted outside my room again. Not shouting, not fighting, running, heavy, fast footsteps, security yelling. Avery darted to the door. When she cracked it open, a security guard sprinted past, shouting, "He's coming back up. He's on the elevator, Derek." He had refused to leave the building, and now he was forcing his way back up to ICU. Panic shot through me. My heart monitor wailed. Detective Monroe reacted immediately. "Get her out of this room," he ordered. "Now." The staff swarmed me. They unplugged portable monitors, secured my ventilator tubing, unlocked the bed wheels. Everything moved so fast it blurred. "We're taking you to a restricted wing," Avery said, gripping the bed rails as she helped push. "Somewhere he can't reach." Down the hall, an alarm began blaring, the sound of a security lockdown. Too late, the elevator dinged. I didn't have to see him to feel him. I knew Derek was here. His voice erupted down the hallway in a feral, enraged roar. "Where is she? Gabrielle!" Nurses screamed. Security yelled. A crash rang out, a body hitting a wall. Avery pushed my bed faster, breathless. "Don't look, don't listen." But I had to listen. I heard every second, Derek fighting, Derek calling my name, Derek trying to reach me for the final time. Detectives and guards swarmed him, a taser crackled. Derek screamed, another crash, then silence, heavy, final silence. The bed stopped moving. Avery looked down at me, shaking. "It's over," she whispered, voice raw. "He won't get near you again." And for the first time since the nightmare began, I believed her. Derek was no longer a shadow in the hallway, no longer a whisper in my ear, no longer a man pretending to be grieving while planning my death. He was a criminal, caught, exposed, and dragged away in handcuffs. But what none of us knew was that the real battle was only beginning, because now the world would learn what Derek had done, and he would fight to the last breath to stop the truth from destroying him. The police took Derek into custody, but even as they wheeled me into the restricted wing, I could still feel the ghost of his presence lingering in the air. Trauma does that. It stains the walls, clings to the sheets, hides in the hum of machines. The new room was smaller, darker, quieter. No visitors allowed. 2 security officers posted outside. Avery stayed with me through the transfer, refusing to leave until she saw every machine reconnected, every tube checked, every monitor stabilized. "You're safe now," she whispered again. But safety, to me, had always been a temporary thing, a fragile thing, a thing men like Derek could shatter with one decision. I blinked once, not for her reassurance, but to let her know I understood. She squeezed my hand gently. "The detectives are preparing your case," she continued. "Everything you told them is now part of an official report. The hospital administration has documented the attempted interference with your ventilator. They're treating this as attempted homicide." Hearing the word homicide, even inside my own mind, made me feel like gravity increased, like the room was tilting. Someone had tried to kill me. Not just someone, my husband, the man whose vows had included the words, "in sickness and in health." Around noon, the detectives returned. Their expressions were harder, tighter. They briefed Avery and the neurologist outside the door, speaking in low, controlled voices. Then they came inside, notebooks in hand. Detective Monroe pulled a chair beside my bed. "Mrs. Matthews," he began, "your husband is officially in police custody. He is being charged with attempted murder, attempted tampering with life-sustaining equipment, and interference with medical care." Avery's breath hitched. "Doctor?" Singh nodded grimly, but Monroe wasn't finished. "We questioned him this morning. He claims your accident was exactly that, an accident." My heart rate spiked. Detective Harris stepped closer. But then he said something interesting. He admitted he was emotionally overwhelmed, and that letting you go peacefully was something the doctors had discussed with him. That was Derek's specialty, hiding a lie inside a truth, carefully sewn, calculated. Monroe leaned forward. "We need your full account of everything you heard, everything he said, everything he did. It will strengthen the arrest warrant and ensure he cannot manipulate the narrative." The room blurred at the edges. Fear squeezed my chest. Giving the police a full account meant exposing the darkest parts of the nightmare, but I had already survived those moments. I could survive repeating them. Slowly, painfully, I blinked once. Yes. Avery retrieved the alphabet board. It took nearly an hour, letter by letter, blink by blink, to lay out the truth. The detectives listened in silence, no interruption, no disbelief, just mounting horror. When I finished spelling the sentence, he said, "End her life support today." Harris closed his notebook with a heavy exhale. "We have enough to bury him," he said, "but we're going to get even more." An hour later, the hospital legal team arrived to protect my rights and coordinate with law enforcement. While they spoke with Dr. Singh in the hallway, Avery leaned close, whispering, "You're strong, stronger than you know." Her voice cracked slightly, like she'd been fighting tears for hours. I blinked once in gratitude. For the first time in weeks, I felt less alone. But just when the tension in the room began to loosen, Detective Monroe returned with a grim expression. "We have a development," he said. Avery stepped back, bracing herself. "Derek has a lawyer, a very aggressive one." My blood chilled. "Of course he did." Monroe continued. "He's claiming that your responses are unreliable, that the EEG test was performed under stress and not medically controlled." Avery let out a disgusted sound. "Unbelievable." Monroe held up a hand. "I know, but here's the bigger issue. He's trying to get a court order to regain medical decision-making rights." The words sliced through me like ice. Regain power over my life support, over whether I lived or died. My heart monitor jumped erratically. "Easy," Avery whispered. "Breathe. You're okay." But I wasn't okay. Derek fighting a criminal charge was one thing. Derek trying to regain control of my medical decisions was something else entirely. That was lethal. Monroe spoke quickly. "We are fighting the request, but we need your sister, next of kin, or someone you trust to file emergency guardianship to protect your medical rights." A problem, a huge one. I didn't have nearby family. My closest relative lived across the country, and Derek had isolated me from almost everyone else. The detectives saw the fear in my eyes. "Is there anyone you trust?" Monroe asked. I blinked once. "Avery." Her hand flew to her chest. "Me? If," Monroe clarified gently, "you want her to temporarily act on your behalf to prevent your husband from regaining control." The room was silent. Avery's eyes shimmered with shock and something deeper loyalty. "If you want that," she whispered, "I'll do it. I'll protect you, I promise." That was all I needed. I blinked twice slowly. "Yes." Avery nodded, emotion thick in her voice. "Then we do it, right now." The next hour moved fast. Papers, signatures, hospital oversight. A judge consulted via emergency session. By the time it was over, Avery was legally authorized to make medical decisions for me. And Derek was legally barred from coming within 50 feet of my room. But Derek wasn't Derek unless he found a way to strike back. And he did. Just as evening settled, the detectives returned with a new piece of news that made Avery's face drain of color. Derek had filed a public claim, stating that the hospital had coerced and manipulated me. He accused Avery of influencing my responses. He accused Dr. Singh of forcing a narrative. He accused the entire staff of emotional abuse. The detectives prepared us before speaking. "He's trying to destroy the credibility of everyone who protected you," Monroe said. "He's panicking. But this also means he's going to get more dangerous." My pulse quickened. Avery clenched her jaw. "Let him try," she said quietly, her hand resting protectively on mine. "He doesn't get to hurt her anymore." But we all knew the truth. People like Derek didn't give up. They didn't fade away. They fought until there was nothing left to lose. And Derek had just lost everything. Tomorrow, he would begin his war, and I would have to survive it. The next morning arrived with an eerie stillness, the kind of quiet that isn't peaceful but warning. A quiet before something breaks. Avery sat beside my bed, her scrubs wrinkled, her eyes tired from another sleepless night watching over me. The emergency guardianship papers were finalized just hours ago, and she hadn't left my side since. "We're safe today," she whispered, more like a prayer than a statement. But even she didn't fully believe it. Neither did I. Around 9 a.m., the detectives returned with updates that made the air grow heavier. "Derek's lawyer is filing motions fast," Detective Monroe said. "He's contesting your responses. He's challenging the validity of the EEG, and he's publicly accusing this hospital of misconduct." Dr. Singh shook his head, disgust sharp in his voice. "They're trying to create doubt before the evidence cements." Harris stepped closer to my bed. "He's fighting because he knows the truth is closing in on him." Avery crossed her arms, anger flickering behind her eyes. "Let him fight. We'll win." But the detective's expressions revealed a darker concern. "There's more," Monroe said. "He's trying to get media attention." My heart rate spiked instantly. Media attention meant publicity. Publicity meant exposure. Exposure meant Derek could twist the narrative, make himself the victim, and cast me, his almost dead wife, as confused, manipulated, unstable. And with me stuck in this bed, unable to speak, unable to defend myself, that lie could spread like wildfire. Avery immediately interjected. "What do we do to stop him?" Monroe exhaled slowly. "We can't stop him from talking to the press, but we can strengthen our case. We need more evidence, more proof of intent, more proof the accident wasn't an accident. Proof. Proof of him tampering with my car, proof of his whispered plans, proof he wanted me dead, proof I had heard every syllable." I blinked once. Yes, they needed everything. The detective spent hours with me that day. Avery held my hand as I spelled out every detail: how many times Derek visited me, what he whispered, what he touched, the night he tried to tamper with the ventilator, the inflection of his voice, the exact phrasing of "end her life support today." Every letter was a blade cutting open wounds I wasn't ready to reopen, but I spelled anyway, because my life depended on it. By mid-afternoon, the detectives had pages of documentation and enough confirmation to move forward aggressively. Harris stood and said, "We're preparing a warrant to search his personal devices, his car, his home, and his office." Avery's jaw clenched. "He won't get away with any of it." But her voice held a tremor. Not fear rage. After the detectives left, the room felt darker than usual. The blinds barely let in light. The hum of machines felt louder. Avery sat down heavily. "Gabrielle," she whispered, "you're doing everything right. I know you're exhausted, but we're getting closer." She rested her head at the edge of the bed. "I'm not letting him take anything else from you." Evening crept in, slow and tense. The hallway noise faded, replaced by murmurs from security outside my door. At sunset, a quiet knock came at the doorway. Not security, not a doctor, not a nurse. A woman stepped inside, the hospital social worker assigned to my case, Claire Bennett. Her expression was soft but serious. She pulled up a chair. "Gabrielle," she said gently, "I need to talk to you about something important." Avery straightened beside me, alert. Claire continued, "Your husband has filed an emergency petition claiming that he is being wrongly kept from you. He's arguing that the nurses and the police are influencing your responses." My stomach twisted. "Of course he was," Claire continued carefully. "He's requesting to see you, supervised, for 5 minutes." Avery sat up sharply. "Absolutely not." She turned to Claire. "That man tried to kill her," Claire sighed. "The court hasn't approved the visit, but the request forces us to respond." She looked at me. "If you don't want to see him, we will fight this. But we need a clear answer from you." My chest tightened. The idea of seeing him again made my blood run cold, but something inside me stirred anger, defiance, strength. Derek wanted access because he wanted to control the narrative. He wanted to intimidate me. He wanted to make me doubt myself, doubt what I heard, doubt the truth. But what if I could use that against him? Avery leaned in. "Gabrielle, you don't have to do anything. You owe him nothing." I blinked once, slow, steady. No, I wasn't doing this to see him. I was doing this to expose him. Again, Claire understood. "We'll deny the request," she said softly, "and we'll inform the judge that you refuse contact." Avery exhaled in relief. "Good." But then Claire added, "One more thing. The judge wants a verbal or physical indicator of your awareness within the next 72 hours. Something more than eye movement. Something unquestionable." Fear pulsed through me. My speech wasn't back. My body still barely moved, and 72 hours felt like 72 seconds. When Claire left, Avery dropped into the chair again, her fingers trembling. "We're going to get through this," she whispered fiercely. "I don't care what he files or what he tries. He isn't touching your medical decisions again, and we'll get you that indicator." Her voice was determined but worried. She knew how fragile my progress was. She knew the clock was ticking. Night fell, but sleep didn't come. My body felt like a battlefield. My mind replayed every moment of the last 2 weeks. The whispers, the plans, the lies, the machines keeping me alive. Derek trying to disconnect them. The taser crackling. Security tackling him, his voice screaming my name as if he owned it. But under all of that chaos, something new flickered inside me. Power, not physical power. Not the ability to move or fight or shout, but the power of truth and the power of the people who believed me. Avery returned after checking on another patient. She pulled her chair close, rested her arm on the bed, and whispered, "Tomorrow, we start therapy to get you moving again. Even a finger twitch will be enough to destroy his claims. You're going to beat him, Gabrielle. I know you will." Her confidence warmed me. I blinked once. Yes, I will. As the machines hummed, as the room dimmed, as the last traces of daylight vanished, one thought echoed through me with absolute clarity. He tried to silence me, but I am not done speaking. Not even close. The next 72 hours became a countdown, a race between my failing strength and Derek's desperation to rewrite the truth. Avery barely slept. She stayed beside me for every therapy session, every evaluation, every painful attempt to wake muscles that had been silent for weeks. The physical therapist, a steady, soft-spoken woman named Harper, began the session by placing a small foam cube in my right hand. "Gabrielle," she said slowly, "all I need today is one thing. I need you to try to close your fingers. Even a millimeter counts. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to happen." Avery hovered near my shoulder, eyes fixed on my hand, as if willing it to move with sheer force of belief. My hand felt like stone, like it belonged to someone else, like the idea of moving it was ridiculous. But Harper leaned close. "Don't think muscle," she whispered. "Think memory. Think of every time you held a pen, a coffee mug, your steering wheel. Your body remembers. Let it remember." My body remembered pain. It remembered fear. It remembered Derek's voice whispering death in my ear while I lay helpless. I thought of that night, his hand on the ventilator tube, his whisper, "End her life support today." Rage flared through me, hot, electric, alive. My fingers twitched. Avery gasped. Harper froze. "Again," she said quickly, eyes wide. "Gabrielle, do it again." I pushed every ounce of myself into that hand. My index finger curled not fully, not smoothly, but undeniably. Harper slapped her clipboard. "We have it. We have the movement." Avery's hands flew to her face, tears pouring instantly. "You did it. Gabrielle, you did it." Harper documented every inch of motion with photos, time-stamped notes, muscle response readings, everything. It was enough. Enough to destroy Derek's claim. Enough to prove consciousness beyond doubt. Enough to protect my medical rights permanently. By evening, the evidence had been submitted to the judge. The ruling came in just after 9 p.m. Derek's petition was denied, permanently. He would never again have legal control over any part of my life. Avery read the order out loud with shaking hands. "By the authority of the state," she whispered, voice breaking, "all medical, legal, and personal decision-making rights for Gabrielle Matthews are hereby transferred away from her spouse, effective immediately." I blinked once, long and slow. Relief washed over me like a warm tide, but the universe wasn't done. An hour later, Detective Monroe arrived with news that knocked the breath out of the room. "We have a breakthrough," he said. "We found evidence in Derek's garage, tools with brake fluid residue, his internet search history, a deleted video of him practicing brake line cuts. We also obtained security footage of him entering your parking garage the night before your crash." My heart pounded so violently the machine beeped. Monroe stepped closer. "We now have physical proof he sabotaged your car," Avery whispered. "Thank God." But Monroe's face remained serious. "We confronted him with the evidence this afternoon." He paused, taking a slow breath. "He confessed." The room spun. "He confessed." Monroe continued. "He admitted he cut your brake line. He admitted he planned to stage your death as an accident. He admitted he intended to use your life insurance to pay off debts and start over with someone else." Someone else. Lauren. Monroe didn't say her name, but we all knew. Avery shook her head, disgust and fury filling her eyes. "He thought she was disposable," she muttered, "just like he thought Gabrielle was disposable." Monroe lowered his voice. We have enough to move forward with full charges of attempted first-degree murder. Attempted first-degree murder. The words felt surreal, heavy, final. A part of me wanted to cry, scream, collapse under the weight of it all, but another part of me rose higher than fear could reach. I survived a man who tried to erase me, and now the world finally saw him for who he was. Over the next several weeks, I stayed in recovery, progressing from finger movement to arm movement to faint vocal sounds that Harper celebrated like miracles. Avery visited every day after her shift. The detectives kept me updated. The case against Derek strengthened with each piece of evidence. Lauren fled the state. Derek's employer fired him. His family released a public statement condemning his actions. The world he tried to build on my grave collapsed around him. 6 months later, I attended his trial, not physically strong enough to walk, but strong enough to sit in the courtroom, awake, aware, alive. Derek wouldn't look at me, not once. The recording of him whispering at my bedside was played for the jury. His confession, the brake line evidence, the ventilator interference, every cold detail. When the verdict came, it was unanimous. Guilty on all counts. Attempted first-degree murder, attempted medical interference, reckless endangerment, fraud. He was sentenced to life in prison, no parole for 30 years. Avery sat beside me, squeezing my hand through the entire sentencing. When the judge read the final ruling, she whispered, "It's over." But it wasn't over. Not really. It was a beginning. A new one. A year after the crash, I walked slowly, trembling, but upright across the porch of my new home. The sun was warm. The air smelled like possibility. Avery sat behind the camera, smiling through tears, filming as I began telling my story to the world. Not as a victim, but as a survivor. My voice was still soft, still strained, but it was mine. "My husband tried to end my life," I said into the lens. "But I'm still here." Avery wiped her eyes. "Say it," she whispered. I looked straight into the camera. Strong, steady, unbroken. "And I'm not done fighting." That was the truth. The truest thing I had ever said. I was alive, I was free, and no one would ever silence me again. I need you to listen to me carefully, because the story I'm about to tell you is not something I ever imagined would come out of my mouth. I'm sitting on my porch right now, the sun warm on my face, a glass of iced tea sweating beside me, and I look like any other woman enjoying a quiet Georgia afternoon. But nothing about my life has been quiet lately. Nothing about what happened to me was normal. And if you're watching this, please hit that like button, subscribe, and tell me where you're watching from, because what I'm about to share might help someone out there who doesn't even know they're in danger yet. My name is Maya Brooks. I'm 34 years old, 8 months pregnant, and until recently, I thought I understood heartbreak. I thought I knew what betrayal felt like. I thought I knew how low a person could sink. I was wrong. Because a few months ago, my ex-husband forced me, his pregnant ex-wife, to sing at his wedding. Not as a guest, not as family, not as anything human. I was supposed to stand under those crystal chandeliers, belly swollen with the child he didn't even want, and perform like some kind of circus act while he married the woman he left me for. He wanted to humiliate me, to reduce me to something small and broken, to make sure everyone saw me as the pathetic ghost of his past while he celebrated his shiny new future. But before I tell you what I did on that stage, before I tell you how everything exploded in his face, you need to understand the road that led me there. You need to know what our marriage really was. Anthony and I met when I was 22. Back then, he was magnetic, charming in that silky way older men can be, confident in every room he walked into, the kind of man who always seemed 10 steps ahead of everyone else. And when he looked at you, it felt like gravity shifted. I didn't stand a chance. By the time I turned 26, we were married. And for a while, I believed I'd won the life every woman dreamed of. A handsome husband, a beautiful home, stability, a future. I didn't realize then that comfort can be a cage, that sometimes the softness you cling to is quietly killing you. Anthony changed slowly, like winter creeping into fall. A cold comment here, a controlling suggestion there, a little criticism disguised as help, a little jealousy disguised as love. I brushed it off because that's what we're trained to do, especially women, especially black women raised to be strong, reasonable, understanding. I kept thinking I just had to be patient, supportive, loving, that if I stood by his side, he'd come back to the man I married. But Anthony wasn't drifting, he was shedding. Shedding the version of himself he showed me, shedding the parts of our marriage that didn't benefit him anymore. And the more success he found in his business, the more disposable I became. He would vanish for nights at a time, claiming work dinners or networking events, and I believed him because believing him was easier than admitting the truth. He mocked my art career, told me it wasn't real work, that no one made money painting, that I should be grateful he provided stability. Every little dream I had, he ground down until it was dust. And then the pregnancy happened. I still remember the sound of my own heartbeat when I saw the test turn positive. I'd always wanted to be a mother. I thought it would save us, heal us, give us something to rebuild around. I didn't know it would be the trigger that exposed everything. Anthony didn't react with joy, not even mild surprise. No, he reacted with irritation, like I'd done something selfish and inconvenient. A baby wasn't part of his plans, he said. A baby would slow him down. A baby would tie him to me. And suddenly, the man who once vowed to build a life with me couldn't stand to be in the same room. 2 weeks later, he stopped coming home at all. The night he finally returned, he sat at our kitchen table with his hands folded like a businessman about to deliver a deal, not a husband about to destroy his wife, and told me he wanted an immediate divorce. No discussion, no therapy, no emotion, just an abrupt end to 8 years of love that apparently only existed in my imagination. I said I was pregnant. He shrugged. I asked what he wanted me to do. He said, "Figure it out." The next morning, I packed a bag and left because staying felt like dying. The house wasn't a home anymore. It was a tomb I was expected to decorate. But here's the thing about men like Anthony. They don't let you walk away clean. He still had leverage, money, influence, lawyers, and the one thing he knew I cared about more than my own heartbeat, our baby's future. So when he asked to talk, I agreed. When he told me he wanted to be civil, I agreed. When he said he wanted to support the pregnancy, I agreed. I didn't realize every act of kindness was just another rope tightening around my throat. I didn't realize he had a plan. And I definitely didn't realize how far he would go to make sure I stayed beneath his heel, even after the divorce papers were signed. But I learned. And you'll learn too when I tell you what happened next. Because the wedding invitation was only the beginning, and the humiliation he prepared for me was nothing compared to what he never expected me to do in return. After the divorce, I thought the worst was over. I thought walking out of that house with my suitcase and my unborn child was rock bottom. I thought there was nothing left Anthony could take from me. But some men don't let go because they don't see you as someone to love, they see you as something to own. And even when they're done with you, they want the world to remember you as theirs, broken and small. The first few weeks on my own were a blur. I rented a tiny apartment above a laundromat, the kind where the walls shake when the machines downstairs hit the spin cycle. I slept on a cheap mattress on the floor and ate cereal for dinner because my stomach clenched too tight to hold anything heavier. But it was mine, my space, my air, no footsteps pacing in the hallway, no slammed doors, no silent dinners where I felt myself disappearing inch by inch. I thought that meant freedom. It didn't. Anthony still called. At first, it was casual enough to seem harmless. He'd ask how the baby was doing, if I'd been to my doctor's appointment, if I needed anything. His tone always had this soft, fake warmth, like he was reading lines from a script. And I responded politely because I still believed in co-parenting, in honesty, in giving people the chance to do better. I didn't realize then that manipulation doesn't end when the relationship does, it just gets quieter, more calculated. He'd say things like, "You don't have to do this alone, Maya. I want to help," or "Despite everything, we're still connected," or "I'll always care about you." But between those gentle phrases were little Barb's remarks meant to remind me I'd lost something he still owned. "You look tired in this picture. Are you even taking care of yourself? Pregnancy is hard when you're stressed. Maybe if you hadn't rushed out so quickly. It's a shame the baby won't grow up in a stable home. And every time he spoke like that, a piece of me shrank, even when I told myself not to listen. I blocked him twice, and both times he found a way around it. New number, email, messages left with mutual friends. I stopped telling people updates about my pregnancy because I knew anything they knew. He'd eventually know too. I kept my world small and quiet. I went to appointments alone. I painted in the tiny corner of my apartment whenever my body allowed it, losing myself in colors because they didn't judge, didn't demand, didn't hurt. But healing isn't a straight line. Some nights I cried so hard, I had to hold my belly and whisper apologies to the little life growing inside me. Some mornings I woke up feeling empty and heavy at the same time, like grief and exhaustion had fused into one dense fog. And then one afternoon, maybe 6 weeks after I left, Anthony showed up. No warning, no invitation. Just knocked on my apartment door like we were still married, like he still belonged there. Seeing him in that narrow hallway with his designer coat and expensive cologne felt wrong, like he was too polished for a place that smelled like detergent and burnt toast. He looked me up and down, taking in the cramped space behind me. "This is where you live now?" he asked, voice dripping with the kind of judgment only a man who's never struggled a day in his life can muster. "It's temporary," I said, "and it's enough." He stepped inside without waiting for an invitation. His eyes scanned everything, the thrift store coffee table, the mismatched dishes, the little stack of prenatal vitamins on the counter. "You deserve better than this," he said, pretending it was concern instead of criticism. "You shouldn't be living like this while carrying my child." I almost laughed, because where was that concern when he walked out? Where was that protectiveness when he told me to figure it out? But I swallowed the comeback. I didn't want to fight. I just wanted him gone. Then he said the line that made my stomach twist. "We should talk about the wedding." I froze. I didn't even know he was engaged already. I didn't even know he'd proposed. "Wedding?" I repeated. "You're getting married?" He smiled a slow, satisfied smile like this was something he'd been waiting to drop on me. "Yes, Charlotte and I are planning something beautiful, elegant, memorable." Memorable. The word hit me wrong, heavy and sharp, but I didn't know yet why. "Congratulations," I forced out. "I hope it works out better for you this time." He ignored the jab. He always ignored anything that didn't fit his narrative. "The reason I came," he said, "is because we want you to sing." At first, I thought I misheard. I actually blinked because for a moment my brain couldn't wrap itself around the absurdity. "Sing," I repeated, "at your wedding?" "It would mean a lot," he said. "For closure, for healing, for optics." Optics, there it was. The truth slipping through. I felt something in my chest crack, slow and painful. "You want your pregnant ex-wife to get on a stage and perform at your wedding?" He shrugged. "You're a beautiful singer, everyone knows that. It would show we're on good terms, good terms. After abandoning me, after humiliating me, after replacing me like a broken appliance, I opened my mouth to say no, to tell him he was insane, to scream. But then he added softly, "Cooperation looks good in custody agreements." And in that moment, I understood. This wasn't a request. It was a threat wrapped in silk. I felt my baby kick, a sharp flutter under my rib, and my entire world shrank to that one movement. I wasn't just fighting for myself anymore. I was fighting for the tiny life inside me. So I stayed quiet, and my silence was all the permission he needed. He smiled, kissed my forehead like he still had the right, and said, "Thank you, Maya. This will be good for everyone." When he left, I sank to the floor, arms around my belly, trembling so hard I thought my bones might break. I didn't know it then, but that moment my silence, his smile set everything in motion. The wedding invitation, the humiliation he planned, and the revenge I didn't even know I was capable of. And that is where everything truly began. From the moment Anthony walked out of my apartment that day, my life became a countdown. Not to my due date, not to the nursery I'd never get to build, but to the wedding, his wedding. The wedding where I would stand pregnant, exhausted, still emotionally bruised, and sing like some kind of twisted offering to prove I wasn't difficult, to prove I could cooperate, to prove I wasn't the angry ex-wife he'd probably painted me to be. I hated myself for not saying no. I hated the fear that tightened around my ribs every time he mentioned custody. I hated the guilt that bloomed in my chest every time the baby kicked, like this child could feel everything I felt, like it was absorbing all my fear, all my stress. I kept telling myself I'd find a way out, but every time I tried to imagine confronting Anthony again, I could hear his voice reminding me, cooperation looks good in court. I wasn't just up against him, I was up against his money, his lawyers, his polished reputation, and every choice I made had the shadow of my unborn child behind it. So I prepared, not as a guest, not as entertainment. As a survivor, taking mental snapshots of every exit, every danger, every detail. I bought a simple dress, something loose enough for my pregnancy belly, dark enough that no one would notice if my hands trembled. I practiced the songs he requested, even though it made bile rise in my throat. I didn't sleep much. Nights were the worst. Nights were when everything I pretended to be strong about crashed over me. I'd lie awake listening to the hum of the laundromat downstairs, holding my stomach, whispering, "I'm sorry, baby, I'm trying. I promise I'm trying." The closer the date came, the more tightly dread curled inside me. I went to my doctor's appointment alone, sat in the parking lot afterward, and cried quietly behind the steering wheel because my blood pressure was high, my stress levels were too much, and she warned me that I needed to rest. Rest. How do you rest when someone is deliberately trying to break you? 2 days before the wedding, Charlotte called me. I didn't even know she had my number. When I answered, her voice sounded as sweet as powdered sugar, the kind of sweetness that always hides poison underneath. "Maya," she said, stretching my name like it was something she could mold in her hands. "I just wanted to thank you again for agreeing to sing at our ceremony. It means more than you know." I could hear chatter in the background, clinking glasses, laughter. She was probably at her bridal shower, celebrating her brand new love story built on the ruins of mine. "I didn't agree for you," I said calmly. "I agreed for the baby." A small pause, then she laughed light, airy, fake. "Of course. Well, I just wanted to tell you the dress code, pastels, something soft and flattering. I'm sure you'll find something appropriate." Appropriate. A word that burned hotter than any insult. Like my growing belly made me inappropriate. Like my existence in their fairy tale wedding was something that needed to be softened, muted, painted over. When she hung up, I sat on the edge of my bed and stared at the wall for a long time. And then, something inside me shifted. Something subtle but firm, like a gear clicking into place. I realized that they didn't just want me there. They wanted me small, embarrassed, humiliated. They wanted people to whisper, "Look at her," and "Poor thing," and "What a mess." They wanted to control the narrative. And suddenly, the humiliation they planned didn't scare me. It fueled me. 2 nights before the wedding, I walked to the corner store for ginger tea. On the way home, it started raining, a soft drizzle at first, and then a downpour so heavy I had to run the last block. When I got inside, soaked and shivering, I caught my reflection in the mirror. Mascara smudged, hair dripping, dress clinging to my belly, and yet there was something fierce in my eyes. Something I hadn't seen in months, maybe years. Strength. Not the fragile strength people talk about. Real strength, the kind that forms in the cracks of your breaking. I stood there, dripping water on the floor, staring at myself, and whispered, "They think I'm going there to be humiliated." My reflection stared back, stronger than I felt. "But they have no idea what I'm capable of." The next morning, Anthony texted me the schedule. A precise minute-by-minute breakdown of his perfect day. Ceremony at 4, reception at 5. My performance at 6. My performance? Like I was a hired singer instead of the woman carrying his child. I didn't reply. I didn't need to. The plan he thought he controlled was already breaking apart, even if he didn't see it yet. By the evening before the wedding, I packed my things slowly. Not because I didn't know what to wear, but because my hands were steady in a way they hadn't been in a long time. The fear was still there, but it had shape now. And anything with shape can be fought. I laid a hand on my stomach and said softly, "Tomorrow won't break us, it'll free us." And for the first time since Anthony told me he wanted a divorce, I believed it. The morning of the wedding, I woke before sunrise. The sky was pale pink, the kind that doesn't stay long. I showered, dressed, braided my hair gently, put on makeup slowly so the swelling under my eyes wouldn't show. Not because I wanted to look good for them, but because I wanted to look whole, present, unshakable. When I stepped outside, the air was warm, the world quiet, and for a moment, I felt ready. And as I walked to the rideshare car waiting for me, one thought followed me like a heartbeat, steady and cold and true. They invited me to the wedding to break me. They were about to learn what a terrible mistake that was. The car ride to the wedding felt like floating underwater. Everything outside the window looked blurred and distant, like the world was moving too fast while I was stuck in slow motion. I kept one hand on my belly the whole time, feeling the occasional soft roll from the baby, each movement grounding me in my body, reminding me what I was fighting for. My phone buzzed once Anthony checking if I was on schedule and I didn't reply. Not because I forgot, not because I was scared, but because for the first time since the divorce, I didn't feel obligated to reassure him. When the car pulled up to the venue, I felt my breath catch for a second. It was extravagant, twinkling lights, white roses arranged in perfect arches, a walkway rolled out like a red carpet. Everything screamed money and ego. Everything looked exactly like the kind of spectacle Anthony always craved. I stepped out slowly, adjusting the hem of my dusty rose dress, the soft pastel Charlotte insisted on. It draped over my stomach gently, and for a moment, the breeze lifted the fabric in a way that made me feel ethereal instead of exposed. I walked inside. No one greeted me. No one guided me. It was like I wasn't a guest, or an artist, or even a human, just a problem someone hoped would stay out of sight until needed. I made my way to the small side room the wedding planner had directed me to earlier, a holding room, she called it, like I was luggage. The room had a mirror, a chair, and a bottle of water placed neatly on a table. Nothing else. I sat down, hands trembling just slightly. I could hear the muffled music from the ceremony area, guests chatting, chairs moving, the kind of soft laughter that belongs to people who've never truly been broken. And then I heard footsteps approaching. Slow, confident, purposeful. The door opened and there he was, Anthony. Dressed in a tailored cream suit, cufflinks glinting, hair slicked perfectly. He looked like success sculpted into human form. And yet, all I felt when I saw him was a cold, hollow detachment. He scanned me from head to toe, not with admiration, not with affection, but with evaluation like I was merchandise he needed to inspect before displaying. "You look presentable," he said. Presentable. Not beautiful. Not radiant. Not glowing with pregnancy. Presentable. "Thank you," I said, my voice flat. He stepped closer, lowering his voice as if he had the right to intimacy. "Just follow the plan. Sing what we discussed. No surprises. I don't want drama today." I almost laughed, because the way he said, "I don't want drama today," sounded like a man who'd never taken responsibility for the chaos he created. But I kept my face still, calm, controlled. His eyes drifted to my belly. For a moment, just a second, I thought I saw something soften. Maybe guilt, maybe nostalgia, maybe the faintest flicker of humanity. But then he blinked, and it was gone. "Charlotte doesn't want you visible until after the ceremony," he added, like I was an eyesore. "So stay in here until someone comes to get you." Before I could respond, Charlotte appeared behind him. A white lace gown hugged her figure, hair curled perfectly, makeup flawless like a magazine bride. She smiled at me, but it wasn't warm. It was brittle, decorative, like smiling at a showroom mannequin. "Maya," she said brightly, "how are we feeling today?" "We?" The word made my jaw clench. "I'm fine," I said. "Good," she chirped. "I know this must be emotional for you. But thank you again for doing this. It shows such maturity." Such maturity. As if humiliation was a sign of grace. As if agreeing to her twisted performance made me noble instead of trapped. Anthony leaned in, whispering sharply, "Just stay in here. We'll send someone when it's time." They walked away together, their silhouettes framed in the hallway light, perfect, unified, polished. And I sat there, alone in the dim room, feeling the walls close in. For a moment, the weight of everything hit me so hard I tasted metal. I grabbed the edge of the table and forced myself to breathe slowly. In, out, Out. This wasn't the moment to break. This wasn't the moment to cry. This was the moment to remember who I was before Anthony tried to shrink me. I closed my eyes and felt my baby move slow, steady, alive. And I whispered, "We're going to get through this, I promise." Minutes passed, or maybe an hour. Time felt strange. Then finally, a young man in a headset knocked on the door. "They're ready for you," he said. I stood up, smoothing my dress, lifting my chin. My knees ached from the weight of pregnancy, but my spine felt unshakable. I followed him down the hallway. The reception hall was glowing with golden light, guests seated at round tables draped in linen, a raised stage at the front with a microphone waiting. As I walked toward it, conversations hushed. Heads turned, eyes widened. Some people recognized me, some whispered, some looked confused. And some, mostly women, looked at me with a soft, painful kind of sympathy, the kind that says, "I'm so sorry this is happening to you." Anthony stood near the edge of the stage, watching me approach with a satisfied nod, like I was a final piece of decor falling into place. Charlotte, now with a glass of champagne in hand, smiled serenely as though my presence was a charming footnote in her perfect evening. The planner gestured for me to step up onto the stage. My heart thudded. My throat tightened. The microphone stood in front of me like a challenge, and as I wrapped my hand around it, something inside me clicked into place. The room quieted. The spotlight warmed my skin. Anthony and Charlotte settled beside each other, hands intertwined, waiting to watch me perform my own humiliation. But what none of them realized, not Anthony, not Charlotte, not any of the guests waiting for their entertainment, was that I didn't come here to be small. I didn't come here to bow my head. I came here with a truth they had no idea was about to burn their entire fairy tale down. And as I took a slow breath, lifting the microphone to my lips, I knew this was the moment everything would change. The second my fingers wrapped around the microphone, the entire room dissolved into a soft hum, like everything beyond the stage faded into slow motion. For the first time that evening, I felt oddly calm. Not peaceful, no, peace wasn't part of that night, but focused, cold, razor sharp. 1,000 strangers stared at me, their faces a blurry blend of curiosity, pity, and confusion. And yet the only two people who existed in my world at that moment were Anthony and Charlotte. They sat hand in hand, basking in their golden spotlight, the perfect couple on their perfect night, expecting me to be the tragic ornament they forced onto their stage. I could have laughed at the absurdity of it all if it didn't hurt so much. A server passed near their table, and Charlotte tilted her head toward me like she was watching the opening act of a show she didn't care much about, humored, indulgent, certain she was untouchable. Anthony leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on me with that condescending confidence I knew too well, the kind that said he still believed he owned the narrative, owned the room, owned me. I drew a breath, lifted the mic, and began singing the song he requested, the one he thought would fit the mood of their wedding. A soft, sweet, harmless love song. The kind of song you'd play during sunset at a beach ceremony when the world pretends love is simple. My voice floated out gently, smooth but trembling with something deeper. The guests relaxed. People smiled. A few even swayed lightly in their seats. And for a moment, I let myself fall into the music, not because it was beautiful, but because singing had always been the one thing in my life I controlled completely. Anthony could belittle my career, crush my ambitions, and break my heart, but he could never touch my voice. But halfway through the second verse, the baby kicked hard, sharp, like a warning, and something inside me shifted. I tightened my grip on the microphone. I stopped singing. A stunned silence swept across the room. The pianist faltered. Anthony's face stiffened the way it always did whenever something didn't go according to his plan. Charlotte blinked, her champagne glass pausing halfway to her lips. For a moment, the entire wedding froze. I could hear my pulse thudding in my ears. My hands were shaking not from fear, but from the weight of what I was about to do. I lowered the mic slightly, my voice steady as I said, "I'm sorry, I can't sing that song." A ripple of murmurs washed through the crowd. Anthony stood up, jaw clenched, his voice low but sharp. "Maya," he hissed, "stick to the plan." But I'd stuck to his plans long enough. I raised the microphone again, ignoring the tightening in my chest, the sweat forming at the base of my spine, the look of growing panic in Charlotte's eyes. And then I began singing a different song, one he hadn't approved, one he would never have allowed, one that held every truth I had swallowed for years, a song about betrayal, about lies, about being replaced, about being abandoned while carrying the child of the man who promised forever. My voice filled the hall, raw and powerful, each word slicing through the air like a blade. Guests turned in their seats, whispering, leaning in. Charlotte's lips parted slowly, like she was witnessing something horrifying unfold in real time. Anthony took a step toward the stage, but the song kept going, louder, stronger, unstoppable. With every lyric, secrets spilled. Not specific details, no, I didn't need to expose dates, or names, or receipts. The emotion alone was enough. Anyone with a heart could hear what had happened to me. Anyone paying attention could understand the cruelty behind the performance they forced on me. And everyone with an ounce of empathy suddenly realized I was not here by choice. I was here because I had been cornered. The room shifted. People exchanged looks. Some guests stared at Anthony with tightening expressions. Others looked at Charlotte with discomfort. My truth was unraveling the fantasy they tried so hard to build. When the final note left my lips, the silence was deafening. Not applause, not cheers, just stunned, heavy, quiet. I held the microphone at my side, chest rising and falling as I caught my breath. Anthony broke first. "What the hell are you doing?" he snapped, his voice echoing loud enough for everyone to hear. Charlotte stood too, her face pale beneath her makeup. "This isn't appropriate," she whispered, clutching the edge of the tablecloth. I looked at them, really looked at them, and for the first time in months, I wasn't afraid. "You asked me to sing?" I said softly. My voice amplified through the speakers, reaching every corner of the hall. So I sang the truth. A woman near the front wiped tears from her cheeks. Another shook her head, glaring at Anthony like she'd just solved a puzzle she didn't like the answer to. Anthony stormed toward the stage, fury radiating off him. But before he could reach me, something unexpected happened. Someone stood up his aunt, a woman I'd always loved, always admired. She stepped between us, blocking him, her voice cold and sharp. "Sit down, Anthony," she said. "Look at what you've done." He froze. It was the first time I'd ever seen him look uncertain in public. The wedding planner rushed up, whispering frantically in Charlotte's ear, while guests shifted uncomfortably. The illusion had cracked. The perfect image they spent months crafting shattered in minutes. I stepped down from the stage, my hand on my belly, my back straight. No one stopped me. No one dared. As I walked toward the exit, I heard a cluster of whispers. I didn't know she was pregnant. He made her sing? That poor woman? This is horrible. Each voice was a small reclaiming of my narrative. Each whisper was a truth escaping the cage Anthony tried so hard to build. Before I left the hall completely, I turned one last time. Anthony stood stiff, jaw locked, eyes burning with a mix of rage and fear. Not fear of me, but fear of exposure. Fear of losing control. Fear of what people now saw him as. Charlotte looked like her entire fantasy wedding had crumbled in real time, and maybe it had. I pushed the door open, stepping into the cool night air, breathing in deeply for the first time that day. My heart raced, my belly tightened, my legs trembled, but my spirit felt lighter than it had in years. I didn't know yet what consequences would follow. I didn't know if Anthony would retaliate. I didn't know how messy things would get. I only knew one thing for certain. They invited me to their wedding to disgrace me. But I walked out on my own terms. And for the first time in so long, I felt like I had finally taken my life back. When I stepped outside the wedding hall, the night air hit my face like a cold slap, sharp enough to make my breath catch in my throat. My legs trembled from the adrenaline still pulsing through me. But I kept walking, one hand pressed to my belly, trying to soothe the baby as he kicked anxiously beneath my ribs. The parking lot was lit by rows of dim yellow lamps, buzzing lightly, their glow stretching my shadow across the asphalt. I didn't have a car. I hadn't come to the wedding with the intention of escaping on my own, but the thought of turning back, of facing Anthony again, was enough to make tears sting my eyes. I wiped them away quickly. I didn't want even the night to see me break. Far behind me, through the doors I'd just left, I heard the faint swell of voices, rising, angry voices, confused voices, Charlotte's shrill questions, the wedding planner trying desperately to restore order. I didn't look back, not even once. My phone buzzed in my hand. I hesitated, staring at the bright screen as the name flashed. Nadine, my best friend. The one person who had begged me not to go tonight. My thumb hovered before I finally answered. Her voice rushed through the speaker in a frantic whisper. Maya, please tell me you're okay. I saw the video, somebody already posted it online. What happened? Where are you? I swallowed hard, my voice barely steady. Outside. I'm leaving. Leaving with who? She demanded. You shouldn't be alone right now. I let out a shaky exhale. I'll call a ride. I just need a minute to breathe. There was a pause, then her voice softened into something fierce. Anthony can't hurt you anymore. Do you hear me? Come home. I'm heading there now. I'll meet you. Home. The word cracked something inside me. I ended the call quietly, leaned against the cool metal of a street lamp, and let myself feel everything I'd been swallowing for months. Fear, anger, heartbreak, exhaustion so deep it rewired my bones. I could have stayed there forever, frozen between past and future, but the baby kicked again, harder this time, as if reminding me that he needed me to move, to keep going, to survive. So I pushed off the lamp and opened the rideshare app. A car was 7 minutes away. 7 minutes felt like a lifetime, but I waited, hugging myself as a couple walked past the lot, still dressed in wedding attire, whispering to each other. The woman glanced at me, recognition flashing in her eyes. She knew who I was. They must have been guests. She pressed her lips together like she wanted to say something, maybe an apology for something she didn't even do, but she didn't approach. She just nudged her partner and hurried away. I didn't blame her. I wouldn't want to be near me either if I'd just seen what I saw inside that hall. When the car finally arrived, I slid into the back seat. The driver, a middle-aged woman with soft brown eyes, looked at me through the mirror. Rough night? She asked gently. The kind of gentle that comes from experience, not curiosity. I only nodded. My voice had disappeared again. She didn't probe, she just drove. The city lights blurred into streaks outside the window as we cut through the quiet streets. That's when my phone buzzed again, this time with a message from a number I knew by heart even though I wished I didn't. Anthony. The notification preview glared at me. We need to talk. Do not leave. A cold shiver crawled down my spine. I pressed the power button and shut the phone off completely. I didn't owe him a single second more of my fear. When we reached my apartment, Nadine was already waiting by the building entrance, her arms folded tight across her chest, her eyes red not from crying, but from fury. She rushed to me the second I got out of the car, grabbing my shoulders. Let me look at you. She scanned my face like she was checking for bruises Anthony had left long before tonight. I whispered, I'm okay. But my voice cracked, betraying the lie. She hugged me without another word, and as soon as her arms wrapped around me, everything I'd been holding inside finally burst. The sobs I'd held back through the performance, through the walk outside, through the car ride, they all came rushing out in violent waves. Nadine held me tighter, rubbing my back. Shh. I know. Let it out. You're safe now. Safe. I didn't feel safe. Not yet. Not when Anthony knew where I lived. Not when he was capable of so much cruelty wrapped in charm. But for now, safe enough. Nadine helped me upstairs, guiding me like my legs were made of glass. The apartment was dark, except for the faint glow of the kitchen light I'd forgotten to turn off earlier. It felt foreign, like I was stepping into someone else's life. The silence was thick, heavy, almost suffocating. I set my purse down, leaned against the counter, and wiped my face with shaking hands. Nadine hovered close, watching me with worry etched into every line of her expression. Do you want tea? She asked softly. I didn't. I didn't want anything, but I nodded anyway, because normal things felt like they might anchor me to myself again. While she filled the kettle, I sank into the kitchen chair, one hand resting on my belly, my mind replaying the wedding in sharp flashes, Anthony's expression twisting, Charlotte's perfect facade cracking, the audience's whispers swelling. My throat tightened. I ruined their wedding, I whispered. Nadine turned sharply. No, they ruined your life. What you did tonight was reclaiming a piece of it. I wish I believed her. Before she could say more, someone pounded on the downstairs building door, heavy, frantic, unmistakable. Nadine froze mid-step. My blood ran cold. He had come, Anthony had come, and suddenly the night wasn't over. It was only turning darker. Stay quiet, Nadine mouthed. The pounding continued. My heart raced so fast I could barely breathe. I thought I had escaped him at the wedding. But standing there in my dark kitchen, trembling, pregnant, exhausted, I realized something chilling. Anthony was not going to let me leave quietly. Not now, not ever. The pounding on the building door grew louder, shaking through the walls, each thud cutting into my chest like a warning I wasn't ready to face. Nadine's eyes widened, and she quickly set the kettle down, her hands trembling slightly, even though she tried to hide it. Maya, she whispered, that's him. It has to be him. My breath hitched as the baby shifted again inside me, sensing my fear. I pressed a hand to my belly, forcing myself to inhale slowly, even as everything inside begged me to run, to hide, to disappear. The knocking turned into an aggressive slamming, and then Anthony's voice roared through the hallway, muffled but unmistakable. Maya, open the damn door. I know you're inside. Nadine's face twisted with anger. She moved toward the intercom before I could stop her, slammed the button, and snapped. She doesn't want to see you. Leave. His response was immediate and venomous. Stay out of this, Nadine. This is between me and my wife. Nadine clicked off the intercom with a disgusted scoff. Ex-wife? She muttered. But that only enraged him more. The pounding became relentless. I felt myself shrinking back, gripping the table like it was the only thing tethering me to the ground. He's going to break the door, I whispered, horrified at how small my voice sounded. Nadine shook her head firmly. No, he won't. Not with neighbors around. He's a coward who only performs when he has an audience he thinks he can control. But even as she said it, doubt flickered in her eyes. The pounding stopped abruptly. Silence washed through the hall, and for a moment, the quiet felt even more terrifying. Nadine moved to the peephole cautiously, taking a quick look before she pulled back. He's still there. Just standing. My stomach twisted. Anthony never stood still unless he was planning something. I whispered, "What's he doing?" "Just staring at the door," she said, "like he's waiting for you to come crawling." I closed my eyes and swallowed the rising nausea. For years I had done exactly that, come crawling, apologizing for things that weren't my fault, begging for moments of peace, sacrificing my voice, my sanity, my safety for the illusion of love. Not tonight, not ever again. The sound of footsteps finally echoed down the hall, fading slowly, and Nadine exhaled shakily. Okay, I think he left. But even she didn't sound convinced. I forced myself to stand. I need to sit somewhere else. I feel trapped in here. She nodded and guided me to the living room, switching on a small lamp so the room didn't feel as suffocating. I sank onto the couch, exhausted in a way that felt spiritual. Nadine sat beside me, keeping a careful eye on the door as if it might suddenly burst open. "Do you want to call the police?" she asked softly. I shook my head. "Not yet." Her eyebrows shot up. "Maya, he just chased you from his wedding. He's pounding on your door in the middle of the night. He's escalating." "I know," I whispered, rubbing my belly. "But if I call the police now, all he'll get is a warning. And when he's angry, warnings make him worse." Nadine clenched her jaw, torn between arguing and respecting my choice. We sat in uneasy silence for several minutes before she finally said, "Then what do you want to do?" The question hung in the air like smoke. I didn't know how to answer. What did I want? Safety, peace, freedom. A life where my baby wouldn't grow up watching me flinch at every raised voice or sudden sound. A future where Anthony wasn't the shadow looming over every step I took. But wanting something and having the strength to chase it were two very different things. My phone vibrated again. I had forgotten turning it off earlier. The screen flashed with a string of missed calls, 10 from Anthony, 3 from Charlotte, 2 from unknown numbers. Nadine leaned over, her eyes widening. "Don't answer any of them." I didn't plan to. But one text, sent just 3 minutes earlier, made my blood run cold. "If you don't come out and talk to me, you'll regret it." Nadine grabbed the phone from my hand. Enough, we're calling the police now. Nadine, but she wasn't listening. She stood and paced toward the kitchen, dialing with quick, furious movements. While she spoke to the dispatcher, my heart thudded painfully. Fear battled with guilt, guilt with dread, dread with the faintest spark of relief. When she returned, she said quietly, "They're sending a patrol car to watch the building for the night. They can't arrest him unless he's here when they arrive, but they'll take this seriously." My throat tightened. "Thank you." She sat again and took my hand. "You don't have to thank me. You didn't deserve any of this. And now that the whole world saw what he did tonight, he's panicking. People like him don't handle losing control well." The thought made my skin prickle. Anthony without control was a dangerous creature. I leaned back on the couch, closing my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. Exhaustion tugged at me, but sleep felt impossible. Not with the fear that Anthony could still be out there. Not with my mind replaying the humiliation he tried to stage. Not with the weight of the baby resting against my ribcage, reminding me that I wasn't only protecting myself anymore. Hours passed slowly. Every creak of the building made me jump. Every hum of the elevator made my heart sprint. Nadine eventually dozed off in the armchair, but I stayed awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the quiet pulse of the night. When the first faint glow of morning crept in through the blinds, I finally exhaled. I had survived the night, but I knew Anthony, and a terrifying certainty settled in my chest. He wasn't finished with me. Not by a long shot. Morning light filled the apartment in pale stripes, soft but unforgiving, revealing every sign of the sleepless night clinging to me like a second skin. My head throbbed dully, my eyes burned from crying, and my body felt heavier than it had ever been, not just from pregnancy, but from the emotional weight pressing down on me. Nadine stirred in the armchair, rubbing her face as the sun brushed her cheeks. For a moment, she looked confused, trying to remember where she was. Then her eyes snapped open in worry. "Maya, you didn't sleep at all, did you?" I shook my head weakly. "I couldn't." She sighed, stood, and stretched the stiffness from her limbs before coming over and kneeling in front of me. "We're calling a lawyer today. And a therapist. And maybe even moving you out of this place. I don't care what it takes. We're not letting him get another inch of your life." Her determination both comforted and overwhelmed me. "I need to figure things out," I whispered. "I don't want to make decisions while I feel like this." "I know," she murmured. "But you need a plan." She was right. The idea of confronting Anthony in any official capacity, lawyers, police, restraining orders, made my stomach twist in fear. But the alternative, doing nothing, letting him linger like a shadow ready to strike, was worse. I stood slowly, bracing my back with one hand. The apartment felt too small, too tight around me. "I need fresh air," I said, before anything else. Nadine grabbed her coat. "I'm coming with you." We stepped out into the warm morning, the city already stirring with early traffic and dog walkers. The normalcy of it made my chest ache. Just last night I had stood in a glittering wedding hall, humiliated, heartbroken, exposed. Today, the world went on like nothing had happened. We walked down the block to a small park, quiet except for the birds scattered across the grass. I sank onto a bench, breathing deeply, letting the air clear some of the fog in my head. Nadine sat close, her eyes scanning the street like she expected Anthony to appear at any moment. The thought made me jumpy too. "What do you think he'll do next?" I whispered, almost afraid to hear the answer. Nadine hesitated. "Honestly, he'll try to flip the story. He'll blame you, rewrite the narrative, pretend he's the victim. That's what men like him do when their image cracks." I swallowed hard. She wasn't wrong. Anthony's entire identity depended on control of his reputation, his relationships, even my emotions. And if he can't spin it? Nadine's voice softened with a frightening clarity. "Then he'll try to intimidate you." My heart stuttered. Intimidation, threats, manipulation. All things I had lived through. All things I feared would escalate. I cupped my belly, whispering to the life inside me, "I'm not letting him hurt you." Nadine leaned her head on my shoulder. "We'll protect you both, I promise." My phone buzzed again. The sound tore through me like a shard of ice. Nadine's head snapped up. "Do not check it," but I already had. The message preview was from an unknown number, though I recognized the style immediately. "You embarrassed yourself last night. Come talk to me and we can fix this. Fix this. Fix this." Like he hadn't orchestrated the entire humiliation. Like I had ruined his moment. Nadine cursed under her breath. "Block it." "I will," I murmured. But my fingers were frozen, because another message appeared instantly. "If you think police are going to save you, you're wrong." My blood ran cold. I felt the world tilt slightly, like gravity had betrayed me. Nadine snatched the phone from my hands. "That's it. Restraining order. Today. No more waiting." I didn't argue. I couldn't. The baby shifted again, responding to my stress, and I forced myself to breathe slowly so I wouldn't panic. "Let's go," I said quietly, before he texts again. We left the park and headed toward the main street. But halfway down the block, Nadine grabbed my arm, her nails digging in slightly. "Don't panic," she whispered, even though panic was already crawling up my spine. "Look." I followed her gaze. A black SUV, parked across from the apartment building. Engine off, windows tinted. But I didn't need to see inside. I knew it was him. My knees nearly buckled. "He's watching," I breathed. "He knows we left. He's waiting to see if you go back," Nadine said carefully. "He wants you scared enough to run to him." I felt sick. My skin prickled with dread. My breaths came short and shallow. "What do we do?" Nadine pulled out her phone. "Call the police again, this time with the messages, and with him outside." She stepped away to make the call while I stood frozen, afraid to move, afraid to be seen, afraid to do anything but inhale and exhale as evenly as I could. The baby nudged again, and I whispered, "I'm sorry, Mommy's scared, but I'm here. I'm here." The minutes stretched endlessly. Finally, Nadine returned. "They're sending someone," she said. "We need to stay where people can see us." We moved toward a coffee shop on the corner, sitting near the window where Anthony couldn't corner me alone. Every second felt like an hour. I sipped water, trying to keep my hands from shaking. Nadine stared fiercely out the window, watching the SUV. Then finally, a patrol car turned the corner. The SUV started instantly, pulling away from the curb. "Coward," Nadine hissed. I felt a rush of emotions, relief, anger, fear, but above all, exhaustion. Bone-deep exhaustion. The officer came inside, took statements, took screenshots of the messages, assured us they would make a report and increase patrol presence. It helped a little, not enough to erase months, years of fear, but enough to breathe again. When the officer left, Nadine squeezed my hands. "See? He's losing control. That's why he's panicking." I nodded, though tears filled my eyes. "I'm scared." "I know," she whispered, "but you're not alone. And this time, you're not going back to him. Not ever." As we gathered our things to leave, something inside me shifted, not quite strength, not quite courage, but the smallest spark of a future where Anthony didn't own my fear. A future where my baby and I could breathe freely. A future where the nightmare finally ended. I wasn't strong yet, but I was waking up, and that was enough for now. The rest of the afternoon passed in a strange haze, the kind that comes after adrenaline has burned through your veins and left you hollow and trembling. Nadine insisted on staying glued to my side, refusing to let me walk anywhere alone, even inside my own apartment. Every creak of the floorboards made me jump. Every passing car outside the window made my pulse spike. I wasn't sure if the danger was real or if my mind had simply become trained to expect it. Either way, fear had settled deep into my bones like cold. But that night, something happened that changed everything. It started with a knock at the door, soft, tentative, but unmistakable. Nadine froze. I froze. My heart slammed so hard I felt my stomach twist. "Stay behind me," she whispered, grabbing the small metal bar she kept near the shoe rack for emergencies. She wasn't joking. I stepped back, clutching the arm of the couch. The knock came again. Softer, then a voice. Familiar. "Maya, it's Claire. Please, can I talk to you?" Claire, Anthony's new wife, the woman he had left me for, the woman he humiliated me with, the woman who had stood at his side while I sang, pregnant and shaking, believing he cared about her. Nadine shot me a look that asked 10 questions at once. I swallowed hard. "Let her in," I whispered. Nadine opened the door only a crack, her body still blocking most of it. Claire stood in the hallway, clutching her purse like she was holding onto it for emotional support. Her eyes were red, swollen, mascara smudged down her cheeks. She looked shattered. "Please," she whispered. I didn't know where else to go." Nadine looked at me again, silently asking if I wanted this conversation. I nodded slowly. Nadine stepped aside reluctantly and let Claire enter. Claire stood in the middle of my living room, twisting her fingers together, her breath shaky. She looked much younger up close, young enough that the reality hit me all at once. She wasn't my enemy. She had been groomed and twisted and lied to by the same man who had broken me. "What are you doing here?" I asked calmly, though my voice wavered. She burst into tears. "He lied to me," she sobbed. "About you, about everything. I thought you were obsessed with him. I thought you were trying to ruin our wedding. I thought you were the problem." I felt something deep in me tighten, not anger but sorrow. I knew that feeling too well. Claire wiped her face with the back of her hand. "But after the wedding, he changed. He was angry. He kept pacing and yelling and talking about how you embarrassed him." She looked up at me with wide, terrified eyes. "He said he was going to handle it." Nadine's jaw clenched. I felt the blood drain from my face. "Handle it," I whispered. Claire nodded quickly. "And then he got a phone call from an unknown number. He stepped outside to take it. When he came back in, he said he had to leave. And, Maya, he took the gun." My heart stopped. "What gun?" Nadine said sharply. Claire flinched. "His father's handgun. He keeps it locked in the basement safe. He told me he only had it for protection, but last night he just took it with him." Her voice cracked. "I thought he was going to hurt himself. I tried to stop him, but he pushed past me and slammed the door." "When?" Nadine demanded. "Last night," Claire said, "right after he stormed out of the wedding venue." She took a shuddering breath. "And today? He hasn't come home. He's not answering calls. He's not answering texts. I called his office, but he never showed up." A chill ran through my entire body. "Why come here?" I asked quietly. "Because," she whispered, voice trembling, "I think he went to find you." Nadine stepped in front of me so fast I barely saw her move. "Absolutely not. Absolutely not." Claire broke down again, gripping her head. "I'm sorry. I didn't know he was like this. I swear I didn't know." I placed a shaking hand on my belly. The baby kicked, sensing my panic. Nadine grabbed her phone again. "We're calling the police." Again. Claire looked up desperately. "Will they arrest him?" "They should," Nadine said sharply. "Especially if he's armed and threatening his pregnant ex-wife." Claire sobbed harder. "I didn't want anyone to get hurt. I didn't know." I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the weight of it all settle. Anthony wasn't just angry. He wasn't just manipulative. He was spiraling. And spiraling people do dangerous things. "We need to leave," Nadine said firmly, already packing my bag. "Right now, we're going somewhere safe." "Where?" I asked. "Anywhere he can't find you." She turned to Claire. "You're coming too. If he's this unstable, you shouldn't be alone." Claire nodded helplessly. We moved quickly, grabbing essentials as Nadine booked an emergency room at a hotel under her name. Before we left, I hesitated by the living room window. The street below was quiet, too quiet. Nadine saw me looking and walked over. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't give him the power of your imagination." But deep down, my instincts clawed at me with something cold and certain. He was close. He was watching. He was waiting. Claire hugged herself tightly as we headed down the stairwell. "What if he finds us?" she whispered. Nadine's voice was steel. "Then he'll regret it." I didn't feel strong. I didn't feel brave. But as I stepped out into the evening air, with Nadine gripping one side of me and Claire clinging to the other, something inside me shifted again. Not courage, not yet, but a rising fire, a growing defiance. A whisper inside me saying, "This ends tonight, one way or another." And for the first time, I believed it. The hotel room Nadine booked was small, quiet, and smelled faintly of lavender. the kind of place meant for traveling salespeople or exhausted parents escaping for a weekend. But to me, in that moment, it felt like a bunker, a safe zone, a thin barrier between me and the man who used to swear he'd die before hurting me. Nadine locked the door behind us, sliding the security chain in place, then checked the windows twice. Claire sank into the chair by the desk, shaking so badly she had to grip the armrests to steady herself. I lowered myself onto the bed and pressed my hand to my belly, whispering a silent prayer that my child couldn't feel how violently my heart raced. "He's not going to find us here," Nadine said, with a confidence I wasn't sure she truly felt. "We stay the night, go to the police in the morning, file an emergency protective order, and we'll deal with the rest from there." Claire wiped her eyes with trembling fingers. "I thought he loved me," she whispered. "I thought I was special. I thought I was different." My chest tightened with a strange, hollow ache. I knew that feeling too well. "He makes you feel chosen," I said quietly, "until he decides you're not anymore." Claire nodded, staring at the floor. For a long time, the room was silent except for the hum of the air conditioner and the occasional car passing outside. I should have felt safe, but every sound still made my body jolt like a struck wire. Trauma doesn't stop just because the door is locked. It lingers, a shadow that sinks its claws into your spine. Nadine paced by the television, restless energy radiating off her like heat. "I swear," she muttered, "if that man comes anywhere near us, I'll break his arms myself." I wanted to smile, but my throat was too tight. "You can't fight a man with a gun," I whispered. Nadine paused and looked at me. "No," she said, "but I can stand between him and you." Claire suddenly stood, clutching her purse. "I need to tell you something," she said, her voice strained. Nadine and I looked at her, waiting. "There's more," she whispered. "Something I haven't told you yet." My blood ran cold. "More what?" She pulled out her phone with shaking hands, scrolled quickly, then held it out to me. A text message thread. From Anthony. My vision blurred for a moment before I forced myself to focus on the words. At first they were normal checking in, promising he was on his way home, asking about dinner, but then the tone shifted, the messages turning darker, sharper. "She won't leave me alone. She wants to ruin my life. She'll never stop until she gets what she wants. I should have finished it when I had the chance. I need to end this. Tonight." My lungs froze. "He sent these before the wedding," Claire whispered. I didn't understand them at the time. I thought he meant emotionally. I thought he was exaggerating. But now I think he meant something else. Nadine snatched the phone from my hand to read it herself, her face twisting as she scrolled. "This is evidence," she said. "This is exactly what the police need. We should go right now." But Claire shook her head violently. "He's out there," she said. "If we go outside, he might see us. He might follow us. He might—" Her voice broke. Nadine sighed and scrubbed her face with her hands. "Fine. We wait until morning. But none of us leaves this room." I lay back against the pillows, exhausted, but sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard Anthony's voice in my mind, the same voice that had once whispered promises of forever now, echoing with rage, betrayal, and something far darker. Hours passed. Claire eventually drifted into a restless sleep in the chair. Nadine sat alert beside the door like a guard dog, scrolling through her phone, her leg bouncing with tension. Sometime around 3 a.m., I jolted awake from a half-dream, my heart thudding like I'd been running. At first I didn't know what had startled me. Then I heard it, a faint sound, a shift of weight, a soft scrape from somewhere outside the door. My breath hitched. Nadine froze, her eyes snapping toward the hallway. She started to stand, but I grabbed her wrist and shook my head. Another sound came, a shadow passing beneath the door crack. Someone was out there. Someone was standing just beyond the thin slab of wood separating us from danger. Nadine mouthed, "Don't move." My pulse hammered so loudly, I was afraid he could hear it. We waited. 20 seconds. Then 30. Then a whole minute. Footsteps moved away, down the hallway. Slow, deliberate. Claire woke up with a start. "What's happening?" she whispered. "Shh." Nadine breathed. "He's here." Claire covered her mouth to stifle a sob. My body trembled uncontrollably, but something in me, something maternal, primal, ancient, rose to the surface, urging me to survive, urging me to protect the child beneath my ribs. We stayed silent until the footsteps faded completely. Nadine exhaled shakily. "We're calling the police again," she whispered. "Right now." But when she dialed, the call didn't go through. No signal. The hotel's old building materials and thick walls sometimes blocked reception, but it had worked earlier. Claire checked hers, no signal either. Nadine cursed under her breath and grabbed the room phone, pressing the front desk button repeatedly. No answer. No ring. Nothing. Someone had cut the line. Claire whimpered softly. I felt my entire body go numb. "He knows we're here," I whispered. Nadine grabbed the metal bar again. "Let him come," she said. But I could see her hands shaking. I knew she was terrified. I knew we all were. And somewhere out there in the hallway, Anthony was waiting. Not for an apology, not for closure, but for an opportunity, a chance to finish what he believed he had started. And the night was far from over. The seconds after we realized the phone lines were dead felt like hours stretched thin, like time itself was scared to move forward. Nadine pressed the receiver again and again, her jaw clenched so hard I thought it might crack, but there was only silence on the other end, a cold, hollow, nothing that made my skin crawl. Claire started pacing in tiny, frantic steps, her fingers pulling at her hair. "This can't be happening," she whispered. He wouldn't actually do this." But she didn't sound convinced. She sounded like someone trying to rewrite reality with words. Nadine locked the door again, even though it was already locked, pressing her weight against it as if her body alone could hold back what we feared was coming. I pushed myself up in bed, slow and careful, one hand instinctively on my belly. "We need to think," I said, though my voice shook so badly it barely qualified as speech. Nadine turned toward me with wide, alert eyes. "Thinking isn't the priority, Maya. Getting out is." She glanced toward the window, walked over, and pulled the curtains back just enough to peek outside. We were on the 3rd floor. The alley below was empty, wet from late-night rain. "Too high to jump," she muttered. "And if he's waiting down there?" "He wouldn't be waiting," Claire said, her voice thin as paper. "He'd be coming up." Nadine shot her a glare that said, "You are not helping." I couldn't breathe. My chest tightened until it hurt. I tried counting my breaths the way my therapist taught me. In, out, but fear was clawing up my throat too fast to control. A soft sound echoed through the hallway again. Not a footstep this time. A slow, dragging sound, like someone brushing their hand along the wallpaper. Nadine raised the metal bar like a weapon, muscles rigid, ready to strike. Claire pressed herself against the wall near the bathroom door, trembling so violently her teeth chattered. I felt frozen, my body refusing to obey any command except the instinct to curl around my child. The sound stopped right in front of our door. My heart seemed to stop with it. Silence filled the room, thick and suffocating. Then, a gentle knock, 3 slow taps. Nadine's knuckles whitened around the metal bar. She mouthed, "Do not make a sound." Claire nodded, hands over her mouth. I held my breath until my lungs burned. The knock came again, softer, more deliberate. Then Anthony's voice, muffled through the wood but unmistakable. "Maya, open the door." Every nerve in my body went rigid. Nadine shook her head violently, warning me not to react. Claire whimpered under her breath, shrinking into the corner like prey waiting its turn. Anthony spoke again, his voice low, almost calm, too calm. "I know you're in there. The car was outside. The receptionist said you checked in." Nadine's eyes widened in pure fury. "He talked to the receptionist," she mouthed, meaning he'd threatened someone, or worse. Anthony leaned against the door, his shadow shifting beneath the crack. "I just want to talk," Nadine mouthed, "Liar." Claire mouthed, "Please don't answer him." And I closed my eyes and let the sound of his voice wash over me, all the memories tied to it bubbling up like poison late-night promises, slow apologies, honeyed lies dripping from the same tongue now whispering through a hotel door with a gun in his hand. "You owe me that much," he murmured. "Owe him?" The way that word hit me, sharp and cruel, lit something in my chest. a flicker of anger beneath the layers of fear. Nadine took a step toward the peephole, but before she could look, Anthony spoke again, sharper this time. "I know you're scared, but you shouldn't be." A beat of silence. "If you had just listened to me, none of this would have happened." Claire slapped a hand over her mouth to keep from crying out. Nadine looked at me, and in her eyes I saw a question. Do we run? Do we wait? Do we fight? I didn't know. I didn't know anything anymore except that Anthony was no longer the man I married. He was something unrecognizable, something dangerous, something broken. He jiggled the doorknob. "Maya, open this door." Nadine motioned us toward the bathroom. She mouthed, "Quiet, now." Claire and I moved as silently as possible, slipping into the narrow bathroom space. Nadine stayed outside, pressed flat against the wall, gripping her makeshift weapon. I crouched by the bathtub, my breath uneven, my hand shaking on my belly. The baby kicked again, sensing the danger. Claire sank to the floor beside me, whispering, "I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I swear I didn't know who he really was." I stared ahead, unable to speak. Anthony tried the handle again, harder. A thud hit the door, then another. Nadine flinched. Claire began to cry quietly. Anthony's voice rose, louder now, filled with a desperate rage. "Do you think you can hide from me? You belong to me, Maya. You always have." Something in me snapped at those words. Something deep and old and weary of being afraid. "I don't belong to you," I mouthed it silently. I didn't know if he heard something or sensed something because the next sound was a violent crash, his shoulder slamming into the door. The chain rattled. Nadine gripped the bar tighter. Claire covered her ears. I whispered to myself, over and over, "He won't get in. He won't get in. He won't get in." But the truth was, the door was cheap. The lock was small. The chain was thin metal that could only hold so long. And Anthony was determined. The next slam was harder, louder. The chain bent. One more hit, and it would break. Nadine looked toward the bathroom, her face pale but fierce. "If he gets in," she mouthed, "run." The chain groaned. The frame splintered. Anthony snarled something unintelligible on the other side, and then the door finally gave way. The moment the door burst open, the sound shattered through the room like a gunshot, and for a heartbeat, everything froze the air, my breath, even time itself. Anthony stumbled inside, wild-eyed, sweat slicking his forehead, chest heaving like he had sprinted up the entire building. His right hand was inside his jacket, gripping something he didn't bother to hide. Nadine stepped forward before he could take another step, the metal bar raised high, her stance firm despite the tremor in her shoulders. "Stop right there," she snarled, voice low and sharp. Anthony's head snapped toward her, surprise flickering across his face. He had expected me alone, helpless, silent. Instead, he found Nadine, a wall of fury ready to break him in half. But he didn't stop. He didn't even hesitate. His hand emerged from his jacket, and in it was the gun, small, black, glinting under the terrible hotel lights. Claire let out a strangled sound behind me, and I felt my whole world narrow into a single point of terror. Nadine didn't back down. "Put it down," she said, her voice steady, even as her pulse must have been screaming. "Put it down, Anthony. I'm warning you." Anthony laughed a hollow, broken sound. "You think you can stop me? You think any of you can stop me?" His eyes darted around the room until they landed on me in the bathroom doorway, and everything in him changed. The rage softened into something worse, something cold, calculated. "Maya," he said quietly, "I told you this would happen if you kept pushing me." My knees almost gave out, but Claire grabbed my arm, her whole body trembling. Nadine shifted, angling herself between him and us. "You're not getting near her," she said. Anthony's lips curled. "Move." She didn't. The gun rose. My breath hitched. Anthony's finger hovered over the trigger. And then, a pounding on the hotel door, louder than his earlier attempts, made him jerk in surprise. A voice boomed through the hallway. "Police! Open the door!" Anthony spun toward the noise, panic morphing his expression. Nadine used that single second like a weapon. She lunged, swinging the metal bar with everything she had. It connected with Anthony's wrist, a sickening crack echoing as the gun flew out of his hand and skidded across the carpet. Anthony screamed, clutching his arm, But he wasn't done. He threw himself at Nadine, slamming her against the wall so hard the frame shook. She gasped, dropping the bar, but she still shoved him back with her entire body, refusing to let him pass. Claire yanked me inside the bathroom, slamming the door and locking it, her breaths coming in terrified whimpers. Outside, chaos erupted. Thuds, yells, the crash of furniture. Anthony roaring like an animal cornered, Nadine shouting back. The pounding at the entrance door grew louder and louder until another explosion of splintered wood. Officers flooded the room, yelling commands. "Get down! Hands where we can see them! Drop to the floor now!" Anthony screamed something incoherent. A struggle, more shouting, then finally silence. Heavy footsteps, radios crackling. A calm, commanding voice saying, "Suspect in custody." Claire collapsed to the tile floor beside me, sobbing in relief. My whole body was shaking uncontrollably, adrenaline thrashing through me in waves. A soft knock came on the bathroom door. "Maya, it's safe now. You can come out." Nadine's voice, weak but steady. Claire unlocked the door, and we stepped out to find two officers restraining Anthony face down on the floor, his hands cuffed behind him, his face twisted in hatred and something like disbelief, as if he couldn't understand that his terror, his control, his reign over my life had finally ended. Nadine stood beside the wall, holding her ribs but managing a fierce, triumphant grin. "Told you I'd stand between you and him," she said. My chest broke open with emotion. Tears spilled before I could stop them. Anthony looked up at me as the officers hauled him to his feet. "You did this," he spat. "All of this, you ruined everything." I met his eyes for the first time since the wedding, and I saw him clearly, not the charming man I married, not the sweet voice that once read me poems, not the man I thought would grow old with me. He was a stranger wearing the skin of someone I used to love. "No," I whispered, "you ruined yourself." They dragged him out, his shouts fading down the hall until the door finally shut and left us in a cocoon of exhausted silence. Nadine sagged onto the bed, wincing in pain, but laughing breathlessly. "Well," she said, "that was the worst hotel experience of my life." Claire burst into tears again, collapsing into my arms. "I'm so sorry," she cried, "for everything, for believing him, for letting him twist me. I didn't know how far he'd fallen." I hugged her tighter. "Abusers always hide their worst parts," I whispered. "It wasn't your fault." The police took our statements for hours. By dawn, Anthony was booked, charged with attempted murder, unlawful possession of a weapon, and a dozen other things I didn't even have the energy to process. As the sun rose, bleeding orange light through the cracked hotel window, Nadine wrapped an arm around me and said, "You're safe now. It's over." And for the first time in months, maybe years, I believed her. The weeks that followed were a blur of hearings, protective orders, therapy appointments, and learning to breathe again. Claire filed for an annulment. Nadine got her ribs checked. I focused on keeping myself calm for the baby growing inside me, who deserved a life far away from fear. And then, one quiet morning months later, I found myself sitting on my front porch, the camera rolling, the breeze warm, a tiny flutter in my belly, reminding me that life had moved on. "If you're watching this," I said into the lens, "I want you to know something. You're stronger than you think. You're braver than you feel. And no matter how tightly someone tries to control you, you can break free." I touched my stomach and smiled softly. "I survived him, and you can survive whatever darkness you're facing. Don't give up. Don't stay quiet. Don't let anyone convince you you belong to them. You belong to yourself." The recording light blinked gently, my voice steadied. My heart finally felt whole again. "This is Maya," I said, "and I'm alive, still breathing, still fighting, still here." And for the first time since everything began, I truly felt free. I lay frozen in a hospital bed, unable to move or speak, while my husband stood over me and told the doctors to turn off my life support. He said I was a burden. He said no one would miss me. He had no idea I was awake, listening to every word he whispered about how he wanted me gone. If my story reaches you, please like this video, subscribe, and tell me which city you're watching from. I need to know who out there is hearing my truth. I never imagined the day I would lie in a hospital bed, tubes running in and out of my body, listening to the man I once trusted with my entire life, quietly plotting the moment I was supposed to take my last breath. When I talk about it now, sitting on my porch wrapped in a soft blanket with the camera pointed at me, it almost feels like I am describing someone else's life, not mine. But every time I close my eyes, I can still hear his voice calm, steady, almost rehearsed, telling the doctors to let her go. He didn't know I was awake. He didn't know I heard every word. He didn't know the woman he thought was dying had already begun fighting for her life the moment she realized her biggest threat wasn't the accident, the illness, or the odds it was her own husband. Before that day, I believed our marriage wasn't perfect, but it was stable, predictable, safe. I believed I understood the man I slept beside for 12 years, his moods, his routines, the way he cleared his throat before lying, the way he rubbed his temples when hiding something. But nothing in those 12 years prepared me for the truth I would uncover inside that cold hospital room. The morning everything happened had begun like any other. I woke up on the floor after collapsing in our bathroom, my heart pounding, my vision blurred, a strange weight pressing down on my chest. I heard distant footsteps, then my husband Jerome's voice calling my name like he was annoyed, not worried. When he found me, he didn't run to me. He didn't touch me. He just stood there breathing hard through his nose like I had inconvenienced him. And then everything went dark. When I opened my eyes again, the world was muffled, foggy, like someone had wrapped my head in clouds. I saw ceiling lights passing over me, nurses rushing beside me, and the distinct panic that fills a hospital hallway. They kept asking, "Ma'am, can you hear me? Can you squeeze my hand?" But I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even blink on command. I was trapped somewhere between being alive and being a ghost in my own body, able to hear everything but unable to respond. They called it a temporary paralysis brought on by shock, trauma, or possibly a medical condition they hadn't diagnosed yet. I only knew one thing. I was not as unconscious as everyone thought, and that became both my curse and my salvation. Because being awake meant I could hear the doctors discuss my condition. I could hear the machines beeping steadily beside me. I could hear the nurses whispering about the severity of my collapse. But most importantly, I heard Jerome's footsteps approach my bed that evening, the heavy, deliberate steps he always made when he thought he was in control. At first, I thought he was coming to comfort me. I expected to hear his soft voice calling me baby, the way he used to when we were younger, when love still lived between us. But instead, he spoke to the doctor in a tone so calm it made my skin crawl. "So, how bad is it really?" he asked. His voice had no tremble, no break, no sign of fear. "She might recover, Mr. Walker," the doctor said, "but we don't know how long it will take. Her brain is active, but her body needs time to respond." There was a long silence. I could hear the faint clicking of Jerome's wedding ring against the railing of my bed, something he always did when thinking or lying. Then he said the words that still echo inside me, long after the bruises healed. "If she doesn't wake up soon, maybe it's kinder to let her go." My heart stopped, not physically, but emotionally. Spiritually, I would rather he had screamed at me. I would rather he had admitted an affair, confessed a secret, told me he didn't love me anymore. Anything but that. The doctor sounded startled. "Sir, your wife is stable. She is young. Her chances of recovering are high." "And how long would that take?" Jerome asked sharply. "Weeks? Months? Years?" "There's no exact timeline. I have a life," he interrupted. "And she wouldn't want to live like this." My body couldn't move, but inside I was screaming. How did he know what I wanted? How did he dare speak for me? How could the man who once held me through panic attacks and whispered that I mattered more than anything now speak about my death like it was a business decision? The doctor tried again. "Mr. Walker, your wife's brain activity is strong. She can likely hear us." Jerome laughed, a low, cold laugh I had never heard before. "Trust me, if she could hear me, she'd be fighting to wake up. She hasn't moved once. She's gone." And right then, for the first time in my life, I truly felt fear not of dying, but of the man who wanted me dead. The doctor hesitated, then stepped out to check on another patient. I heard the door close. Jerome leaned over my bed. I could feel the warmth of his breath on my cheek. "You should have stayed quiet," he whispered. "You always pushed too far. And now, everything can finally go the way it should have gone a long time ago." I felt tears slip from the corners of my eyes, the only part of me that could respond. When he saw them, he froze. Then he whispered, "No, you can't." But he didn't call the nurse. He didn't speak my name. He didn't apologize. He ran. And in that moment, I knew the truth. I wasn't dying by accident. I was surviving on purpose. When the tears slipped down the sides of my face and Jerome realized I was not the vegetable he was hoping for, a spark of pure panic flickered in his eyes before he ran out of the room. I couldn't follow him, couldn't scream his name, couldn't even turn my head toward the doorway he'd vanished through, but inside me something woke up, a fire I hadn't felt in years, the kind of fire that made you fight even when your body refused to move. Lying there with machines breathing for me, I replayed every moment of our marriage in my mind, every sign I had ignored, every strange detail that didn't seem dangerous at the time but now felt like puzzle pieces snapping into place. I remembered the way he had stopped sleeping beside me months ago, choosing the couch without explanation. I remembered how he kept his phone face down, always locked, always silent, how he suddenly became so busy, leaving early and coming home late, how he stopped touching me entirely. Not even a kiss on the cheek, not even a hand on my back when I cried from stress. But none of that prepared me for the moment. I learned he wasn't just done with me, he wanted me gone. The doctor returned after checking another patient, and Jerome wasn't with him. I prayed they wouldn't notice the drying tears on my cheeks because I wasn't ready yet. I needed time to learn the truth, time to protect myself, time to understand why the man I married was standing over my body wishing for my death. The doctor leaned over me, adjusting the monitors. "Strong brain activity," he whispered softly. "Don't give up, sweetheart. Your body just needs time." His voice cracked a little, like he had seen too many people fade away before waking up. I wanted to squeeze his hand, to tell him I was here. I could hear him, I was trying. But my body stayed frozen, heavy, like cement pressing down on my bones. When the doctor stepped outside again, I listened for Jerome's footsteps. I listened for the sliding sound of his shoes, the sound I used to recognize instantly when he walked into a room, but instead silence. Hours passed. Nurses came and went, adjusting wires, checking vitals, documenting notes. The sun went down and the hospital lights dimmed, casting long shadows across my room. And then I heard it, his voice, low, angry, not in my room but just outside the door. I could tell he was on the phone. I focused everything I had, every ounce of energy, just to hear him clearly. At first I caught fragments. "No, she's not waking up." A pause. "I don't care what they said." Another pause. "I need this done. I need her gone." My heart pounded against my ribs, and for the first time since collapsing, sensation shot down my arm, an electric spark like my muscles were remembering I existed. He continued, "If she wakes up, the whole thing falls apart. I'm not starting over. I'm not losing everything because she had one moment of bad luck." Bad luck. My collapsing in the bathroom was bad luck for him. "Just get the papers ready," he hissed. "Once she's gone, everything comes to me automatically. You told me that. Everything. The house, our accounts, my insurance policy, my business partnership, my name, my life. It all made sense now. He wasn't grieving. He was waiting for a system built on cold paperwork to hand him the life he wanted without me in it." I felt a flicker of heat spread through my chest, a small burst of movement in my fingers, like my body was responding to the rage burning in my mind. But the door opened before I could fully register it, and he walked in. He didn't come close. He didn't touch me. He stood near the foot of the bed with his arms crossed like he was guarding something, not me, but the life he wanted after me. "You should have stayed down," he muttered under his breath, thinking I couldn't hear him. "You always make everything harder." I had never hated anyone in my life. I had been angry, hurt, betrayed, but never hateful. Until that moment. His phone buzzed, and he stepped into the hallway again. I used those seconds to test my fingers. One twitched. A millimeter. barely noticeable, but it was something, and something meant hope. When he returned, he didn't say a word, not even a fake baby, not even a pretend sigh of worry. He just sat in the visitor chair with his phone lighting his face, scrolling casually, as if waiting for a table at a restaurant instead of waiting for his wife to die. Minutes later, a nurse stepped in, a kind woman with soft brown eyes and a warm voice. "Visiting hours are ending," she said. "You can stay if you want, but she needs rest." He smiled, polite, practiced. "Of course, I'll head home." He kissed 2 fingers and pressed them against my forehead, an act of affection for the nurse to see, not for me. If I could move, I would have flinched. When he left, the nurse checked my vitals again. Then she paused. She leaned closer. "Ma'am," she whispered, "I need you to fight. I know you're in there. I saw your fingers move." My heart nearly stopped. Someone knew. Someone believed in me. My tears returned. This time she noticed. She froze, then whispered, "Oh my God, you can hear me." And that was the moment everything shifted. When the nurse whispered that she knew I could hear her, something inside me cracked open like light, pushing through a shattered window. For the first time since collapsing, I didn't feel trapped. I didn't feel alone. I didn't feel like a ghost floating inside a dying body. I felt seen, even if I couldn't move more than a twitch. The nurse leaned in closer, watching my eyes the way someone watches the sky for a storm they know is coming. "Blink if you can hear me," she whispered. That was the problem. I couldn't blink on command. My body wouldn't respond. My eyelids felt like they were made of stone. She waited, holding her breath. Then she touched my hand gently. "It's okay if you can't," she said softly. "I'm not going to tell anyone until you're ready. I'm not going to let him rush anything." A wave of relief washed over me so suddenly it almost hurt. Someone was on my side. Someone saw what Jerome was trying to do. Someone would protect me. The nurse, her badge said, L. Franklin, gave me a small smile before turning away and adjusting the machines, making a show of checking my vitals in case anyone was watching through the door. Then she said something that nearly brought me to tears again. "I'm going to request to be assigned to your room for the next 24 hours. 24 hours. That meant she'd be here when he came back. She'd be here to hear what he said, what he planned, what he whispered when he thought no one else was listening. She'd be here to protect me when I couldn't protect myself." After she left the room, I listened for Jerome's footsteps again, but the hallway remained quiet. I expected him to return, maybe to check if the doctor had reconsidered, maybe to push the idea of letting me go again, but he didn't. Hours passed. Long, slow hours where the beeping machine next to me was the only sound reminding me I was still alive. And then something unexpected happened. My left foot tingled. It started as a warm pulse, like blood waking up, and then it spread upward, buzzing through my calf. I focused everything I had on that sensation, pushing every thought toward movement. Move, move, move. For a second, just a second, the muscles in my ankle twitched. That's when I knew the truth. I wasn't just surviving, I was coming back. When Nurse Franklin returned at the start of her night shift, she noticed immediately. Her eyes widened. "You're fighting," she whispered with excitement. "Good. Keep going." She closed the blinds and checked the hallway before lowering her voice again. "I don't know what your husband is planning, but it isn't love." I heard the way he talked to the doctor. And I saw the way he looked at your chart, like he was reading instructions for something expensive he wanted to return. A dry sadness tightened in my chest. I had loved Jerome, not blindly, not foolishly, but deeply. Enough to believe in us even when things were falling apart. Enough to forgive him when he grew distant, when he withdrew his affection, when he stopped trying. I never imagined the man I promised my life to would stand beside my hospital bed and try to take that life away. The nurse touched my hand again. "If you can move even a little, we can use that. We can prove you're responsive. Once that's documented, he can't push for withdrawal of treatment." I wanted to cry with gratitude. She was giving me a chance. A real chance. Around midnight, the hallway grew quiet. Most visitors were gone. Doctors lowered their voices. Nurses pushed medication carts down the dimly lit corridor. And that's when Jerome returned. I recognized his footsteps instantly, the heavy, annoyed stride of a man who didn't want to be where he was. Nurse Franklin pulled the curtain slightly, hiding me from his initial view. He cleared his throat. "Is my wife stable?" His voice sounded different now, agitated, impatient, desperate. "She's holding on," the nurse replied carefully. "And we're seeing some promising signs." "Signs?" he repeated sharply. "What signs?" She didn't budge. "That's confidential until the morning evaluation." His jaw clenched so hard I could hear the faint grind of his teeth through the curtain. "Look," he said low, leaning closer. "I need you to understand something. She wouldn't want this. She told me. She never wanted to be kept alive by machines. She'd rather go peacefully than suffer like this." A lie, a bold, disgusting lie. My heart hammered so violently the machine beside me beeped faster, Nurse Franklin noticed. "Her vitals just changed," she said loudly, stepping past the curtain so he could see the monitor. Jerome stiffened. He stepped toward the bed, staring at the rising numbers. Then he whispered, "Why now?" He leaned in close to my face. "If you can hear me," he hissed under his breath, "you're ruining everything." Rage flooded every nerve in my body, traveling all the way to my fingertips, and then one finger moved, just a small bend, barely visible, but it moved. The nurse gasped. Jerome froze. His eyes widened. What was that?" he whispered. "A response," Nurse Franklin said firmly. "We'll be documenting it." He stepped back like he'd been slapped. No, she can't. She can't be waking up." The nurse folded her arms. "Looks like she is." Jerome's voice cracked, the calmness gone, replaced by something frantic and ugly. "You don't understand. If she wakes up—" He stopped himself, but it was too late. The nurse frowned. "If she wakes up, what?" He didn't answer. He turned and left, slamming the door so hard the wall shook. The nurse came back to my side, her hands trembling slightly. "Whatever he's afraid of," she whispered, "you waking up is the worst thing that could happen to him. And that means it's the best thing for you." My finger twitched again. Stronger this time. The war had begun, and I was winning. The moment Jerome stormed out of the room, something inside me shifted. It was the first time I had seen fear in his eyes, real fear, the kind that comes from knowing the truth is dangerously close to the surface. For a long time, lying in that bed, trapped inside my own mind, I had wondered why he wanted me gone so badly, why he stood so calmly over me, asking doctors to end my life, why he needed me erased with such urgency. But when he whispered that if I woke up, everything would fall apart, I realized there was more he was hiding, more than anger, more than resentment, more than the cold disconnection that had been growing between us for months. He wasn't just trying to get rid of me. He was terrified of me surviving, terrified of what I knew, terrified of what I could expose. Nurse Franklin stayed by my bed for several minutes after he left, checking my monitors, pretending to adjust the oxygen settings, but really just waiting for the tension in the room to settle. "He slipped," she murmured finally. "He said too much. We're getting close." If I could have spoken, I would have told her she had no idea just how close. Because what Jerome didn't know, what he couldn't have imagined, was that I had actually heard everything he had been hiding for months before the collapse. The late-night calls he thought I slept through. The money transfers he deleted from our banking app. The arguments he had with someone over the phone, whispering harshly, "She can't find out," and "Let me handle it." I hadn't understood it then. I just knew something was wrong. Now I understood everything. He wasn't scared because he loved me. He wasn't scared because he didn't want me to suffer. He was scared because the moment I woke up, his life would be over. Hours passed after that confrontation. The nurse dimmed the lights, closed the blinds, and whispered that she had alerted the neurologist to come early in the morning to document my responses officially. I held on to that hope with everything I had. If a neurologist witnessed movement, it would be logged, written, undeniable. Jerome couldn't argue against medical documentation. He couldn't push for letting her go once the chart said I was responsive. I wasn't out of danger, not by a long shot, but for the first time, the finish line didn't feel impossible. Around 4 in the morning, while the hospital hallways were silent and the world felt suspended, I heard a noise outside my room. Not footsteps, not a nurse pushing a cart, something softer, something slower. someone trying not to be noticed. My heart rate spiked instantly. The monitor beeped faster, and Nurse Franklin, who had been resting in the chair beside me, snapped awake. She stood and peered through the gap in the curtain. Her entire posture changed, shoulders tightening, jaw clenching. She leaned down fast. "He's back," she whispered. A cold wave washed over me. Jerome. What was he doing here at 4 a.m.? The nurse didn't wait to find out. She stepped outside the room, closing the curtain behind her but leaving the door open just enough for me to hear. "Mr. Grant," she said, calm but sharp, "visiting hours are over. You'll need to come back in the morning." His voice came out low, slippery. "I want to see my wife." "You can't," she replied firmly, "and you know that." A long silence followed. I could picture him, standing in the doorway, jaw tight, eyes narrowed the way he got when he didn't get his way. Then he spoke. "She wouldn't want this. You're keeping her alive for no reason." "That's not your decision anymore," the nurse said. "Not after the changes we saw," he scoffed. "There were no changes." She didn't back down. "There were, and the neurologist will confirm it in a few hours." The silence that followed was different, frantic in a way he couldn't hide. Then he stepped closer. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "If she wakes up, she'll ruin everything." "What exactly are you worried she'll say?" the nurse asked. His answer was a breath, barely audible, but sharp enough to stab straight through me. "Everything." The nurse shut the door on him before he could say another word. When she came back to my side, her face was pale. "He's dangerous," she whispered. "We need to keep you safe until morning." Her words hit me harder than I expected. Dangerous. I had married a dangerous man, slept next to him, ate breakfast with him, planned a future with him. And now that man was pacing outside my hospital room, desperate to stop me from waking up. The nurse stayed awake for the rest of the night, sitting in the chair with her arms crossed, eyes fixed on the door like a guard. Every time a noise echoed in the hallway, she tensed. And I lay there, trapped in my body but fully awake in my fear, the minutes crawling like insects across my skin. Just before sunrise, the neurologist arrived. Dr. Reyes, a calm, serious woman, with a voice like steel wrapped in velvet. "I hear you've been responding," she said gently as she approached me. The nurse nodded. Finger movement, twice, and a spike in vitals when Mr. Grant spoke directly to her. Dr. Reyes leaned over me, shining a small light into my eyes. "I'm going to ask you to try something," she said softly. "If you can move your fingers, even a little, do it now." I gathered every last ounce of strength, every bit of terror, every scrap of hope, and pushed it all into my right hand. "Move, move, please move." And then my index finger lifted. Only a millimeter, but enough. The nurse gasped. Dr. Reyes stepped back, stunned. "Document it," she said immediately. "Right now." The nurse rushed to enter it into my chart. My entire body felt like it was trembling inside itself, buzzing with adrenaline I couldn't physically release. "We'll be informing the ethics board," the doctor said. "Your husband won't be allowed to make any decisions about your treatment until further notice." For the first time, I felt a flicker of true safety, a tiny spark of victory. But it wouldn't last, because 20 minutes later, Jerome returned. And this time, he wasn't alone. He walked in like he owned the room, shoulders squared, jaw tight, eyes burning with a fury he was trying and failing to hide. But it wasn't just Jerome this time. A second man followed behind him. I didn't recognize him immediately, but his face carried a familiarity I couldn't place until he stepped into the morning light leaking through the blinds. It was Jerome's cousin, Derek. The same cousin Jerome always swore he barely talked to. The same cousin who had once asked Jerome for money to fix a situation Jerome refused to explain to me, no matter how many times I asked. The air in the room thickened with their presence. Nurse Franklin moved instantly, stepping between my bed and the two men like she'd been trained for this exact moment. "You're not allowed in here," she said bluntly. The neurologist already informed the board. "You're no longer the medical proxy." Jerome laughed, a sharp, cold sound that made my skin crawl. "You think a signature on a clipboard changes anything? She's my wife. I decide what happens to her." Derek closed the door behind them, and my heart rate spiked so hard the monitor alarm beeped. Dr. Reyes had just stepped out to make calls regarding my updated status. I needed her back in the room more than I needed air. "Turn that thing off," Jerome snapped, pointing at the alarm. "You're scaring her," the nurse said, refusing to touch the machine. "Good," he growled. "She should be scared." Derek finally spoke, his voice low and coarse. "Just hurry up, man. We don't have a lot of time." My blood ran cold. Time for what? What were they here to do? Jerome stepped closer to the bed, and even though my body couldn't move, I felt myself shrinking inward, retreating as far as my trapped consciousness could go. His voice dropped to a whisper meant only for me. "I know you've been responding," he said, eyes narrowed with a venomous intensity. "I know you're waking up, and that is a problem." He leaned closer, so close I could feel the heat of his breath on my cheek. "You were supposed to stay quiet. You were supposed to be gone by now." Nurse Franklin stepped between us again, her voice rising. "Back away from her. Right now." Jerome's face twisted with rage. "Don't you talk to me like you know anything about this." "I know enough," she snapped. "I heard what you told the doctor yesterday, and I saw the way she responded when you came in. She's conscious. She's aware." Derek scoffed behind him. "Which is exactly why we're here." My heart hammered so violently I thought it might burst. This was it. They weren't here to threaten me. They were here to finish what Jerome started. "You need to leave," the nurse said, reaching for the emergency call button behind the bed. But Derek moved faster. He stepped forward and grabbed her wrist before she could press it. "Let go of me," she demanded, but he tightened his grip. "No," Jerome said, smiling a thin, chilling smile. "She's going to step out for a moment while we handle this." My pulse skyrocketed. The alarm blared again. Footsteps echoed outside the room. Jerome cursed under his breath and shoved Derek toward the bathroom. "Get her in there, lock the door, and keep her quiet." The nurse fought back, elbowing Derek hard in the ribs, managing to break free long enough to reach the hallway. "Help!" she shouted, but Derek yanked her back inside before anyone could see. Tears flooded my eyes. My vision blurred with terror. They dragged her toward the bathroom again, but this time she kicked the doorframe, bracing her body against it. "If you touch her," she hissed, "the police will know. They already know something is wrong." Jerome's expression flickered fear, then anger, then cold decision. He wasn't backing down. "They'll know nothing," he spat. "Not if she never wakes up." That was when the door swung open. Dr. Reyes stepped in, followed by 2 security officers. Jerome and Derek froze. The nurse broke free, stumbling into the doctor's arms. The room erupted into shouts, orders, heavy footsteps. Security lunged toward Jerome and Derek as both men tried to bolt in different directions. Derek shoved one officer into the wall, but the second officer tackled him down. Jerome tried to slip past them, but Dr. Reyes stepped directly into his path. "You go near my patient again," she said with icy calm, "and you won't leave this hospital without handcuffs." He didn't get the chance to respond. Security forced him down, restraining him as he fought like a panicked animal. "You don't understand," he shouted. "She can't wake up. You don't know what she'll say. She's lying. She's lying even now." His words spiraled into desperate, incoherent rambling, and in that moment, the truth about Jerome became horrifyingly clear. He wasn't just dangerous, he was unraveling. They dragged him and Derek out of the room, still shouting, still claiming innocence, still insisting I was trying to ruin his life. As soon as the door shut behind them, the room collapsed into silence. Nurse Franklin slumped into a chair, shaking. Dr. Reyes pressed a hand over her heart, breath unsteady but controlled. "You're safe now," she said softly, turning to me. "We're calling the police. We're calling your family." And effective immediately, Jerome Grant is banned from this hospital. Permanently. Relief washed over me so violently it almost hurt. For the first time since the night I collapsed, I felt the possibility of a future, a real future one, not controlled by fear or manipulation or the man who had wanted me gone. But even with Jerome out of the room, one truth pulsed in the back of my mind, relentless and sharp. He hadn't acted alone. There was something deeper, darker, tangled in whatever secret he was so desperate to keep buried. And now that he had failed to silence me, I knew he would try again, one way or another. The hospital grew strangely quiet after they dragged Jerome and Derek away, but not the comforting kind of quiet that lets you breathe. It was the kind that settles in right before a storm, when even the air feels like it's listening. Nurse Franklin sat beside me for almost an hour without saying much, just watching the doorway like she expected someone else to burst through at any second. Dr. Reyes made calls, her voice firm and clipped, talking to administrators, legal staff, the police. Every so often, she glanced at me with a mixture of worry and determination, like she was calculating the next 10 steps needed to keep me alive. I lay there, unable to move, unable to speak, but my mind was racing so fast it felt like I was vibrating inside my own skin. Jerome had said something that wouldn't leave my head, something that repeated itself over and over like a scratched record. You don't know what she'll say. What exactly was he so terrified I would reveal? What truth was he willing to kill me to protect? The neurologist returned to my bedside, her voice softer now. The police are on their way to take statements, she said. They'll want to talk to the nurse, to security, and once they understand your communication ability, they'll likely ask you questions too. But don't worry, you won't do it alone. Her words should have calmed me, but instead they stirred a deeper panic. If Jerome had already resorted to sneaking in at 4 a.m., dragging accomplices with him, how desperate would he become once the police got involved? The nurse must have read the fear in my eyes because she leaned closer. They can't get to you anymore, she whispered. Security has stationed guards at every end of this floor. But it wasn't them getting to me that I feared most, it was the unknown, the unanswered questions. The pieces of a puzzle I hadn't even realized existed until Jerome's mask began to crack. What exactly was he hiding? And who else was involved? When the police finally arrived, a detective and a uniformed officer, everything became clinical, procedural. They took statements from Nurse Franklin, reviewed the security footage, documented the attempted forced entry, and recorded every detail of what Jerome and Derek had said and done. But when the detective approached my bed, my heart thrummed painfully. He introduced himself as Detective Hartley, a tall man with tired eyes that hinted he'd seen too many cases like this. I understand you're able to respond to simple questions, he said gently. 1 blink for yes, 2 for no. I blinked once. Good, he said. We'll keep this simple for now. He paused. Has your husband ever hurt you before this? I blinked once. Has he ever threatened you verbally? Once. Were you aware of any affair or financial issue that might explain his behavior? Once. His eyes narrowed. Did he ever talk to you about debts or people he owed money to? Once. The detective exchanged a look with the officer beside him, something grim, something confirming. Did he ever mention Derek being involved? Another blink. Detective Hartley exhaled slowly. We suspected as much. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Your husband and Derek have been under investigation for months. Illegal loans, money laundering, extortion. We didn't have enough evidence to make an arrest, but we knew something was brewing. We just didn't know it went as far as attempted murder. Attempted murder. Hearing it from a police detective, from an outside voice, solidified the horror in a way nothing else had. I blinked once, tears burning the corners of my eyes. We believe, he continued, that Jerome saw you as a liability. Maybe you were beginning to ask questions. Maybe he assumed you knew something. Whatever the reason, he thought you waking up could expose him. My mind raced. The late-night phone calls, the hidden bank transfers, the arguments he thought I slept through. The suddenly locked drawer in his office. He had been slipping long before the night I collapsed. Detective Hartley hesitated before his next question. Do you know why Derek was here today? I blinked twice. No. We think they planned to tamper with your equipment, he said softly. Something that could be passed off as a medical malfunction. My heart rate spiked so hard the monitor protested again. The thought of Jerome standing over me with the intention to kill me quietly, without anyone knowing, made bile rise in my throat. The detective placed a reassuring hand on the foot of my bed. He won't get the chance again. You have my word. When he and the officer stepped out of the room, Dr. Reyes returned, her expression tight with urgency. We're moving you, she said. Right now. The nurse began unplugging equipment, rolling monitors closer. My panic soared. Moving me felt dangerous. Moving me felt like becoming vulnerable all over again. But Dr. Reyes explained quickly, "We're transferring you to the neurological high-security ward. Limited access, restricted visitors, surveillance in every room, and police stationed outside your door." The only thought looping in my mind as they prepared the transfer was this: Jerome wasn't the only threat. If illegal money and dangerous people were involved, then what if someone else wanted me silent too? The transfer itself was a blur of ceiling lights, rolling wheels, beeping machines, and hushed voices. Every sound felt amplified, every shadow felt like a threat. By the time we reached the secure ward, my chest felt tight, as if the fear itself were trying to suffocate me. The new room looked less like a hospital room and more like a controlled environment, reinforced door, no blind corners, cameras angled toward every area. A uniformed officer stood by the door, nodding at the medical staff as they wheeled me in. Once they settled me into the new bed and reattached the monitors, Nurse Franklin took my hand, squeezing gently. "You're safe," she whispered, but her eyes held an unspoken truth. Safe, for now. Later that afternoon, as sunlight filtered faintly through the blinds, another visitor arrived, unexpected and uninvited. Jerome's mother. A woman who had always been kind to me, always warm, always welcoming. But when she walked in, escorted by security and trembling, I knew she wasn't here to comfort me. She was here because she knew. She approached my bedside slowly, tears slipping down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "I didn't know how far he'd gone. I didn't know he would try to." Her voice broke. I wanted to scream, to ask why she hadn't warned me, why no one had told me the kind of darkness Jerome was involved in. She wiped her eyes and leaned closer. "He came to me last week," she confessed. "He asked me to sign papers saying you didn't want life support if anything happened. He said it was just planning ahead. But the way he talked," she shook her head, "I should have known something was wrong." Pain radiated through me, deeper than anything physical. This wasn't just betrayal by a husband. It was a betrayal rooted in layers of secrets, lies, and silence. Jerome's mother held my hand carefully. "Whatever he's mixed up in," she whispered, "he's in too deep, and he believes you're the only loose end." My entire body felt cold, too deep, a loose end. So Jerome's terror wasn't about our marriage. It wasn't about love. It was about survival, his survival. And he had convinced himself that for him to survive, I needed to die. But he had failed, twice. And people who fail twice don't give up easily. They get desperate. And desperation is far more dangerous than intent. As evening fell and the ward lights dimmed, I realized something chilling. Jerome may have been physically removed from the hospital. He may have been detained. But the shadows of his crimes, the people he worked with, the secrets he guarded, the consequences he feared were still very real. And they weren't going to disappear just because he was gone. I wasn't safe yet, not even close. And the deeper the police dug, the more dangerous this was going to become. Because for the first time, I understood the full truth. Jerome hadn't just tried to silence me. He had tried to erase the only witness left who could expose everything. And now that I had woken up, every single person connected to his secrets would know I wasn't supposed to survive. Night settled over the high-security ward like a heavy blanket, thick and suffocating. Even though the new room was brighter and monitored from every angle, darkness still found its way in, crawling through the corners of my mind. I could hear faint footsteps in the hallway, the rhythmic beeping of machines, the low murmur of nurses exchanging quiet updates. Everything felt distant, as if the world existed behind a thin wall of glass that I couldn't break through. But the worst part wasn't the darkness or the silence. The worst part was waiting. Waiting for the next shoe to drop. Waiting for Jerome's next move. Waiting for whatever consequences his secrets had unleashed. Dr. Reyes and Nurse Franklin both checked on me often, reassuring me that I was safe, monitored, protected. But even they couldn't hide the tension in their shoulders, the exhaustion in their voices, the way they double-checked the door lock every time they entered. They were scared, too, not of Jerome as a man, but of the unknown behind him. The detective returned around 9 p.m., his face grim. He pulled up a chair, sat beside my bed, and lowered his voice. "We've detained Jerome and Derek for now," he said. "But the situation is more complicated than we thought." My chest tightened. Complicated meant dangerous. Complicated meant there were more pieces on the board than just Jerome. We searched his phone, the detective continued. Found messages that strongly suggest he's been communicating with people connected to loan shark operations and off-the-books gambling rings. My heart thudded painfully. I had suspected gambling, but not like this. Not organized, illegal, violent. He owed a significant amount of money, the detective said, watching my eyes closely. And the people he owed aren't the type to forgive or negotiate. They collect, one way or another. Cold dread seeped into my veins. Jerome hadn't stopped loving me. Jerome hadn't snapped. Jerome had been drowning in debts and dragging me toward the bottom with him. We believe, the detective went on, that he may have used your credit, your accounts, maybe even your identity, to try to bail himself out. My pulse raced. That locked office drawer, the new accounts I never understood, the unexplained withdrawals. The credit card charge, he told me, was a bank error. The detective leaned in closer. If you had woken up unexpectedly, you could have exposed everything. Financial fraud, criminal connections, evidence, witness testimony. Which means you weren't just an inconvenience. His voice hardened. You were a liability. That word echoed inside me like a scream. Liability, meaning my death wasn't an act of rage or loss of control. It was a calculated decision, a strategy, a solution, a way out. The detective left shortly after, telling me they would assign 2 armed guards outside my door through the night. Nurse Franklin promised to stay on the same floor until her shift ended at dawn. But even with guards, even with cameras, I couldn't shake the feeling that danger wasn't just outside the hospital. It was coming from above, below, around anywhere Jerome's secrets had spilled. Around midnight, the power flickered. Only for a second, but it was enough to suck the air from the room. The machines recovered quickly. The cameras blinked back to life. The officer at the door didn't even move. But I saw the nurse's face tighten, saw her hand instinctively go to the emergency phone, ready to dial. "It's probably nothing," she whispered, though the tremor in her voice said she didn't believe that. I didn't either. My mind spiraled with possibilities. Sabotage. Retaliation. Someone trying to cut the cameras. Someone trying to finish what Jerome started. My breathing turned shallow. My vision blurred. The room suddenly felt too small, too exposed. Around 2 a.m., while the world slept and the hospital grew quiet again, a faint noise drifted through the hallway. Not footsteps, not a cart, a metallic clink. Soft, intentional, the kind of sound made by someone who didn't want to be heard. The officer outside my door straightened. He pressed his hand to his holster and leaned slightly into the hallway. "Is someone there?" Silence. The hairs on my arms prickled. The officer stepped farther into the hallway. "Identify yourself," he called out. Another silence, then a voice. "Just maintenance." The officer frowned. "Maintenance doesn't work on this floor overnight." A pause. Too long, too deliberate. "Yeah, well," the voice said. "We had an order." The officer reached for his radio. But he didn't get the chance to speak. A crash erupted from the hallway, sharp and violent, shouting, scuffling, the sound of something slamming into the wall. Nurse Franklin rushed into my room, slammed the door shut, and locked it, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "Stay calm," she whispered, pulling the curtains closed. "Stay very calm." My heart pounded so fast the machine beside me beeped wildly. The lights in the hallway flickered again once, twice, and then steadied. The shouting grew louder, then suddenly stopped. Footsteps approached the door, slow, heavy, intentional. Someone rattled the handle, testing it. A slow, chilling whisper slipped through the crack beneath the door. "You're making this very difficult." My blood froze. That wasn't Jerome. That wasn't a nurse. That wasn't a security guard. That voice belonged to someone else. Someone Jerome owed. Someone who believed silencing me was part of the deal. Someone who intended to finish what he couldn't. The officer shouted down the hall, ordering whoever it was to back away. More footsteps. More shouting. Then the sound of bodies slamming again. The nurse pressed her back against the door, breathing hard, as if her small frame could block out whatever danger lurked on the other side. Minutes felt like hours as chaos erupted outside my room, voices tangled in commands, threats, and the metallic click of weapons being drawn. And through the terror, a single horrifying realization snapped into focus. Jerome hadn't sent them. He didn't need to. The people he owed money to had figured out the truth too. If I woke up, the whole operation could unravel. And whether Jerome was arrested or not didn't matter. They wanted the same thing he did. Me gone. Permanently. I wasn't fighting just my husband anymore. I was fighting the shadow of everything he had dragged into our lives, and those shadows were closing in. Fast. The chaos outside my door stretched on like a nightmare that refused to end, each noise dissolving into the next, until the entire hallway felt like a battlefield. I couldn't see anything, couldn't move, but I could hear everything. The shouting, the crashing, the heavy thud of bodies hitting walls, footsteps pounding, radios crackling with urgency. Then something else. A sound that didn't belong in a hospital. A low, cold laugh. Whoever had come wasn't afraid. Not of security. Not of consequences. Not of the police. They were here for one purpose, and they were willing to walk through anyone to get to me. Nurse Franklin's breathing grew ragged as she pressed her back into the door, both hands gripping the lock as if the metal beneath her palms was the only thing keeping death from entering the room. I could see her silhouette trembling in the dim light, but her voice stayed steady as she whispered, "Just hold on. Reinforcements are coming." That sentence should have comforted me, but instead it hollowed out my chest. Hold on. Hold on to what? The doorframe rattled violently as someone slammed into it from the other side. The impact echoed through the room, sending shockwaves through my bones. My heart monitor spiked so fast, the alarm let out a shrill warning. "Back away from the door," a guard yelled, his voice taut with strain. "This area is under police jurisdiction." Another slam. Another rattling strike. Another reminder that whoever wanted me dead didn't care whose jurisdiction they were in. They were operating on different rules. Rules written in desperation and violence. For a moment, the noises ceased, replaced only by the distant hum of hospital equipment. The brief silence felt like a breath held too long, the world bending inward, waiting for the next inevitable explosion. Then I heard it. A single, sharp click, metal against metal, not the crash of a body, not the slam of a fist, a tool. Someone was trying to pick the lock. Nurse Franklin's voice broke. "Oh God." She reached for the emergency phone, but before she could dial, the power flickered again. The screen went dead. The room dropped into a dim emergency glow. Something inside me screamed silently. This was coordinated. This wasn't random. The power flicker earlier hadn't been an accident. They were testing the system, planning, waiting for the moment they could slip through the cracks. A deep voice spoke from the hallway, muffled through the door. "You have 3 seconds to walk away from that handle." The officer didn't respond. The world held its breath. Then came a sound I will never forget. A heavy blow, a grunt of pain, the officer collapsing, the thud of his body. Nurse Franklin gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Tears stung my eyes. Sweat prickled across my skin. My breathing quickened as panic suffocated me from the inside. The man outside chuckled quietly. "Move." He wasn't talking to me. Someone else was with him. Multiple footsteps shifted outside the room. The lock jiggled again. The nurse pressed her whole body against the door, whispering prayers under her breath, whispering my name like a promise she refused to break. "Stay with me. Stay with me. Please, just stay with me." A heavy crash shook the hinges. Dust drifted from the doorframe. My heart felt like it would burst. Another crash, louder, more forceful. I could hear the screws straining. I could hear the wood splintering. They were going to break through, and there was nothing anyone could do fast enough to stop them. Another slam. The top hinge bent. Nurse Franklin cried out, but didn't move from her position. "You're not touching her," she screamed through the door. Her voice cracked but didn't waver. "Do you hear me? You're not touching her." A laugh answered her, chilling and cruel. "Move or be moved." Before the next strike came, another noise cut through the hallway. Running footsteps. Multiple voices. "Police, drop your weapons." A command barked with lethal authority. The attackers hissed curses under their breath. The hallway erupted, shouting, scuffling, metal hitting the floor, bodies being forced back. For a moment I couldn't tell who was winning. The sounds blurred into chaos once again. Then something slammed into the door one final time, not to break in, but as someone crashed against it from the outside. The impact jolted Nurse Franklin forward. She stumbled but caught herself. More shouting, more commands. A gunshot cracked through the hallway. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I prayed I couldn't feel pain if that door opened. Then silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. The door handle turned slowly. My soul nearly left my body. Nurse Franklin backed away, tears streaking her cheeks. The door opened. A police officer stepped inside, his vest marked, his gun lowered, his voice firm but calm. "You're safe. They're in custody." My entire body melted with relief. Relief so strong I'd have fallen to the floor if my body still obeyed me. The officer signaled for medical staff and for Dr. Reyes. They rushed in. "Are you injured?" she asked the nurse. She shook her head. "Just shaken." Then Dr. Reyes looked at me. Her hand rested on my arm. "It's over," she breathed. But the look in her eyes betrayed her words. It wasn't over, not even close. Because when the detective returned to the doorway a moment later, his face carried a warning. A new truth. A darker truth. "We caught 2 of them," he said. "But one escaped." A tremor rolled through me. One escaped. Meaning someone out there still had Jerome's secrets. Someone who knew I was awake, and someone who wouldn't stop until I couldn't speak again. Ever. The moment Detective Hartley said one of them had escaped, a cold heaviness settled over the room, thicker and darker than anything I had felt before. It wasn't just fear, it was certainty. Certainty that the nightmare wasn't finished, that Jerome's world of debt and danger still had its claws wrapped around my throat. Nurse Franklin stepped closer to my bed, her hand tightening around the railing the way someone clutches a lifeline. "Where did he go?" she whispered, her voice barely holding together. The detective shook his head. "We're searching the hospital and surrounding streets. We've locked down every exit, but he slipped out during the confrontation." Slipped out, like he had rehearsed it, like he knew the layout, like he knew exactly how to disappear the moment things went wrong. My pulse quickened, and the monitor screeched again. Detective Hartley looked at me with a mix of sympathy and urgency. "Listen," he said gently, "the man who escaped isn't just some hired muscle. He's someone Jerome worked with directly, someone who stands to lose a lot if you testify. He's desperate, which makes him unpredictable. Unpredictable, dangerous, motivated, and free." He leaned closer. "We're assigning a full protection detail to you. No one gets in or out without approval. We're also transferring you again somewhere more secure than this ward." Nurse Franklin stiffened. "Where?" "A federal medical facility," the detective answered. "Not public, not accessible. No one will know she's there except authorized law enforcement." My heart raced even faster. Moving again. Another unknown. Another chance for something to go wrong. But staying here was worse. Staying here meant that the one man who slipped away could come back at any moment, armed with the knowledge that I was alive, conscious, and able to bring everything crashing down. While the detective talked logistics, my mind drifted somewhere else, somewhere I didn't want to go but couldn't avoid. Jerome. He had tried to kill me himself, tried to suffocate me under the guise of mercy, tried to sabotage my care, tried to break into my room at night. And still, even with all that, there were people outside this hospital who were more dangerous than he was. People who had nothing to lose by finishing what he started. People who believed I was the last thread connecting them to prison. The detective excused himself to coordinate the transfer. The officer outside my door remained posted, stiff and alert. The hallway outside went eerily quiet again, too quiet. I couldn't shake the feeling that the silence wasn't peace, it was planning. Something else was coming, something worse. Nurse Franklin reached for my hand gently. "You're going to make it through this," she said, her voice shaking with conviction she didn't fully believe. "I promise." I wanted to believe her. I wanted to absorb her confidence. But every time I blinked, all I could see was the shadow of the man who had gotten away. The thought of him moving freely somewhere inside the hospital's maze of hallways made my stomach twist. What if he had a weapon? What if he found an unlocked door? What if he didn't need to come into my room? What if he sabotaged something from the outside? Every possibility felt sharper than the last. Around dawn, the hospital staff began prepping me for the transfer. Security lined the hallways. Additional police waited near the elevators. Dr. Reyes briefed the transport team while keeping one eye on the door. Every voice in the room carried tension. Every movement felt rushed, urgent. I was strapped to a mobile bed, monitors secured, IVs stabilized, emergency equipment attached. The detective returned, nodding tightly. "We're moving now," he said. "We can't risk waiting any longer." They rolled me out of the room. My heart thudded painfully as the familiar hallway came into view, fresh cracks on the walls from the fight the night before, blood smeared faintly where the officer had fallen. A grim reminder of how close they had come. The officer leading the team spoke into his radio. "Team A ready, proceeding to elevator 1. A voice replied through the static. "Copy, elevator secured." As we turned the corner, the elevator doors opened. 2 officers stepped out, signaling all clear. They pushed me inside, along with Nurse Franklin and 2 security guards. The detective stayed behind to coordinate the second team. The doors slid shut. The elevator began to descend. Slowly, too slowly. Halfway down, the elevator jolted violently. A sudden, harsh, mechanical hiccup. The lights flickered. My heart nearly stopped beating. The guards instantly gripped their weapons. The nurse grabbed the railing, fear flashing in her eyes. "What was that?" she whispered. The officer hit the emergency intercom. "Elevator 1 to control. We had a stall. Report status. Static. No response. Control, respond," he said louder, tension edging into his voice. More static. Then, faintly, a voice crackled through unfamiliar. Not the elevator operator. Going down, the voice hissed, low and menacing. The nurse's face drained of color. The guards drew their weapons. The officer cursed under his breath. That voice, that tone, that eerie confidence. It wasn't Jerome. It was the one who had escaped. He wasn't in the elevator. He was in the system. The man had hacked the controls. Or worse, someone inside had helped him. A loud metallic groan echoed above us. Something was happening on the elevator roof. Something deliberate, heavy, slow. A thud, another thud, closer, methodical. The sound of someone trying to pry open the emergency hatch. My heart slammed against my ribs. The nurse whispered, "No, no." The guards positioned themselves beneath the hatch, guns drawn, shouting warnings. The metal above us bent inward. Whoever was up there wasn't stopping. He was coming in. He was coming for me. Suddenly, the elevator dropped a full foot. The nurse screamed. One guard grabbed the railing to keep his balance. The lights flashed erratically. Then everything stopped. Silence, dead stillness, no hum, no flicker, no oxygen through the vents. The system was cut. He had disabled the elevator, trapped us between floors, and now he had all the time in the world to break in. I wasn't just a witness anymore. I was prey, and he was right above me, tearing his way in. The metal above us buckled again, louder this time, like someone was peeling the roof open with their bare hands, and every sound sliced straight into my spine. The two guards braced themselves beneath the hatch, guns raised, shouting for whoever was up there to stop, but he didn't stop, he didn't hesitate, he didn't even flinch. It was like he knew exactly how much time he had before backup realized the elevator was offline. Nurse Franklin gripped the side of my stretcher so tight her knuckles went white. I could hear her breathing, shallow and panicked, but she didn't scream, maybe because she knew screaming wouldn't change the fact that we were trapped in a steel box suspended between floors with a killer who had nothing to lose. A sharp clang rang out as a corner of the hatch tore upward. A sliver of darkness appeared above us. Then fingers curled over the edge, long, rough, calloused fingers pulling hard, widening the gap. One guard fired a warning shot upward. The bullet ricocheted against metal, sparks raining down. The man above didn't even grunt. Another heavy bang. Another inch of the hatch peeled away. The elevator shook again, followed by a whining vibration that made the walls feel alive. The control panel beside the guard flickered from red to black. Dead. Whoever this man was, he knew the building systems better than anyone expected. Another guard slammed the emergency radio. Elevator 1 compromised. Repeat, Compromised, armed assailant on roof requesting immediate support. The radio crackled and spat out half a response before cutting to static, like someone severed the connection. My heart hammered so violently that the medical monitor shrieked in a continuous alarm. Nurse Franklin tried to silence it, her hands shaking. "We're sitting ducks," one guard muttered under his breath, and even though he tried to hide it, I could hear the fear inside his voice. The hatch bent inward suddenly half a foot this time, forcing the guards to jump back. A boot came through the opening, kicking down with brutal force. The metal groaned, then the boot disappeared. Silence stretched for one long second. 2, 3. Then everything exploded at once. The hatch crashed open fully, dangling by one hinge. A dark figure dropped through like a shadow come alive. The guards fired. He lunged. A single arm shot out, knocking one guard's gun away with terrifying speed, sending it clattering against the elevator wall. The second guard shot again, but he moved too fast. He grabbed the guard's wrist, twisted, and the gun flipped out of his hand. The nurse screamed this time, a raw, involuntary sound, but she didn't run because there was nowhere to run. The assailant wasn't huge, but every movement was precise, methodical, like someone trained not just to fight, but to neutralize. He punched the first guard in the throat, making him collapse to his knees, gasping for air. He slammed the second guard against the wall so hard the entire elevator shook. The man then crouched low, as if assessing everyone in the elevator, searching for me. And when his gaze found the stretcher, when his eyes locked on mine, his expression didn't change. No rage, no hesitation, no humanity, just intent, cold, clinical intent. "You're the one they want quiet," he said, his voice low and calm, and the sound made bile rise in my throat. He stepped toward me. Nurse Franklin threw herself in front of the stretcher without thinking, shouting for him to stay back. He didn't even look at her. One shove sent her stumbling sideways, crashing against the wall. I tried to scream, tried to call for help, but the panic seized my voice, and the oxygen cannula tugged painfully as I twisted. The remaining guard lunged at the attacker from behind, but the man moved so quickly he was almost a blur. He spun, drove an elbow straight into the guard's jaw, grabbed his radio, and smashed it on the floor. Then he turned back to me, breathing evenly, as if the fight hadn't even raised his pulse. The elevator creaked again, the cables groaning. Maybe from the gunshots, maybe from the struggle, maybe because fate was cruel enough to pile every threat together. The attacker stepped closer, pulling something from his jacket pocket, a syringe. Clear liquid inside. My blood froze. He held it up, tapping it lightly with a familiarity that told me he had used syringes not for healing, but for silencing. Forever. "This will be quick," he said, painless, no emotion, just a job, a task, a box to check. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't move. The nurse scrambled to her knees, her voice cracking as she shouted, "No, please, she's just—" He cut her off with a raised hand. "Not personal," he approached, lifting my IV line. I felt my chest tighten. This was it. This was how the story was supposed to end. Not in a courtroom, not with justice, but here in a metal coffin. Then everything happened at once. A deafening explosion tore through the air. The elevator jerked violently, and a steel cable snapped with a high-pitched scream. The entire world dropped beneath me. The syringe flew from the man's hand, clattering somewhere near my feet. The killer stumbled, slamming into the wall. The guards, the nurse, everyone fell with the sudden freefall. The elevator was plummeting, fast. The killer scrambled to regain balance, reaching for me again, but the second cable snapped, sending us into an even faster plunge. The wind roared, metal shrieked. The nurse screamed my name, and the killer's hand finally missed. Because gravity tore him backward, away from me, into the opposite wall. The elevator kept dropping, floor after floor after floor, until the only thing left in my mind was one single, piercing thought. If the fall didn't kill us, he would, if he survived the impact. And I had no idea which death was coming first. The elevator smashed into something that wasn't the bottom floor, but felt close enough to tear the breath from my lungs. For a split, shocking moment, everything went silent. No alarms, no screams, no metal shrieking, just impact, crushing, bone-deep impact. My vision exploded into a burst of white light as my body jerked against the stretcher straps. Pain shot through my ribs, my spine, my skull. The world tilted sideways, the elevator now sitting at a grotesque angle, half collapsed against the sides of the shaft. Dust filled the air like chalky fog. I coughed, or maybe just tried to, because breathing felt like trying to inhale shards of glass. Somewhere to my left, Nurse Franklin groaned, the sound faint and ragged. One guard was completely unconscious, sprawled across the floor. The other was pinned beneath a twisted metal panel, barely moving. But the first thought that ripped through my mind wasn't about them. It was about him. The man who had climbed into the elevator. The man with the syringe. The man who wasn't supposed to leave this elevator alive. My gaze darted around, vision swimming. A dark shape lay crumpled near the shattered hatch. His body twisted unnaturally, one arm bent beneath him at an impossible angle. For a hopeful breath, I thought maybe it was over. But hope was dangerous and short-lived, because then he moved, slowly, like something waking up in the dark. He pushed himself up using his good arm, wincing, his jaw clenched in silent fury. Blood dripped from his forehead, but his eyes sharp, cold, unbroken, locked onto me with renewed purpose. He wasn't dead, he wasn't even close, and now he was furious. The elevator groaned again under our weight, dropping another few inches, sending all of us sliding slightly in the tilted cabin. The movement jolted him fully awake. He gripped the railing, gritted his teeth, and began dragging himself toward me, one slow, murderous inch at a time. Panic clawed up my throat. Nurse Franklin managed a whisper, "No, no, no, please." But she was too injured to stand. The pinned guard wheezed something unintelligible. The attacker ignored them all. His gaze was on me. "You don't get to live," he muttered, his voice roughened by pain but still steady. I finish what I start. My heart pounded so violently it felt like the monitor would explode. I tried to move, to push myself away, but the stretcher straps held me down like restraints. He crawled closer. The elevator shifted again, metal screaming, threatening another fall. I felt the stretcher slide a few inches toward him. He reached the syringe on the floor, fingers trembling as he picked it up. It was bent, but not broken. He flicked it with his thumb, testing the plunger. It still worked. "No!" Nurse Franklin cried, voice cracking. "Please, she didn't do anything." "She exists," he snapped, rage and pain twisting his features. "That's enough." He kept coming, inch by inch. The elevator shook again. A bolt shot from the wall above us, clanging against the floor. If the whole box dropped, none of us would survive. But he didn't care. He only cared about injecting that needle into my IV line. He reached me, his hand wrapped around my wrist, icy cold. He lifted the syringe, aiming it toward the port on my line. And then a roar echoed above us. A violent metallic crash, and the elevator ceiling peeled open again, but not from him, from outside. From rescue teams, a flood of bright light blasted into the cabin, voices shouted down, chains clanked, tools hammered against metal. "Hang on, we're coming in." A uniformed firefighter leaned through the opening, followed by two more. They scanned the scene and froze when they saw the attacker raising a syringe at me. "Drop it," one shouted. "Drop it now," the attacker snarled, gripping my arm tighter. Too late. But he hadn't expected how unstable the elevator was. When he lunged forward to jam the needle into my fore, his weight shifted the cabin again. The elevator dropped another violent 6 inches. He lost his balance and slipped sideways, the syringe popping from his hand and flying across the cabin. A firefighter seized the moment. He dropped through the opening like a hawk. Two more followed. They hit him like a tidal wave of force. He fought ferociously for someone whose body was half broken, but he was outnumbered. One firefighter twisted his arms behind him. Another pinned his legs. A third cuffed him. They dragged him backward as he thrashed, spitting curses. "You don't understand," he yelled. "You think she's innocent." A firefighter shoved him upward through the hatch. "Save it for your lawyer," he growled. The moment the attacker was gone, something inside me finally unclenched. My lungs collapsed into a sob I couldn't swallow. Nurse Franklin rushed toward me as the firefighters cut open the stretcher straps. "You're okay," she repeated over and over, tears streaking her dusty face. You're okay, you're okay. But I wasn't okay. Not even close. The guard pinned under the panel was pulled free next. The unconscious one was lifted onto a rescue stretcher. The cabin groaned again, and the firefighters worked faster. We need to get her out now, one shouted. 2 firefighters secured me, lifting me carefully through the hatch. The cold air above the shaft felt like salvation against my overheated skin. I emerged into blinding lights, swarming medics, and a line of officers with guns raised, scanning every corner. The killer was held face down on the floor, 2 officers kneeling on his back. Detective Hartley stood over him, jaw tight. His eyes shot toward me the moment I was set onto a gurney. Relief and guilt washed over his features in equal measure. You're safe now, he said quietly. He'll never get near you again. I promise. But even then, lying under the harsh lights, oxygen mask pressed to my face, listening to distant echoes of metal groaning inside the shaft, I didn't feel safe, not because of the man who tried to kill me, but because of the truth he tried to bury. The truth Jerome and his partners didn't want uncovered, the truth someone had almost died to silence, and I knew, with chilling certainty, that surviving the elevator wasn't the end. It was only the beginning of what I had to fight next. The world outside the hospital felt unreal, too bright, too loud, too alive, for someone who had just survived death twice, first by the hands of my husband, then by the man he hired. As they wheeled me toward the ambulance for transfer to the federal facility, everything blurred together. The flashing lights, the officers shouting updates, the killer being dragged away in restraints, Detective Hartley barking orders. But underneath all of it, beneath every sound and movement, a single truth pulsed like a bruise. I wasn't safe because the danger was over. I was safe because the world finally saw what Jerome had done. The federal agents in black jackets escorted me inside the new facility, a quiet, heavily secured medical wing with cameras in every hallway, guards posted at every door. They checked IDs twice, scanned badges, logged every entry and exit. For the first time since waking from the coma, I felt a strange, cautious comfort. Not peace, not yet, but safety. A soft kind of safety that still carried the echo of fear. The next day, Detective Hartley visited. He set a thick folder on my bedside table. Everything we found, he said. Financial records, messages, meeting logs. Once you testify, they'll have enough to bring down the whole operation. I looked at the folder like it contained a ghost. Maybe it did. What happens to him? I asked quietly. Jerome. The detective pressed his lips together. He's facing multiple charges. Attempted murder, conspiracy, insurance fraud, organized crime involvement. He won't see daylight for a long time. A long time. Once, those words would have broken me. Now, they didn't feel long enough. The trial came faster than anyone expected. I testified through a security screen, surrounded by marshals, every breath shaking slightly as I spoke into the microphone. I told the jury how Jerome whispered for the doctors to end my life support, how he sabotaged my feeding tube late at night, how he planned to collect insurance money with a smile, how he stood inches from my hospital bed while I lay paralyzed, fully awake, listening to him wish me gone. When the killer took the stand, bruised and stitched from the elevator crash, he confirmed everything. He didn't protect Jerome anymore. He had no reason to. And when the prosecutor asked him directly if Jerome ordered my death, he looked straight ahead and said, "Yes, twice." The courtroom gasped. Jerome's face twisted, but for the first time, he had nowhere to hide. No lies left, no power left, no more chances. The verdict hit like a final shattering bell, guilty on every count. He didn't look at me as he was taken away, wrists chained, shoulders slumped. Maybe he was ashamed. Or maybe he simply couldn't face the woman he failed to erase. Either way, watching him disappear behind the courtroom doors felt like breathing fully for the first time. Weeks later, they discharged me to a safe house outside the city, a small, quiet home with a wooden porch overlooking a field. The air smelled clean, like pine and summer rain. The kind of air that didn't exist in hospitals or courtrooms or nightmares. I sat on the porch every morning, wrapped in a blanket, healing slowly, physically, mentally, spiritually. The scars were still there, some on my skin, most on my memory. But each day they felt lighter. Each sunrise felt closer to a beginning than an ending. One afternoon, as golden light spilled over the porch steps, I set up my small camera. The red recording light blinked softly. I took a breath that didn't hurt. "If you're listening," I began, my voice steady, for the first time in months. "I survived something that was meant to break me. Something that was planned by the person I promised my life to." I looked down at my hands, still healing, still trembling sometimes. My husband tried to end my life support. He thought I was gone. He thought I couldn't hear him. But I did. I heard every word, every whisper, every plan. The wind moved gently across my skin, as if the world itself was listening. I'm telling my story because someone out there is living in silence, afraid to leave, afraid to speak, afraid no one will believe them. My throat tightened. But this time it wasn't fear. It was purpose. I'm here to tell you your voice matters. Your life matters. And sometimes the people who try to silence you are the ones most terrified of what you'll say. A small smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Soft, real, alive. I survived. You can too. And if my story finds you, wherever you are, I hope it gives you the strength to take one more breath, one more step, one more chance. The sun dipped lower behind me, painting the porch in warm orange. "Thank you for listening," I whispered. "Thank you for letting me be seen." I reached out and stopped the recording. For the first time, the silence around me didn't feel dangerous. It felt like peace. A peace I had earned. A peace no one could take away from me again. My husband left me to die alone in a hospital, signed the papers, and walked away laughing with the woman he replaced me with. He buried me in his mind that night. But 3 years later, I walked back into his life as the ruthless owner of his entire company, and I tore his world apart in front of every employee he once used to command. Before I tell you how I survived the death he wished on me and built the power he never saw coming, like this video, subscribe, and tell me where you're watching from. I remember the sound before I remember the pain, the steady, cold hum of hospital machines, the kind that don't comfort you but warn you that you're alive just enough to suffer. My eyelids were too heavy to lift, like someone had glued them shut, and every time I tried to move my fingers, I felt nothing, not even the faint spark of a nerve. It was the first moment I realized I might actually be dying, and for a brief second, I accepted it. I thought, maybe this is how life ends, not in flames or chaos, but in the quiet drip of IV fluid and the echo of footsteps that never come close enough to touch you. But then I heard his voice. My husband, Daniel, the man I had loved for 16 years, the man I had trusted more than anyone on earth. He didn't sound afraid. He didn't sound broken. He didn't even sound tired. He sounded relieved. "Just sign it," he said, his voice low but not low enough. "She's not coming back. She wouldn't want to live like this." The doctor hesitated. "Mr. Hale, she still has brain activity. It's not impossible." I said, "Sign it," Daniel snapped, and something inside me, something barely awake, barely alive, felt itself rip open. I wanted to scream, but my throat was stone. I wanted to sit up, grab his wrist, force his eyes to look at mine and see the woman he had promised forever to. But all I could do was listen. And that was the curse. I heard every word, every sigh, every whisper he thought wouldn't matter because he believed I was already gone. He wasn't crying, he wasn't holding my hand, he wasn't begging for another chance at a miracle. He was signing the authorization to end my life support. I could hear the scratch of the pen, the exhale of finality, and then her voice, soft, sweet, poison. "It's better this way, Danny." Lily, his assistant, 28 years old, perfect skin, perfect smile, the woman I had suspected for months but never dared confront because I thought Daniel was stressed, not cruel. I never imagined he was the kind of man who would cheat on a wife battling a stress-induced collapse. And I never, ever imagined he would leave that wife to die. "Once she's gone, we don't have to hide anymore," Lily whispered. "We can finally live." Live. The word burned. They were planning a life over my dying body. Daniel murmured something I couldn't hear, but Lily laughed, soft and satisfied, the sound of a woman who believed she had won. And Daniel, my husband, laughed with her. That was the moment I realized I wasn't dying from the illness. I was dying from betrayal. the kind that doesn't heal cleanly, the kind that rots you from the inside out. I don't know how long they stayed. Time didn't move normally in that room. It ran in circles, like an animal pacing before slaughter. At some point, the doctor said he would prepare the final steps, and I felt everything inside me tighten into one screaming thought. No, not like this. I didn't know how, but I knew I had to live. Not for love, not for hope, but for revenge, for survival, for the right to look Daniel in the eyes one day and let him see the face of the woman he abandoned. Hours passed, maybe days. Nurses moved around me, voices blending into a fog. But no one touched the machines, no one pulled the plug, no one dimmed the monitors. I didn't know why until I heard him again. Daniel. He wasn't alone this time either. But this time, he sounded angry. "What do you mean I can't do it yet?" he snapped. "You said I could make the decision." The doctor's voice was calm but firm. "Her vitals are improving. We need to run another set of scans." Daniel swore under his breath. "Just let her go already. Let her go." That was all my life was to him. A paperwork inconvenience, a loose end, something to clean up. He left that day with Lily, slamming the door behind him, like visiting my unconscious body had been a chore. That was when the world around me quieted, just long enough for a single hand warm, careful to wrap around mine. A nurse, not like the others. Her voice was soft but sharp with certainty. "I know you're still in there," she whispered. Your eyes moved when he spoke. If I could have sobbed, I would have. "Someone finally saw me. Someone knew. Fight," she whispered. "If you can hear me, fight." And for the first time, I tried. I sank my focus into the smallest muscle I could feel, the twitch beneath my right eye. It wasn't much. It wasn't even visible to most. But she saw it. "There you go," she breathed. "You're not done." And in that second, I wasn't a dying woman. I wasn't a discarded wife. I wasn't a body waiting for a signature. I was a storm waking up. A storm that would take 3 years to rise. A storm that would one day walk into Daniel's company, the company he built, the company he worshipped, and destroy him from the inside out. But in that moment, all I had was pain, betrayal, and the faintest spark of life. And that was enough. It had to be. Because the man I loved had made one fatal mistake. He left me alive long enough to hear everything. The nurse's name was Mara, though I didn't learn that until much later. In the beginning, she was just the voice that cut through the fog and reminded me I wasn't gone yet. Every time Daniel visited and spat his casual cruelty into the air, she hovered nearby, watching him the way a wolf watches a trespasser. I could hear it in her breathing, in the way her gloved hands tightened when he talked about moving on, about not dragging this out. She knew something was wrong with him long before anyone else did. Days blurred into one another, but I always knew when he was near. My heart monitors betrayed me every single time. Flat, calm lines turned jagged the moment his footsteps hit the floor. Mara noticed that too. "He stresses you," she whispered one night as she adjusted my fore. "Or scares you." I couldn't respond, but the silence answered for me. She exhaled slowly, and her fingers brushed my wrist. "I'll stay until he leaves next time." That promise became the only anchor I had in a world where my body refused to obey me. Daniel came less frequently, which should have comforted me, but instead it terrified me. He wasn't avoiding me because he felt guilty. He was avoiding me because he thought the results would finally give him what he wanted, a legal path to get rid of me. And every time he did show up, he brought Lily. The first time she walked in wearing his jacket, I thought I would flatline out of rage. She leaned against the wall like she owned the room, whispering into his ear, pressing kisses to his neck while he stood beside my bed signing insurance paperwork. At one point, she even brushed her fingers over the blanket covering my legs and whispered, "I hope you go peacefully. We really need things to settle soon." That was the closest I had ever felt to breaking. If my body had allowed it, I would have ripped the ventilator out of my throat and lunged at her. But I stayed silent, trapped inside the coffin of my mind, listening to the woman who replaced me plan the life she would build on top of my grave. The next morning, Mara came in with a different energy, sharp, urgent. "Listen," she whispered, leaning close. "I requested your neurologist personally. Something's off. Your scans don't match what they're telling your husband." Something inside me tightened. They were lying, or he was. Your brain activity is far from the pattern of someone who's gone, she continued. You respond to sounds. You react to voices. I've documented everything. I wanted to scream in relief, but she wasn't done. I overheard him in the hallway, she said quietly. Your husband. He told someone on the phone that he just needs the doctor to sign off and that you should have died already. If I could have shivered, I would have. So it wasn't just carelessness or indifference. He wanted me dead. He was waiting for the moment he could legally end me. Mara paused as if choosing her next words carefully. I don't think this was an accident, she whispered, the kind of whisper that sinks into your bones and stays there. Your injuries, they're consistent with a sudden loss of control, but the paramedics noted that nothing else on your car malfunctioned, and you were alone when it happened. It just doesn't add up. I remembered the crash, the foggy sky, the sudden jolt, the steering wheel jerking violently. The moment everything snapped, I'd blamed myself. Stress, exhaustion, a moment of carelessness. But now, hearing Mara say it, the memory tightened into something sharp and cold. Did Daniel do this? If I could have moved even a muscle, my entire body would have convulsed. Mara didn't press further. She squeezed my hand gently before stepping away. If you can hear me, she whispered, you're going to need to stay alive long enough to tell someone the truth. Staying alive was easier said than done. My lungs stuttered. My mind flickered. There were nights when I drifted so far into the dark that I thought maybe Daniel had been right. Maybe dying would have been easier. But every time the darkness tried to pull me under, a single image dragged me back. Daniel's hand signing the document to end my life. That hand would be the first thing I destroyed when I got out of here. The next week was a war between hope and despair. Daniel visited twice. Both times he asked the doctor, how much longer until we can finalize things? Like he was waiting for a package delivery, not the death of his wife. Lily clung to him, whispering plans, vacations, apartments, a future that sickened me so much my vitals spiked. Mara used that as evidence. The neurologist reviewed her notes and ordered another set of scans. Daniel wasn't told. That was the first sign the staff no longer trusted him. The second was when security began standing at the end of the hallway during his visits. He didn't notice. Narcissists rarely do. Then came the night everything changed. Mara entered my room long after visiting hours, her expression tight with urgency. We're going to test something, she whispered. Just you and me. If I'm right, we can prove you're conscious. She held up a flashlight and positioned it so I could see the faint blur of light through my eyelids. When I say now, I want you to focus everything you have on moving your right eye, even a twitch, even a flicker. I gathered myself, gathered the pieces of myself I barely had left. Now, she whispered. Something inside me snapped forward, some buried instinct that refused to die, and my eyelid jerked. Just once. Just enough. But Mara gasped sharply. There it is, she whispered, her voice cracking. You're in there. I knew it. Relief washed over me so powerfully I could have drowned in it. She grabbed my chart, scribbling frantically. This changes everything. You're no longer a candidate for life support withdrawal. I wanted to sob. She leaned close, her voice dark and shaking. He can't touch you now. Daniel loses his power the moment I show this to the neurologist. She straightened, her breath trembling. And after that, we're going to find out exactly what he did to you. That was the night I truly came back to life. Not because my body healed, not because the machines stabilized, but because I realized something with icy clarity. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was preparing for the day I would rise from this hospital bed, walk into Daniel's perfect little world, and rip it open from the inside out. And I would start by taking away the thing he loved more than any human being, his company. The empire he built on lies, ambition, and the belief that I would never return. He had no idea I was counting down the days until I owned every piece of his future. The morning after Mara confirmed my responsiveness, the world inside that hospital shifted in ways Daniel never anticipated. I could feel it not through movement, because my body still refused to obey me, but through the energy of the room, the urgency in footsteps, the hushed tone of the staff who suddenly treated me like someone present, not someone fading. I sensed a storm brewing, But for once, it wasn't mine. It was theirs. The doctors, the nurses, the people who had unknowingly been witnesses to the cruelty I endured. They were finally starting to see it. My neurologist entered my room just before sunrise, his voice low, his footsteps careful, as if he knew any sudden noise could pull me back into panic. He spoke gently as he shined a light across my eyes, but this time, when he asked me to follow it, I could feel my gaze shift slow, clumsy, but intentional. "There it is," he muttered, awe creeping into his tone. "This is conscious tracking. We misdiagnosed her." He wasn't ashamed. He wasn't defensive. He sounded relieved, like he'd stumbled onto a small miracle in the middle of a nightmare. Mara stood behind him, arms crossed, jaw tight, guarding me as if Daniel himself might burst through the door at any moment. "So she's stable?" Mara asked. Though it wasn't a question, it was a challenge. "More than stable," the neurologist replied. "She's improving, and more importantly, she's aware." The weight of those words settled over the room like a protective shield. Aware, conscious, alive. 3 words that removed Daniel's legal right to kill me. 3 words that turned the man I married into a man the hospital now viewed with suspicion. But the neurologist wasn't finished. "I'm filing an immediate report with the ethics board," he said, "and notifying administration. Her husband no longer has authority to request withdrawal. This is now a neurological recovery case." Mara looked down at me, her eyes fierce. "You hear that? He can't touch you." If I could have smiled, I would have. If I could have laughed, I would have shaken the walls. But the victory was brief, because I knew Daniel would learn about this soon, and when he did, he wouldn't accept it quietly. He never accepted losing, especially not when losing meant losing control over me. The hospital called him that afternoon. I couldn't hear the exact words, but I recognized the tone, polite, professional, just vague enough to be infuriating. They didn't tell him about my improvement. They only told him he needed to come in to discuss changes to the plan. I felt it like an incoming earthquake. Daniel's rage, his panic, his desperation to stop a future he didn't want to unfold. Mara stayed by my side through the call, her gaze fixed on my heartbeat monitor, watching the numbers spike the moment they said his name. "You're safe," she whispered, placing a calming hand on my shoulder. "He can't do anything without a doctor's signature now, and he won't get one." Safe wasn't the word I would have chosen. Safe wasn't what I felt when I heard his footsteps echoing down the hall later, sharp and fast like a blade scraping the floor. He entered with the same arrogance he always carried, but this time there was something else beneath it. Fear. Not fear for me. Fear for himself. "Why was I called here?" he demanded, not even glancing in my direction. "I thought we already agreed on next steps." The neurologist stood firm. "Mr. Hale, there's been a development in your wife's condition." Daniel stiffened. "What kind of development?" "She's showing clear signs of neurological responsiveness. We have documented evidence that she's conscious." The room went silent, so silent I could hear the shift in Daniel's breathing. He wasn't surprised. That was the chilling part. He wasn't shocked that I was conscious. He was shocked he'd been caught. "That's impossible," he muttered quickly. She can't. She hasn't." "She has," the neurologist said calmly. "It's undeniable. She's responding to commands. She follows light." We observed voluntary eye movement. Daniel stared at my face now, but not with love, not with relief. He stared the way a man stares at a match he thought he had extinguished, only to realize the flame never died. "So what does this mean?" he asked, his voice tight. "It means," the neurologist replied, "you no longer have the authority to make decisions about ending her care. She is a conscious patient. She is now under neurological recovery protocol." Daniel swallowed, jaw clenching. "How long until she wakes up fully?" "That's impossible to know," the doctor said. "Could be weeks, could be longer. But the trajectory is promising." Daniel stepped closer, leaning over me, searching for something in my face. Fear, helplessness, compliance. But he found none of those things, because even though I couldn't move, I was no longer powerless. I was gathering myself, piece by piece, preparing for him. He leaned in slightly, his breath warm and sour as he whispered, "If you can hear me, remember none of this changes anything. You're still mine." Mara stepped between us so fast he flinched. "Back up," she snapped. There are cameras in this room, Mr. Hale. Daniel's eyes hardened. I was talking to my wife. And I'm talking to you, she replied. You don't get to intimidate a recovering patient. For a moment, I thought he might lash out, but instead, he straightened, smoothing the sleeves of his shirt like he needed something to control. Fine, he said quietly, but I want regular updates. The neurologist nodded stiffly. Of course, but from now on, those updates will be documented. Daniel left without another word, his footsteps echoing like a threat thrown over his shoulder. When the door finally closed, Mara leaned over me again and whispered, He's scared of you. Remember that. And he should be. Later that night, alone in the dim hospital room, I replayed his expression in my mind, the shock, the anger, the subtle dread. For the first time since the crash, I tasted something other than fear, not hope, not relief. Power. Power over the man who tried to erase me. Power over the future he thought I'd never see. Power that would one day allow me to walk into his world and take everything from him the way he tried to take everything from me. And as the machines hummed beside me, I made myself a silent promise. When I rise from this bed, I won't just reclaim my life, I'll reclaim his too. The day after Daniel learned the truth about my consciousness, something in the hospital atmosphere changed. Staff members who once moved around me mechanically now walked with purpose. Conversations dropped into silence whenever Daniel's name was mentioned. Security lingered near the elevators during visiting hours, and Mara guarded me like a lioness. She barely left my room unless required to, and whenever she did, she made another nurse sit in the chair beside my bed, so I was never alone and never vulnerable. Daniel didn't return for 3 days. 3 days in which I let fear twist into something sharper, something stronger. I didn't want to hide from him anymore. I wanted him to see me, to feel the weight of my survival press against his chest like a tightening rope. On the 4th day, he finally appeared. Not alone. Lily at his side, her arm linked through his as if she belonged in my space, as if she had a right to the air I breathed. They walked in laughing softly about something, and then both froze when they saw Mara sitting directly beside me, arms crossed, eyes burning with warning. Can we have some privacy? Daniel asked, his voice tense, trying to maintain the illusion of control. No, Mara said, without hesitation. All interactions with Mrs. Hale are supervised. His jaw tightened. Why? Hospital policy, Mara lied coolly. Conscious neurological patients require monitored visits. Daniel scoffed. She is barely conscious. Mara smiled without warmth. Then you should have no problem visiting her with me here. Lily squeezed his arm, whispering something I couldn't hear. He leaned down over me, lowering his voice, masking his tone with fake softness. I'm glad you're showing progress, he said, but there was nothing glad in his eyes. Only calculation. This will make things easier. Easier. For him. Always for him. He thought if I recovered, he could spin the story, gaslight the truth into something that favored him. I felt my pulse spike on the monitor. Mara leaned forward. Everything okay, sweetheart? She asked. I blinked once, slow and deliberate. Daniel noticed. For the first time since the accident, I watched true fear flicker across his face. Not guilt. Fear. The fear of a man being watched by the very ghost he thought he buried. Lily's eyes widened. Did she just blink on purpose? She can hear us, Mara said sharply. So choose your words wisely. That's ridiculous, Daniel snapped. She's just reacting to light. There is no light, Mara said. She blinked at your voice. Silence dropped over the room like shattered glass. Mara stood. Visiting time is over. Daniel turned to her. No, it isn't. Yes, Mara said coldly. It is. Leave. Lily tugged his sleeve, urging him toward the door, but he stared at me a moment longer, searching my face, looking for something. Recognition, fear, weakness, anything he could use. He found nothing. I was no longer a victim lying helpless in a bed. I was a witness. And witnesses are dangerous. When they finally left, Mara exhaled shakily and sat back down. He's going to try something, she murmured. Men like him don't lose quietly. I knew she was right. Daniel's entire world revolved around dominance, financial dominance, emotional dominance, narrative dominance. The moment he realized he couldn't control me, he would look for another way to control the outcome. I didn't have to wait long to learn what his next move would be. That night, a different doctor entered my room. Not my neurologist, a man I had only seen briefly once before. His eyes were tired, his face strained, and when he approached my bed, Mara stepped in front of him instantly. "State your purpose," she demanded. "I'm here to evaluate the patient for transition options," he said. Mara stiffened. "Transition to what?" "Long-term residential care," he replied. "Per the husband's request." My pulse hammered. Daniel was trying to move me, far away, out of reach, somewhere he could hide me, bury me, control the narrative, control everything. Mara glared at the doctor. Her husband no longer has that authority. The doctor sighed. "He's filing to contest that. I'm required to perform this evaluation until administration halts the request." Administration. The ethics board. Daniel was trying to worm his way around them before they officially removed his decision-making powers. Mara stepped closer. "You touch her, and I file a report citing obstruction of neurological recovery protocol." The doctor hesitated. "Mara, listen, if the paperwork is pending isn't approved," she snapped. "Get out." He left, flustered, and Mara turned to me, fury blazing in her eyes. "He's desperate," she whispered, "and desperate men do stupid things." That night, she didn't sleep. She sat in the chair beside me, arms crossed, face angled toward the door like she was waiting for a threat to climb through it. I would have thanked her if I could speak, but instead all I could do was blink. She understood. "I won't let him move you," she murmured, "not after everything he's done." The next morning, the neurologist arrived with urgent news. "The ethics board fast-tracked your case," he said, flipping through paperwork. "Your husband no longer has any authority. He was notified an hour ago." Mara grinned, a slow, satisfied smile. "He's going to lose his mind." I imagined the moment Daniel received that call, the moment he realized he had lost the last tool he had to erase me. And for the first time since the accident, I felt something new blooming inside me, not fear, not pain, but anticipation. The first seed of my revenge, the first step toward reclaiming my life, and, eventually, taking his. Daniel didn't come to the hospital the day the ethics board stripped his authority, or the day after, or the one after that. But his silence wasn't comfort, it was a warning. A man like him doesn't retreat, he reloads. I sensed it like a storm hovering behind glass, waiting for the smallest crack to break through. Mara sensed it too. Her shoulders were always tight now, her gaze cutting toward every doorway before stepping through it, her hand lingering on my chart longer than necessary. She had become my shield long before I understood how far she was willing to go. On the fourth day after the ruling, something changed. Not because Daniel appeared, but because someone else did. A woman, older than me by at least 20 years, perfectly tailored suit, hard eyes that scanned the room like she was evaluating assets, not patients. "Mrs. Hale?" she said without emotion, as if expecting me to answer. Mara stepped between us. "Who are you?" The woman didn't flinch. "I'm Attorney Morgan, representative for Mr. Hale." My heart monitor spiked so violently Mara cursed under her breath. The attorney glanced at the monitor, unimpressed. "I'm here to give notice," she continued. "Mr. Hale is contesting the ethics board ruling." Mara laughed once, sharp and cold. "Of course he is. A man like him can't let go of control without clawing through everyone in his way." The attorney's jaw tightened. "Regardless of your personal opinion, he has the legal right to pursue appeal. He also intends to file for emergency relocation to a long-term care facility." My pulse skyrocketed. He was still trying to hide me. Mara took a step closer, voice lowering into a growl. "She is improving. She is communicative. She is conscious. A relocation would be medical malpractice." "We'll see what the court decides," Attorney Morgan said without blinking. "As of now, I'm required to notify you that Mr. Hale demands no further medical decisions be made without his legal representation present." Mara crossed her arms. "His demands are irrelevant. He no longer has authority here." The attorney's eyes flicked to me again briefly, cold, assessing, calculating something I couldn't hear. "Then this will be handled in court," she said. "Expect filings this week." When she left, Mara let out a slow, simmering breath. "He's not stopping," she muttered. "Not until he gets what he wants." What he wanted was obvious. For me to disappear before I could expose him, before I could ruin him, before I could rise from this bed and show the world the truth. The hospital administration met that evening. It didn't involve me directly, but I heard the aftermath, the hushed conversations between nurses, the cautious footsteps of staff suddenly more protective. Daniel was escalating, fast. The next morning, Mara found paperwork slipped under the door of my room, a legal document demanding immediate transfer authorization. No signature from the hospital, no approval, just a threat disguised as formality. "He's unhinged," Mara hissed as she crumpled the paper. "He knows he's losing control." But that wasn't the end of it. 2 days later, at 2 a.m., the door to my room opened without a knock. Mara was off shift. A substitute nurse sat dozing in the corner, and into my room stepped Daniel. Alone, no Lily, no attorney, no fake politeness, just him and the kind of rage that chills the air. I felt my heartbeat spike so violently the machine beeped in alarm. He closed the door behind him quietly, too quietly. Then he walked to my bedside, staring down at me with the eyes of a man who'd lost everything and blamed me for all of it. "You ruined everything," he whispered. His voice was steady. That scared me more than if he had yelled. "You just had to survive, didn't you?" he said, leaning closer. "Couldn't just die like you were supposed to." Terror flooded me so violently I felt my body strain against its paralysis. He noticed the flicker in my eyes and smiled. "Oh, you can hear me. Good." He reached for the ventilator tube, not yanking it, not pulling it, just touching it, testing how easily he could end me. "They think you're improving," he murmured, "but they have no idea how fragile you really are. One mistake, one malfunction, one slip." My pulse monitor shrieked. The substitute nurse jolted, awake, startled. Daniel straightened instantly, switching into performance mode. "Sorry," he said with a false sigh. She got startled. I must have spoken too loudly. The nurse glanced at him uncertainly, saw nothing overtly threatening, and sat back down. Daniel leaned close to my ear again. "No ethics board can protect you forever," he whispered, "and you will never wake up enough to stop me." He left the room before the nurse could notice the tremble in my eyelids. The moment the door shut, I felt myself spiraling, panic, rage, helplessness colliding like shattered glass in my chest. When Mara arrived for her morning shift, she found me trembling, my vitals spiking into dangerous territory. Hey, what happened?" she whispered, grabbing my hand. I blinked, hard, deliberately, over and over, trying to force the panic into a signal. When she saw the fear in my eyes, her expression darkened into something lethal. "He was here," she said under her breath. I knew it. I knew he'd try something. She placed both hands on my bed rail, leaning close. "Listen to me. I'm going to protect you. I don't care what it costs." And in that moment, I knew something new. Mara wasn't just a nurse. Mara had taken this personally, maybe too personally. And Daniel had no idea that the next time he tried to reach for me, he would find someone far more dangerous than I could ever be in this bed. He would find Mara. Mara didn't call security right away, and that told me everything I needed to know about how far she was willing to go. She wasn't acting like a nurse following protocol anymore. She was acting like someone who had chosen a side in a war she didn't start but fully intended to finish. She closed the blinds, locked the door, and lowered her voice to a whisper that trembled with fury. "He came last night, didn't he?" she asked. I blinked once. She breathed in sharply, her jaw tightening. "I swear to God, if I had been here." Her voice trailed off, and the silence between us felt heavy enough to crush bone. "All right," she murmured. "If he wants to play this game, then we're going to change the rules." She moved with purpose, pulling my chart, scribbling notes, adjusting my equipment. Every action deliberate, strategic. She wasn't just protecting me. She was setting traps. "I'm switching your room," she said finally. "Somewhere he won't expect." somewhere only the neurologist and I have access to. My monitor beeped in confusion as she unhooked equipment and prepared for transfer. "Don't worry," she whispered. "This is temporary. Just until we figure out how deep his reach goes." Deep, deeper than she realized, because Daniel wasn't working alone anymore. Someone out there, a lawyer, an advisor, a shadow I couldn't yet see, was telling him exactly what strings to pull. Mara pushed my bed down a back hallway, usually used for infectious isolation patients. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that makes your spine tighten. The fluorescent lights above flickered, as if reacting to the tension. She checked over her shoulder every few steps. "He can't know where you are," she murmured. "If he knew, he'd find another way to get in." Another way. The phrase made my pulse spike, because Daniel was nothing if not persistent. He didn't need legal authority to hurt me. He just needed opportunity. But Mara wasn't giving him any. She wheeled me into a sealed research wing, empty, dimly lit, almost forgotten. "Perfect," she whispered. "Nobody comes here without clearance." She positioned my bed near the window, locking wheels, adjusting the monitors. "I'll move into this wing for my shifts," she said. "And when I'm not here, someone I trust will sit beside you the entire time." I blinked to signal gratitude, but she wasn't finished. She leaned in, voice low and steady. "You need to understand something," she said. "Daniel isn't trying to move you to care facilities. That's cover." Her eyes hardened. "He's trying to make you disappear." My blood felt cold in my veins. She continued. "If he can't kill you legally, he'll find another way. An accident, a malfunction, a transfer, something that can't be traced back to him." I wanted to scream. I wanted to warn her. I wanted to tell her that Daniel wasn't just desperate, he was unraveling. And unraveling men were capable of anything. But all I could do was blink. "I know," she whispered as if she could read my mind. "And I promise you, he won't get near you again." She left briefly to grab equipment, promising she'd be back within minutes. And I believed her. But destiny, fate, or cruel coincidence had different plans. Because the moment she stepped out, someone else stepped in, not Daniel, worse. Attorney Morgan. Her heels clicked sharply against the tile as she closed the door behind her. No guards, no escort, just her. And the look in her eyes told me she wasn't here to talk. She stood at the foot of my bed, hands clasped, expression cold as steel. "You're being moved," she said calmly. My monitor beeped in sharp protest. She continued. "Your husband is filing emergency injunctions. While those are pending, he has authority to recommend temporary facility transfer. My job is to ensure that transfer happens." I blinked rapidly, trying to signal distress. She did not react. "Don't misunderstand," she said. "I'm not here to harm you. I'm here to stabilize liability." Stabilize. The word tasted poisonous. If you stay in this hospital, chaos continues. If you are relocated, everything, and quiets. That was when she stepped closer, her voice lowering. "And if you wake up fully, your husband's career ends. His life ends. Everything he built ends." There it was, the truth. She wasn't protecting him because she cared. She was protecting him because he was valuable. A client worth shielding. A man with influence she benefited from. She looked down at me like evaluating an inconvenience. "You are a threat," she murmured. "Not because of what you can do, but because of what you know." My heartbeat surged so violently the machine nearly screamed. She reached for the power switch on the monitor, not to harm me, but to silence the alarms. "I'm not here to kill you," she said, "but I am here to isolate you until the courts decide your fate. You understand?" I blinked once. Hard. Her eyes narrowed. That wasn't agreement. She stepped closer, her voice a whisper dripping with menace. "You think survival is your victory. It isn't. Survival only prolongs the inevitable." Then, in a move that made every hair on my body freeze, she reached into her bag and pulled out a document. A transfer form, already signed by Daniel. "Once the judge approves this," she whispered, "you're gone." Footsteps echoed in the hall, heavy, fast. Morgan stiffened. The door burst open. Mara stood there, chest rising with fury, eyes blazing like wildfire. "Get away from her." Morgan smiled thinly. "I'm her legal counsel's representative. I don't give a damn if you're the governor, Mara snapped. Step away from my patient before I file misconduct, so severe the Bar Association has nightmares. Morgan moved slowly back, her expression calm, but her eyes sharp. You won't stop this, she murmured. This is bigger than you. Mara stepped forward. So am I. Morgan slipped out the door with a final whisper. Enjoy your time with her. It won't last. When the door closed, Mara ran to my side, gripping my hand. I'm so sorry I left, she said, voice breaking, but I'm here now, and nobody is taking you anywhere. I blinked, slow and steady. Trust, relief, rage. All of it tangled in that moment. Mara exhaled, steadied herself, and leaned close. Listen carefully, she whispered. If they're trying this hard to move you, it means we're close. Something is coming, something big. She swallowed hard. And when it happens, you need to be ready, ready. I wasn't sure what she meant, but within hours, I understood. Because that night, long after the hospital fell quiet, a loud crash echoed down the hall, followed by shouts, voices I recognized. Daniel was back, and he wasn't alone. The moment I heard the crash echo through the research wing, every cell in my body tightened, as if bracing for an impact I could not dodge. The hallway lights flickered again, that same sickening pulse I had begun to associate with danger, like the building itself sensed him approaching. Mara froze with her hand still wrapped around mine, her eyes widening, her breath caught between her ribs. She whispered one word under her breath, a word that carried more dread than any scream could. Him. She moved fast, pulling the curtain, turning off my monitor alarms but not the equipment itself, creating the illusion of a dark, dormant room. She positioned herself near the door, shoulders squared, ready to block it with her own body if she had to. The footsteps drew closer, heavy, impatient, purposeful. I recognized the rhythm instantly. Daniel walked like a man who believed every floor should move out of his way. Tonight, though, there was something different in the sound. Rage, desperation, recklessness, a terrible combination. Mara mouthed to me, "Stay quiet," as if I had any other choice. The door handle shook violently. Once, twice. Then Daniel's voice tore through the room even though he was still on the other side. "Open the door, now." Mara didn't move. She didn't speak. She waited, her jaw clenched, her breath even. The door rattled harder, then came a pounding that reverberated through the thin walls, through my bones. "I know she is in there," he shouted. His voice cracked slightly on the last word, and the crack terrified me more than the anger. Cracks mean instability. Cracks mean unpredictability. Cracks mean someone is about to do something irreversible. Mara called out through the door, her tone deadly calm. "This wing is restricted. You are not authorized here." Daniel's laugh was short and soulless. "I am her husband. I am authorized everywhere she is." Mara didn't hesitate. "Not in this hospital. Not anymore." Silence. Then another crash, louder than before. Something slammed into the door hard enough that dust fell from the frame. Mara stepped back instinctively, then repositioned herself. She wasn't scared. She was calculating. "I could tell," she whispered. "He doesn't know the cameras here were disabled years ago. They won't catch what he's doing." Those words chilled me because she wasn't warning me. She was preparing me. Daniel struck the door again, this time with what sounded like his shoulder. His breath came in ragged bursts between hits. He was losing control, completely. I caught a glimpse of the shadow moving under the door, pacing, circling, hunting. Then another voice joined him, a woman's. A voice I recognized instantly. Attorney Morgan. Quiet, sharp, cutting through the tension like a knife dipped in poison. "Daniel, stop. If you force entry here, you lose leverage. You lose everything." Her tone was not compassion. It was irritation, annoyance. As if Daniel's unraveling state was an inconvenience, not a crisis. He snapped back at her, voice shaking. "I'm losing everything anyway if she wakes up. She has the power to end me." Morgan replied coldly, "Only if she speaks. Right now, she can't." That was when something inside me shifted. Not fear, not pain, something darker, something sharper. Something like resolve crystallizing. Because as much as I hated every word coming from the other side of that door, Morgan was right about one thing. As long as I couldn't speak, I lived at the mercy of the people who wanted me gone. Mara leaned close to me, whispering, "He's spiraling. He's making mistakes. That's good. That means we're close to exposing him." Another crash hit the door, but weaker this time. As if Daniel's energy was draining, but his desperation was growing. He shouted, "I know what you're trying to do. I know you moved her. Do you think I'm stupid?" Mara shouted back. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? I don't work for you. I don't answer to you, and I won't let you near her." Morgan intervened again, her voice ice cold. "Daniel, enough. If you break this door, I will not defend you in court." He hesitated. The pacing stopped. The shadow under the door stilled. For a moment, the silence was so thick it felt suffocating. Then Daniel spoke again, but quieter this time, more dangerous because of the calm. "She belongs with me. I decide what happens to her." Mara's eyes flashed with outrage. "She doesn't belong to anyone. She is my patient, and you are out of control." That must have pushed him past the edge, because suddenly the handle twisted so hard it squealed against the metal. The door burst open an inch before something yanked it back from the outside. Morgan again. Her voice dropped to a whisper, but I still heard the venom. "If you step through that door, you will lose everything you still have left." Daniel's breathing sounded like an animal backed into a corner. For a split second, I wondered if he would do it anyway. If he would storm in and end everything himself. But then the footsteps retreated. Not willingly, not peacefully, forced. Dragged by reason he no longer possessed. His voice echoed one last time, trembling with a promise that wasn't a threat but a certainty. "This isn't over." The hall fell silent again. Mara locked the door immediately, then leaned against it as if holding the world back with her own strength. She swallowed hard, wiped her forehead, and forced her voice into a steady tone. "We're running out of time." She turned toward me with a look I had never seen on her face. Not fear, not anger. Determination sharpened into something fierce. "We need proof," she whispered. "Proof he can never bury." And then she said something that sent a tremor through me. "I know someone who might help. Someone who hates what he's capable of as much as I do. Someone he will never see coming." She stepped back into the shadows of the room, pulled out her phone, and dialed a number with hands that trembled just enough for me to notice. When the call connected, her voice dropped to a tone filled with both urgency and something else. "Trust. It's me. I need you. And I need you now." Mara ended the call with a silence so heavy it made the air feel thicker, as if the hospital itself was holding its breath. She slipped the phone into her pocket and moved toward my bedside with steps that were too precise, too practiced, the steps of someone preparing for a storm she already tasted on the horizon. Her face was set in determination, but her eyes revealed something else. Fear, not of Daniel, not of Morgan, but of what was coming next. She leaned close, keeping her voice low even though we were alone in an abandoned research wing. "He's going to escalate," she whispered. "He's losing control faster than I expected. That means he's going to make mistakes. And mistakes mean truth." She touched my hand gently. "But we need more than truth. We need evidence that even his attorney can't bury." She paused again, as if weighing whether to tell me the next part, and then she did. "The person I called knows him. Knows what he did before you." My pulse jumped painfully. "Before me. Before what happened to you," she said, reading the look in my eyes as if they were open. "You weren't the first woman he tried to break. You're just the first one he thought he finished." The words hit me like a blow I couldn't dodge. Mara stood, exhaled shakily, and looked toward the door as if expecting the shadows to move. When she turned back, she continued in a whisper. "Listen carefully. If we get the proof we need, you won't just survive. You'll end him. Not physically, not violently, but in the only way that people like him understand. Power stripped, reputation destroyed, every secret exposed." I blinked slowly to show I understood, or maybe to show I wanted to understand. Truthfully, the edges of my world were beginning to blur. Fatigue, fear, adrenaline, they were all mixing into a fog. Mara noticed. She touched the side of my face with a gentle but steady hand. "Stay awake if you can. There's still somewhere in this building." She wasn't wrong, because a minute later, footsteps echoed again. Softer this time, controlled, calculated. Mara's entire body went tense. "Not Daniel," she whispered. "Someone else. Someone lighter. Someone with purpose." The steps grew closer, then stopped right outside the door. A soft knock followed. 3 slow taps. Not impatient, not angry, just certain. Mara moved forward, one hand on the door handle, the other subtly reaching toward the emergency call button she could press if she needed backup. "Who is it?" she asked. A woman's voice answered, calm, even, familiar in a way I couldn't place. "It's me. You called." Mara opened the door only halfway, her body blocking the entrance. "Come in fast before someone sees you." The woman stepped inside swiftly, and Mara shut the door behind her without hesitation. She was tall, sharply dressed, with a confidence that radiated even in the dim light. Her hair pulled into a sleek twist, her eyes cold but intelligent. She moved with the energy of someone who'd spent years learning how to enter rooms without leaving a trace. When she looked at me, her expression softened but only slightly. "So this is her," she said. Mara nodded. "This is her." The woman stepped closer to my bed. I recognized her then, not her name, but her aura, because she carried the same kind of controlled fury that Mara had, except hers was older, deeper, sharper. "My name is Sinclair," she said quietly. "I used to be married to him." My body tensed so violently, my monitor beeped. Sinclair didn't flinch. She just nodded slowly, as if she expected that reaction. "Yes, Daniel destroyed my life long before he tried to erase yours." Her voice was steady, but underneath it simmered a pain so controlled it was almost weaponized. "He isolated me, manipulated doctors, lawyers, even my own family. And when I found out the truth, he made sure I couldn't speak it." Mara stepped forward. "That's why I called you. She deserves to know she's not alone." Sinclair nodded once. "And she deserves justice." She turned back to me, her voice lowering even more. "I know you can hear every word, so listen closely. Daniel is not acting alone. He never does. He has allies in places that should terrify you, but none of them are loyal. They're useful to him only as long as he's rising. And right now, he's falling. Fast." Mara moved to my other side. Sinclair continued. "When a man like him falls, the people who once protected him start running. They start selling him out. They start turning on him before he can turn on them. I have access to people who will talk, people who will testify, people who will give us what we need," Mara added. "And once we have enough evidence, we're going to court. And we will make sure the judge sees exactly what he tried to do." Sinclair looked at Mara. "How long do we have before he tries again?" Mara shook her head. "Hours, maybe less." Then Sinclair leaned closer to me, her voice dropping to a whisper meant only for me. "But you're not going anywhere. Not until we finish this. Not until you get your life back. Not until he loses everything he stole from you." I blinked once. Hard. Agreement. Acceptance. Maybe even hunger for the justice being promised. Sinclair straightened, her tone shifting back into the sharpness of strategy. "First step. We need to document everything. Every change in your vitals. Every unauthorized attempt he made to access your room. Every conversation overheard. Every legal threat Morgan issued." Mara nodded. "I've already started. I have timestamps, security logs, and witness statements from staff who saw him here last night." Sinclair smirked. "Good, because when the time comes, I'll make sure he never sees this coming." She turned to leave but stopped at the door. Her final words rippled through the room with the force of a storm. "He thinks you're helpless. He thinks silence protects him. He thinks no one will ever fight for you. But he has no idea what kind of war he just started." Sinclair slipped out of the room with the same silent precision she entered, leaving behind a charged stillness that made the walls feel tighter, the air heavier, and the night far from over. Mara locked the door again, double-checked the blinds, and sat beside me with her back straight and her senses sharpened like she expected danger to crawl out of the vents. She didn't speak for several seconds, as if processing everything Sinclair had brought into the room, every revelation that had shifted the battle from panic to strategy. Finally, she exhaled. "She's the only person he fears," she whispered. "And fear makes him sloppy. A small comfort, but comfort nonetheless." She adjusted my pillow gently, then typed rapidly on her tablet, her fingers tapping like a telegraph sending out warnings. She was building a record, a timeline, a blueprint of everything Daniel had done. Evidence he couldn't erase, evidence that would bury him. But the moment gave me no peace, because only minutes later the hallway lights flickered again, twice this time, longer than before, like a heartbeat skipping rhythm. Mara stiffened. That's not normal. She went to the door, listening. Voices floated down the hall, distant at first, then clearer. The tone was sharp, controlled, rehearsed. Morgan. Of course she hadn't left the hospital. Of course she was still playing puppet master. But this time she wasn't arguing with Daniel. She was speaking to someone else. Someone with authority. I could make out the words through the small gap under the door. Unauthorized wing. Legal liability. Transfer approved. Immediate action. Mara's eyes widened in horror. "She's trying to fast-track your relocation." She turned toward my bed with panic creeping into her expression. Something I'd never seen from her before. "I need to stall her. I need to buy time until Sinclair gets what she needs." She grabbed her badge, straightened her scrubs, and cracked the door open just enough to slip out. As soon as she left, the room felt emptier and colder, like my safety had walked out with her. Her voice carried down the hall, calm but firm. "You can't move her tonight. There's no clearance." Morgan replied with a venomous sweetness that made my stomach twist. "I have court approval. You can check it if you want." Mara shot back. "I want confirmation from the attending." "He isn't here," Morgan snapped. "Then the transfer waits," Mara said. Their footsteps grew sharper, their voices angrier, their words less careful, and then silence. A silence too sudden, too clean. Something was wrong. Before I could process it, a different sound came from the opposite side of the ward. Not footsteps, not voices. A metallic click. Someone unlocking the emergency stairwell door. My heart spiked. That door wasn't supposed to be used at night, and it definitely wasn't supposed to be used now. A moment later, a figure stepped into the dark hallway outside my room. Not Morgan, not Mara, not Sinclair, a hospital orderly. At least, that's what the uniform suggested. But something was off. The uniform was too large, the posture too stiff, the movements too deliberate. He approached my door quietly, pushing a rolling stretcher beside him. My blood turned to ice. He wasn't here for a routine task. He wasn't even pretending this was normal. He paused at the door to my room, pressing his ear to it, listening, gathering information. I tried to slow my breathing, but my monitor betrayed me, the soft beeps quickening. He froze, heard it, reacted, then reached for the handle. I wanted to scream, wanted to thrash, wanted to call for Mara. But I was trapped in my body, a prisoner in my own skin. He turned the handle, the latch clicked, and the door began to open. But before it could swing wide, a sharp voice exploded down the hall. "Step away from that door." It was Sinclair. She moved toward him with the confidence of someone unafraid to confront darkness head-on. The orderly straightened but didn't back away. She stepped closer, her eyes narrowing into slits. "You're not on the schedule. You're not assigned to this wing. And you're not here for her." His jaw tightened. Sinclair leaned in, her voice dropping to a cutting whisper. "So let me say this in a way you will understand. If you touch that door again, you won't just lose your job. You will lose every connection Daniel promised you." Her words hit their mark. The man hesitated, looked at the stretcher, then back at her. She didn't blink, didn't flinch, didn't give him room to breathe. Slowly, reluctantly, he backed away, not defeated, but postponed. Sinclair watched him retreat until he disappeared back into the stairwell. She waited, counting silent seconds, making sure he didn't return. Then she slipped into my room and shut the door behind her with a quiet finality. "You're not safe here anymore," she said. "Not even with Mara. Not with staff around. Not with cameras. Not with protocols. Not with anything except strategy." My pulse hammered in agreement. Sinclair stepped closer. Mara is stalling Morgan as long as she can, but the legal order will go through. The judge Morgan contacted is one of Daniel's old donors. That's why they're pushing so hard tonight. I blinked rapidly, panic rising. She placed a hand gently on my arm. I know. And that's why we're going to do something they'll never anticipate. She reached into her coat and pulled out a black device no larger than a matchbox. A recorder. The same kind that corporate investigators used when gathering evidence that needed to be undeniable. When she spoke again, her voice held a dangerous calm. When Daniel comes back, and he will, he's going to incriminate himself. And this time, you're going to be the one to capture it. I blinked hard, questioning how that was possible. She answered before I could ask. He thinks you're helpless. That's his weakness. And now, it's our weapon. Sinclair placed the recorder under my pillow with movements so precise they felt rehearsed, as if she had done this 100 times for people who didn't survive long enough to thank her. She fixed the blanket, smoothing it so nothing looked disturbed. Then she leaned close enough that I could feel the faint warmth of her breath. He will come here tonight, she whispered. Either by choice or by fear. People like Daniel always return to the scene of control. He needs to confirm his power. And that is exactly when he slips. The lights flickered again, this time longer, as if the hospital itself sensed the storm gathering inside its walls. Sinclair glanced up, annoyed. Power interference is too coincidental. Morgan is involved. She moved toward the door, but paused before leaving. Keep your breathing steady, your heartbeat too. He cannot suspect you're aware. Not yet. She closed the door softly behind her, leaving me once again in the dim room where danger lurked in every shadow. Minutes passed. Maybe an hour. Maybe less. Time warped in those moments, stretching and folding like fear-bending reality. My monitor beeped steadily, but I felt my pulse thudding harder in my chest with every distant footstep in the corridor. Then the hallway fell silent, unnaturally silent. The kind of silence that wraps itself around your throat. The door handle turned. Slowly, deliberately, Daniel stepped inside. He didn't look like the shattered man Sinclair described. He looked energized, like someone who had finally made a decision so cruel it gave him momentum. His hair was damp from the rain, his suit rumpled, his tie slung loosely around his neck, as if he had poured whiskey over his guilt and called it courage. He closed the door behind him and exhaled sharply, his composure cracking in the dim light. Then he walked to my bed and stared at me. For a long, uncomfortable stretch, he said nothing. He just watched me the way someone watches a locked safe they believe contains their future. Finally he spoke. I can't keep doing this. His voice wavered, but not with sadness, with frustration, with resentment, with the exhaustion of a man whose lies were running out of road. He rubbed his face with both hands. I didn't want it to end like this. You weren't supposed to survive. The words hung heavy in the room. Even though I knew the truth, hearing it spoken aloud hit me like ice water. My heart monitor spiked. Daniel leaned closer, misinterpreting the change. "Oh, come on," he muttered. "Not now. Don't start this again. You're barely conscious. You don't even know I'm here." Or so he believed. He paced to the foot of my bed, running a hand through his hair. "Morgan says we need to finish this tonight. She's right. The legal order will go through. The transfer is arranged. After that, nobody will question a thing." He stepped back to my side, but he wasn't looking at me anymore. He was looking past me, past the woman I was, past the life we shared. He spoke to the idea of me, the burden of me, the version of me he no longer wanted. "You were supposed to fade away quietly, not drag this out, not make everything so damn complicated." He sighed and lowered his voice. "This is the only way I get to keep my company, my future, everything I built." There it was. The confession he never should have spoken. The recorder caught every syllable, but he wasn't done. He leaned down until his face hovered inches above mine. "If you could hear me," he whispered, "it would almost be cruel, but you can't. So I'll say this out loud, just so someone does. I didn't leave you in that hospital because I stopped loving you. I left because you were in the way, and I am done sacrificing my life because you can't keep yours together. My pulse spiked again. He noticed and grabbed the sides of my bed like he owned even my heartbeat. "You see?" he hissed. "This is what I mean. You can't even die properly." The door clicked, soft, almost imperceptible. Daniel froze. Not because he heard it, but because he sensed something shift in the air. A presence. Sinclair slid into the room like a shadow with purpose. Daniel straightened instantly, adjusting his posture, smoothing his shirt, forcing composure onto his features like wet plaster over cracked stone. Sinclair smiled faintly, a smile with no warmth at all. "Working late, Daniel?" Her voice held polite curiosity, but the razor edge beneath it made the hairs on my arms prickle. Daniel stepped back from my bed, forcing a laugh, just checking on her, making sure she's comfortable. Sinclair glanced at my monitor, then at the untouched water on the tray, then at the subtle wrinkle in my blanket. Observant, calculating, dangerous. "You've had a long night," she said softly. "And you're about to have a longer one." Daniel frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" She stepped closer, invading his space so subtly that he didn't even realize he was retreating. "It means," she whispered, "that I've been listening to everything." The color drained from his face. He glanced toward my pillow instinctively, revealing he sensed a threat before understanding it. Sinclair caught the movement. "Good. You know exactly what I'm talking about." Daniel stammered. "I don't know what." She cut him off. "The recorder is running, Daniel. And you've said enough tonight to bury yourself twice." His breath hitched. For a moment, he shifted from arrogance to raw panic. "You can't do this. You don't know who you're dealing with." Sinclair stepped even closer. "Oh, but I do. Because you're exactly like every executive I've dismantled. You think you're untouchable. You think no one notices the bodies you step over. But someone always does. And this time, that someone is me." Daniel took a shaky breath and looked at me, not with fear of hurting me, but fear of losing everything he built. Fear of consequences. Fear of exposure. Sinclair's voice lowered to a tone that felt like a verdict being delivered. "This ends tonight." Daniel stepped back, as if Sinclair's words had physically struck him, his confidence cracking like thin glass under pressure. His throat bobbed, his jaw clenched, and the twitch in his left eye betrayed the panic he tried so hard to hide. He glanced toward the door, as if calculating the distance, as if wondering whether he could storm past Sinclair and escape before consequences caught up with him. She noticed. She moved her body an inch to the right, effortlessly blocking the doorway. "Don't even think about it," she said softly. "People are in the hall, and none of them are on your side." Daniel's breath sped up. "You're bluffing. You don't have anything. You're trying to scare me." Sinclair tilted her head, smiling like a predator amused by prey that still believed it had options. "Am I?" She reached into her coat. Daniel tensed, expecting a weapon. Instead, she pulled out her phone and tapped the screen. His voice filled the room instantly cold, calculating, merciless. "I didn't want it to end like this. You weren't supposed to survive. And then the second part, even worse. You were in the way. I'm done sacrificing my life because you can't keep yours together." Daniel lunged for the phone, but Sinclair slipped it behind her back with a casual ease that humiliated him more than a slap to the face. Her voice dropped. "Medical proxy abuse. Attempted endangerment. Coordinated transfer without legal grounds. Coercion of medical staff, intent to accelerate death. And that's not even including the financial crimes waiting to crawl out from under the rock you're standing on." Daniel paled completely now. "You can't prove anything." That recorder, Sinclair cut him off with a whisper that felt like a blade sliding under skin. "Do you honestly think this is the only recording running right now?" The room felt colder. My monitor beeped faster. Daniel's head swiveled toward me sharply. You heard all this? You've been awake? Conscious?" My eyelids didn't move. My face remained still. But my pulse, my heartbeat told the truth. He was too unhinged not to notice. His breath hitched as realization hit him like a punch to the ribs. "Dear God," he whispered. "What did you tell her?" Sinclair stepped closer. "Everything." She leaned over the bed rail, her voice lower than I'd ever heard it, and she spelled it letter by letter. Daniel stumbled backward, shaking his head violently. No, she couldn't. She's barely functioning. She's Sinclair finished for him. Smarter than you. stronger than you, and much harder to kill than you expected. The fury in Daniel's eyes ignited like a match. He wasn't scared now, he was cornered. And cornered men did dangerous things. His fist clenched, his breathing sharpened. He took one step toward me. Sinclair moved first. She grabbed his wrist so fast he didn't see her hand until it was already locked around him like steel. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't even breathe in her direction unless I say so," Daniel snarled. "You think you can stop me? I built everything she has, everything she is. She would be nothing without me." Sinclair's smile turned lethal. "And that," she said, "is exactly why you're going to lose everything tonight." The door burst open. Mara stood there breathless, sweating, eyes wild but not alone. Two hospital administrators, a security officer, and a woman in a dark pantsuit with a federal badge stepped in behind her. Daniel froze. The federal agent stepped forward. "Daniel Hayes?" He stiffened. His voice trembled. "Yes?" She raised her badge. "Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Medical Crimes. We need to speak with you regarding allegations of attempted proxy abuse, financial coercion, and interference with patient care." Daniel's mouth opened, but no sound came out. The agent continued. "You're required to accompany us immediately." Daniel shook his head. "You can't. You don't understand. This is all a manipulation. She's not even conscious." The agent looked at Sinclair, then at my monitor, then at Daniel. "Actually, we understand perfectly." Daniel shot a desperate look at me, searching for a sign of weakness to exploit. Then a more desperate look at Mara. Then at Sinclair, whose expression told him she was already 3 steps ahead of every excuse he could invent. The agent nodded to the security officer. "Take him." Daniel backed up with both hands raised. No, wait, listen, you're making a mistake. Everything you think you know, it's wrong. You don't know what she did. You don't know what security moved toward him." Daniel panicked. He lunged for me, maybe for the pillow, maybe for the recorder, maybe for one last chance to destroy the evidence before it destroyed him. But Sinclair slammed her shoulder into him, pinning him against the wall so hard the impact shook the medical equipment. "Do not touch her," Sinclair hissed. "Do not look at her. Do not think about her again." Security cuffed him. His breath came out in ragged gasps as fear finally replaced arrogance. He looked around the room as if every face there had betrayed him. He tried one last time. "This is a setup. You're all falling for a setup. I loved her. I stood by her. She's manipulating you. She's..." Mara cut him off with a whisper so soft it cut like a knife. "She never lied. You did." Daniel's face twisted, fury and panic swallowing each other like two beasts fighting in the dark. As they dragged him out, he screamed, "You'll regret this. All of you. I'll ruin you. I'll ruin." The door slammed. Silence washed over the room like a wave. Sinclair looked at me. Her voice softened for the first time. "It's over. Not legally, not fully, but the part where he decides your fate? That ended tonight." Mara moved to my bedside, shaking, tears trembling in her eyes. "You did it," she whispered. "You held on long enough. You fought when nobody knew you could fight. And now, you're safe." For the first time in what felt like forever, I believed her. The door clicked shut behind Daniel, and for the first time since the night I collapsed at home, the air in the room felt breathable, not warm, not comforting, but breathable. Mara's hand rested lightly on my arm, her touch steady, even though her shoulders still trembled from adrenaline. Sinclair stood near the window, her silhouette sharp against the glow of the city outside, as if she were guarding the room, even now that the threat had been dragged away in handcuffs. None of us spoke for a long time. Silence settled around us, not the suffocating kind that had kept me prisoner for months, but the kind that lets wounds finally exhale. When Sinclair finally stepped toward my bed, her voice softened in a way I wasn't prepared for. "He won't touch you again. He won't decide for you again. The law will take him from here." I blinked slowly, once, letting her see gratitude I could not voice aloud. She placed something on the tray beside me, a black flash drive. "This is every recording I made. Yours, mine, Morgan's calls, Daniel's attempts to pressure hospital staff. It's airtight, and it belongs to you." My pulse steadied. For the first time, I felt control returning to me, not in my limbs, not in my voice, but in the sense that my future was no longer tied to his choices. Mara exhaled shakily. "We'll transfer you to a secure recovery facility tonight. Not the one Morgan chose, one Sinclair arranged. They have a team who specializes in neurological recovery. You'll be safe there." She paused, her voice thickening. "And we'll make sure the world knows exactly what he tried to do." My heartbeat jumped with something new. Not fear, not anger, but possibility. For months, my existence had been reduced to blinking for survival. Now, for the first time, the horizon stretched in front of me. Weeks passed, then months. The secure recovery center was nothing like the cold, fluorescent cage I had been trapped in before. The walls were warm earth tones. The staff spoke to me like I existed, like I mattered. I worked with a neurologist who believed in my recovery with a conviction that made me believe too. Every day I fought my own body. Every day it resisted. Every day I pushed anyway. First I regained control of my eyelids, then tiny movements in my fingers, then my hand, then my right leg. Pain was constant. Exhaustion hovered like a shadow. But after everything Daniel tried to steal from me, my life, my autonomy, my voice, every inch of progress felt like a victory carved out of his failure. Sinclair visited often. Mara came even more. They were the first faces I grew used to seeing as someone awakening from darkness, not someone sinking into it. And slowly, painfully, I learned to speak again. My voice was raspy at first, breaking like cracked glass. But it was mine. My words, my power. The first full sentence I managed, 2 months into therapy, was simple. "I'm not done." Mara cried when she heard it. Sinclair didn't cry, but she looked prouder than anyone had ever looked at me in my life. Daniel's trial came a year later. By then I could walk with a cane. I could move without assistance. I could speak clearly enough to testify. Prosecutors built the entire case around the recordings, around the hospital logs, around the financial documents Sinclair uncovered. Morgan turned on Daniel in exchange for a lighter sentence, spilling every detail of the plan she and Daniel had crafted. The courtroom was packed the day I testified. Reporters, lawyers, strangers who had followed the case. But the only eyes I cared about were his. Daniel looked older, smaller, his arrogance hollowed out. The suit he wore didn't give him the power he once wielded effortlessly. When I walked to the stand, cane in hand, the room went silent. His mouth dropped open, not in remorse, not in apology, but in disbelief that I had survived enough to stand before him. I looked him dead in the eyes as I gave my testimony. I recounted every word he'd spoken over my bed, every decision he made, every betrayal, every moment he believed I was too broken to fight back. My voice shook only once when I said the words he whispered the night he thought I was gone. "You were in the way." When the recording of his confession played, he crumbled. The verdict was swift, guilty, on every charge. He was sentenced to decades in federal custody, no possibility of parole for at least 30 years. As they led him away, he looked back at me one last time. His eyes begged, pleaded, apologized, lied. I stared back without blinking, without shaking, without giving him the dignity of a reaction. That chapter of my life closed the moment the doors locked behind him. 3 years after the night he abandoned me in that hospital, I walked into the headquarters of his company, but not as the broken woman he left behind. I walked in as the majority shareholder, the new owner, the woman who bought the very empire he tried to kill me to protect. Employees whispered as I entered the executive boardroom. Some recognized me, some only knew the headlines, but all of them watched as Daniel's replacement CEO, a man handpicked by his desperate final months, scrambled to stand. I didn't let him finish his greeting. "You're all dismissed," I said. "Except him." He stayed. I sat across from him, steadying my hands on my cane. "You have 2 options," I told him. "Resign quietly, or be removed loudly." He resigned within 60 seconds. And just like that, the kingdom Daniel built became mine. I didn't take it out of greed. I took it because he believed it would never belong to me. I took it because he thought I would die before touching the life he built. I took it because survival itself wasn't enough. I wanted my victory to eclipse his legacy. And it did. I walked out of the building that afternoon, feeling lighter than I had in years. the sun hit my face. The breeze carried the warmth of spring. I was alive. I was free. I was stronger than the man who tried to bury me. And for the first time, I didn't feel like a survivor. I felt like someone reborn. My past didn't define me. His choices didn't define me. My recovery, my fight, my will, those defined me. I went home that night to a small house near the coast, far from the chaos, far from the darkness. And as I stood on the porch watching the waves, I whispered the words I had wanted to say for so long. I'm here, I'm still here, and I won. I was hiding in a restroom stall when my husband walked in with his mistress and bragged about how he'd take my money tonight. He thought I couldn't hear them. Before I start, please like this video, subscribe, and tell me where you're watching from. You're not ready for what happened next. I never thought the night that was supposed to celebrate my 10th wedding anniversary would be the night everything inside me broke. I remember the way the restaurant lights shimmered against the polished marble floors, how the soft jazz in the background almost lulled me into believing things were normal, safe, familiar. But they weren't. Something was wrong with my husband the second he stepped out of the car. He wouldn't stop checking his phone. He wouldn't look me in the eye for more than a second, like my face was suddenly too heavy for him to hold with his. And every time the screen lit up, he smiled. Not the warm smile I'd fallen in love with, but something quick and sharp, like a secret he couldn't wait to get back to. I tried to tell myself I was imagining it, that maybe he was planning a surprise, or coordinating with a friend, or dealing with a stressful client like he always claimed. But the truth was dripping from his body language so loudly, I could almost hear it. He wasn't nervous because of business. He wasn't distracted because of stress. He was excited about something, or someone. And that alone made my stomach twist. When we sat down, he pretended to be present, asked me questions, nodded at my answers, but his eyes kept darting toward the entrance as if he was waiting for someone to walk in. Every time a server passed by, he jerked slightly, like he expected news, a signal, a sign. Then his phone buzzed again. He grabbed it so fast the table shifted. His thumb hovered over the screen before he angled it away from me. That was the moment I knew, truly knew, that whatever I feared was already happening. Even then, I wasn't prepared for the truth. The server poured wine. I barely touched mine. My husband, however, downed his like he was trying to chase a secret down his throat before it slipped out. When he excused himself to take a call, I watched him walk toward the hallway that led to the restrooms and staff area. I watched him look over his shoulder twice. I watched him smile at something on his phone as he disappeared around the corner. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel the echo in my teeth. I told myself not to follow him, that I would look crazy, jealous, paranoid. But then I felt something electric under my skin, an instinct I couldn't ignore. Women always know before they know. I stood up and walked slowly toward the hallway, telling myself I'd just go to the restroom, wash my hands, breathe. But halfway there, a wave of dizziness washed over me. Maybe stress, maybe hunger, maybe something else entirely, something I wouldn't understand until much later. I forced myself into the women's restroom, stumbled into the last stall, and sat down, pressing my fingertips to my temples. I needed a minute, just a minute, but that minute turned into the moment that shattered everything. The restroom door opened. I heard footsteps, a woman's heels first, then a man's shoes. And it wasn't the sound of someone barging into the wrong bathroom by mistake. It was too casual, too familiar, too secretive. And then I heard his voice, my husband, laughing, whispering. I froze. My lungs stopped halfway through a breath. I didn't move, didn't blink, didn't dare make a sound. They didn't know I was there. They didn't check the stalls. They just stood in front of the mirrors like they owned the room. The woman spoke first. Her voice was young, smooth, confident. "So tonight's the night?" she asked. My husband let out a breathless laugh, the kind he used to give me when we were newlyweds, and he was excited about a promotion or a vacation. But now it was filled with something rotten. "Yeah," he said, "tonight's the night." My fingers gripped the sides of the toilet seat so hard they hurt. I couldn't see them, but I could picture him leaning close to her, probably grinning like a boy showing off a stolen toy. "You really think she has no idea?" the woman asked, almost teasing. No idea, he repeated, with a smug certainty that made bile climb up my throat. There was a pause. Then he lowered his voice, a whisper so venomous I felt it slice straight into my spine. "By the time this night is over," he said, "I'm getting her money, all of it." My vision blurred. My heartbeat slammed against my ribs. I covered my mouth to keep from gasping. He said it like it was nothing, like it was the weather, like my life, my marriage, my trust were simply stepping stones toward a payday. The woman giggled softly. "You're unbelievable," she said. "How are you going to pull it off?" He laughed again. A dark, confident laugh. "Don't worry," he said. "She'll drink what I give her. She always does." My stomach dropped so violently I thought I would faint. Drink what? What was he planning? Poison? Drugs? Something to make me sick? Something to make me look unstable? My mind spiraled. I pressed my palm flat against my chest, trying to slow the panic, but a colder thought slipped through the cracks. He didn't just want to take my money. He wanted to remove me. Tonight. The restroom suddenly felt too small, too airless, too dangerous. And I sat there, hidden behind a thin metal door, realizing I wasn't imagining things. I wasn't paranoid. I wasn't overreacting. I was in real, immediate danger. And the man who promised to love me was planning to betray me in the cruelest, most calculated way imaginable. And worst of all, he thought I would never know. But I heard everything. And I knew this was only the beginning. I stayed frozen in that restroom stall long after their voices faded into the hallway, long after their footsteps disappeared back toward the dining room, long after the slow echo of the door swinging shut. My heart didn't settle, it just kept hammering like it was trying to punch its way out of my chest. I sat there gripping my knees, shaking so badly I had to clamp my jaw shut to keep my teeth from clicking together. I didn't know how long I stayed like that. Maybe a minute, maybe 10. Time didn't feel real anymore. The truth was too big to process. My husband didn't just cheat on me. He didn't just lie. He was planning something. Something that involved my money and me drinking something he handed me. Something that had to happen tonight. My throat tightened until I could barely swallow. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to run, but I was terrified to even stand up. What if he came back? What if the restroom door opened again, and this time he checked the stalls? What would I say? What would he do if he knew what I'd heard? I pressed my fingertips to the lock on the door, hesitated, and only then realized my hands were trembling. I wasn't safe. Not in that stall, not in that restaurant, not with him waiting just a hallway away. I had to get out, but I couldn't let him suspect anything. I couldn't just bolt from the restroom and sprint for the exit. He'd know. And if he knew that I knew, I didn't doubt for a second he'd act faster. And if he truly had something planned for tonight, something in my drink, something that relied on me cooperating, then me acting strangely would force his hand. I forced myself to breathe. One breath. Another. I listened for voices, for footsteps, for the sound of him calling my name. Nothing. Slowly, quietly, I unlocked the stall. The metal latch clicked too loud in the silence, and I froze again. No one came. I pushed the door open and stepped out. My reflection in the restroom mirror startled me. I already looked like a woman who'd survived something. Wide eyes, pale face, lips pressed tight to stop them from shaking. I splashed cold water on my cheeks to hide the tear streaks he might notice. Then I walked slowly, deliberately, toward the door. But before I could touch the handle, I heard something that made my blood run cold. His voice, right outside the door. "She's been gone a long time. You think she's okay?" He didn't sound worried. He sounded annoyed, impatient, like he needed me to move to the next step of whatever plan he had. The mistress replied, her voice lower now. "Relax. She won't suspect a thing. Just stick to the schedule. Don't panic. Schedule." The word made my stomach twist again. They had a schedule, a timeline, something they needed me to do next. And if I didn't want to think about that. I waited behind the restroom door, holding my breath as their voices trailed off and their footsteps faded again. When I could no longer hear them, I cracked the door open an inch, peeked into the hallway, and stepped out like nothing was wrong. I walked back toward the dining room with the careful, forced calm of someone holding a bomb inside their chest. He was already at the table, sitting casually, scrolling through his phone like a man with a clear conscience. When he looked up at me, his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "Everything okay?" he asked. I swallowed hard. "Yeah," I said. "Just needed a minute." He nodded like he expected that answer. Then he lifted a glass toward me, not my wine glass, a different one, something clear, something he had ordered while I was gone. The sight of it made my pulse spike. "Here," he said, pushing it gently toward me. "You should try this. It'll help you relax." My mouth went dry. He waited, watching me, too closely, too carefully, like he was studying my reaction. I forced myself to smile, just a tiny one. "Thanks," I whispered. My fingertips touched the cold glass, and in that moment, I knew without a doubt that if I drank it, everything would end tonight. I lifted it, slowly, too slowly. He was watching every move. I tilted it toward my lips, feeling the first drop touch my mouth, but I didn't let any inside. I let it slide back into the glass so gently he didn't notice. "Good, right?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Really good." He relaxed, satisfied. I set the glass down and pretended to be calm. But inside, panic was clawing at me like an animal trying to get out. I needed a way to escape, but I also needed to know why. Why now? Why me? What money? I knew we shared accounts. I knew we had savings, but none of it was enough for murder. Unless there was something I didn't know, something he'd taken out in my name, a policy, a loan, a document he forged, something worth enough to kill for. As I sat there, pretending to eat, pretending to smile, pretending to be the clueless wife he needed me to be, my mind raced through every possibility, every conversation, every strange moment over the last few months. Had this been building longer than I realized? Had I missed signs? Had I ignored things because I loved him? I lifted my napkin to wipe my lips and saw something white in the corner of my vision. His phone screen, a text preview from a number I didn't recognize. "Is it done yet?" My heart slammed once, then twice. I looked away quickly before he caught me staring. I was in real danger. Not imagined danger, not the kind you exaggerate or misinterpret. Real danger with real stakes and real planning behind it. I needed help, but I couldn't pull out my phone. I couldn't let him see me text. I couldn't ask the server because he watched them too closely. I couldn't stand up because he would follow me. Every option felt like a trap, until one thought hit me like a spark in the dark. My sister. She lived close, and she knew me better than anyone. If I could get even a tiny message out, something vague enough not to alert him, but clear enough that she'd understand, maybe I had a chance. My husband raised his glass. "To us," he said. The words hit me like poison. I lifted my glass and clinked his. The moment he looked down at his plate, I slipped my phone under the table and typed with trembling thumbs. "I need you. Emergency. Come now." I hit send. Then I hid the phone in my lap and forced myself to breathe. If she didn't see it soon, I was on my own. And I didn't know how much time I had left, because across from me, my husband smiled. A slow, chilling smile. One that told me he believed tonight would end with me gone, and the worst part was, he wasn't wrong. Not yet. Not unless I figured out how to survive the night. The moment I sent that message to my sister, a tiny spark of hope flickered in my chest, but it was immediately smothered by the realization that I couldn't let him notice even a hint of change in my behavior. Everything depended on him believing I was still clueless, still docile, still exactly the woman he thought he had manipulated for years. He lifted his fork and stabbed into his steak with a kind of satisfaction that churned my stomach. He chewed slowly, watching me as if he were studying the progress of his plan, checking for cracks. I forced myself to take a bite of my food even though my throat felt like it was closing. "You seem quiet tonight," he said. His tone was light, casual, but his eyes were slicing through me like knives. "Just tired," I replied, keeping my voice soft. Not too soft, just soft enough. "Long day at work." He nodded thoughtfully. "Well, tonight will help you relax." The double meaning behind that sentence nearly made the food rise in my throat. I took a sip of water just to keep from shaking, but even then, I felt his gaze tracking the movement of my glass like he was calculating something. Every look he gave me felt loaded. Every smile came with a hidden blade. I kept my posture steady, but inside, terror pulsed like a drumbeat. If my sister didn't see the message, if she didn't come, I had no backup plan. I wasn't sure I'd make it out of the restaurant alive. He kept talking as if nothing were wrong. Updates from work, a story about a coworker, something trivial about a client who annoyed him. All of it felt like noise, distractions, the patter of a predator soothing its prey. But beneath his voice, I heard something else, a rhythm, a timing, a deliberate pacing of the evening. He checked his watch twice. He texted someone once. His foot tapped under the table. He was waiting for something. Or someone. When the server approached with dessert menus, he waved them away. "No dessert tonight," he said. "We have plans at home." My pulse spiked so hard, I felt a sharp pain under my ribs. Home. The word dropped like a stone into my stomach. If he got me out of the restaurant and into the car, everything would move out of public view, and then nothing would stop him. I swallowed hard and reached for my water again, buying myself seconds of thought. If I refused to leave, he'd get suspicious. If I stalled too long, the schedule he and that woman whispered about in the restroom would fall apart. And if the schedule fell apart, he would improvise. A man like him was capable of anything when cornered. I needed more time, just enough for my sister to arrive. But how? He stood up, adjusting his jacket, clearing his throat like a man ready to wrap up the night. "Come on," he said. "Let's get out of here." My legs felt like they were made of cement. I forced myself to stand. Just as I did, my phone buzzed once in my lap. My heart flipped. A text, but I didn't dare look. Not with him watching me. "Ready?" he asked. He sounded polite to anyone who might overhear, but there was a pressure underneath the word, a command disguised as courtesy. "Yeah," I whispered. "Just let me use the restroom once more." His eyes sharpened instantly. Again, my blood turned to ice. I realized my mistake the second the word slipped out. Going back to the restroom was risky because it connected too directly to the moment his mistress and he had spoken earlier. He couldn't know I'd been there, couldn't know I'd heard. "Just to fix my makeup," I said, forcing a small laugh. "You know me." He watched me for 1, 2, 3 seconds too long. My throat tightened. Then he sighed and nodded. "Fine, I'll pay the bill." I turned toward the hallway. My legs felt weak, but I forced myself to walk naturally. Once I turned the corner, out of his sight, I pulled my phone from my lap so fast it nearly slipped from my fingers. My sister's message was short. "I'm here. Where are you?" Relief flooded through me so hard I almost cried. I typed quickly while walking into the restroom. "Don't come inside. He'll see you. Wait near the entrance." I hit send as I closed myself inside the same stall where my world had shattered minutes earlier. I locked it, leaned against the wall, tried to gather whatever courage I had left. But before I could calm myself, the restroom door opened again. My body froze. Footsteps, slow, heavy. Not heels, not a woman, a man. My blood ran cold. I pressed my hand over my mouth and barely breathed. One step, another. The footsteps came closer. I could hear breathing, male breathing. Quiet, but not quiet enough. My husband's voice filled the air, low and cold. "If you're in here," he said, "come out." The edges of my vision blurred. He was suspicious, too suspicious. I stayed completely still. "You know," he continued, "you've been acting strange tonight." My lungs ached from holding my breath. "And I don't like strange." The footsteps paused right in front of my stall. Silence stretched so long I felt myself slipping into panic. Then the doorknob rattled. My entire body jolted. He tested the lock. Slowly, methodically. "Locked," he said. Not surprised, not confused. Just noticing, just cataloging. Then, to my horror, he lowered himself, and I saw the shadow of his shoes shift, as if he were crouching, like he was trying to look under the stall. I backed up silently, pressing myself flat against the wall, lifting my feet just enough so he couldn't see the tips of my shoes. His breathing grew slightly louder. "Come out," he said again. No warmth, no patience, just command. My hands shook uncontrollably. If he pushed hard enough, the lock could snap. They always seemed flimsy, And if he got inside? My phone buzzed again. A sound so small, yet so deadly that I nearly screamed. I slapped my hand over it instantly, praying the stall walls muffled it. His voice dropped. Dangerous now. Who are you texting? I couldn't answer. I didn't dare. The doorknob rattled again, harder this time. Open the door. My mind raced. If he forced his way in, I was finished. I needed a distraction. Anything. I glanced at the toilet paper holder. A small metal box with a flap. I took a breath and slammed my foot against it. The metal clanged loudly, echoing through the restroom like a gunshot. It was risky, stupid even, but it worked. He stood up sharply. What the hell? His footsteps moved fast toward the restroom door. He yanked it open. Everything all right in there? A server's voice asked from outside. My husband paused. Then his voice changed instantly, flipping into a perfect imitation of concern. Yes, sorry. My wife's not feeling well. I'm just checking on her. Should I get her some water? No, thank you. She'll be fine. The door shut again. His footsteps returned toward me faster this time, angry now but then stopped. Silence. Then the door opened again, and this time his voice faded into the hallway. He left, finally. But not because he believed me. He left because someone saw him. I slid down the stall wall, shaking uncontrollably, trying to catch my breath without sobbing. I had seconds, maybe minutes. Tonight wasn't just dangerous, it was fatal. I stood, unlocked the stall, and stared at myself in the mirror. A woman who had no choice left except to survive. And the moment I stepped out of the restroom, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. If I walked out of that restaurant with him, I wouldn't be walking out again. When I stepped out of the restroom, the hallway looked too bright, too exposed, like every light was pointing directly at me. I forced my shaky legs to move, one step at a time, toward the dining room. I didn't see him at first, which terrified me more than seeing him would have. A predator you can see is predictable. A predator who disappeared is chaos. I scanned the room, couples chatting, a family laughing, a waiter lighting a candle. But not him, not anywhere. My heart began hammering again, and my throat tightened like a fist had wrapped around it. Then I spotted him. He was standing near the entrance, talking to someone on the phone, expression tight. His voice was low, controlled, but I recognized the posture. He was angry, and he was trying to hide it. When he turned and saw me walking toward him, his face softened instantly into a gentle smile that made my blood freeze. Feeling better? He asked as he slipped his phone into his jacket pocket. The mask was perfect, the performance flawless. Yeah, I whispered, hoping my voice didn't betray me. Just needed a minute. He held out his hand as if he were some caring husband. Ready to go? My stomach twisted violently. If I took that hand, I was dead. Maybe not tonight in front of people, but soon, very soon. My sister was outside. I needed to reach her, but I couldn't run. Running would be a confession. I forced a smile and took his hand, shocking myself with how steady I kept my fingers. Let's go, I said. Each step toward the restaurant door felt like descending staircases into some place I'd never escape. But just as the door came into view, something shifted. My husband stiffened, almost imperceptibly, but enough that I felt it through his grip. I followed his gaze. My sister was standing near the entrance, pretending to scroll through her phone, but she was too tense, too alert. And he noticed. His fingers tightened around mine. Is that, he began. Oh, I interrupted quickly, acting surprised. That's my sister. A beat, a pause, a calculation behind his eyes. I didn't know she'd be here, I added with a small laugh, trying to sound genuinely confused. He watched her for a long second, too long. Really? Yeah, I said with a shrug. Total coincidence. He didn't believe me. I felt it. But he didn't know the truth either. Not yet. And this moment, this tiny moment, was my only chance. Hey, my sister called out, lifting her hand. I was nearby and thought I'd stop by to say hi before heading home. She smiled at him, too warmly, too politely. She was trying to help me, but she didn't know the rules of the game. My husband stepped forward, still holding my wrist. Nice to see you, he said smoothly. We were just leaving. His grip tightened again. A warning. My sister nodded slowly, reading something in his tone. Actually, she said, could I borrow her for just a minute? Something quick. My husband's jaw twitched, barely noticeable to someone who didn't know him, but I did. That tiny movement meant danger. It's late, he said, his tone shifting. Too firm, too final. We really need to go. My sister caught the shift too. Her eyes sharpened. It's important, she said quietly. He stared at her with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. It can wait. I felt my sister's panic rising, the same panic boiling in my chest. She stepped closer. Please, she said softly, just 1 minute. Silence stretched tight between them. I felt his grip on me harden, fingers pressing into my pulse. No, he said. My sister's expression changed. She didn't raise her voice, didn't move, didn't argue. She simply reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. Okay, she said, then I'll ask her right here. My husband didn't like that. His fingers dug deeper into my wrist. Ask her what? He demanded. My sister looked directly at me. Are you okay? My breath caught. The world froze. People around us kept walking, kept laughing, kept eating, unaware that one question had just cracked open the entire moment. My husband slowly turned his eyes to me, waiting, expecting, daring me. My mouth opened, but no sound came out. He squeezed my wrist so hard pain shot up my arm, and I winced. My sister saw it. Her eyes widened. That was all it took. She stepped between us, literally stepped into his path. Let her go, she said. He laughed. A cold, flat sound. You're overreacting. Let her go. He didn't move, didn't blink. His smile thinned. She's my wife. She's my sister, she shot back. People had started turning their heads now, watching. Not interfering, but watching. My husband realized it too. His grip loosened just enough for me to pull my hand back. I stepped away from him and moved to my sister's side. The tension in his expression cracked. For the first time all night, I saw something new in his eyes. Not calculation, not anger, not control. Panic. He masked it quickly, but not fast enough. What's going on? He demanded. Why are you acting like this? My sister slipped her arm around my shoulders protectively. She'll leave with me, she said. You can go home alone. No, he snapped. Too sharp, too loud. The people watching frowned. My sister's voice stayed calm. She's not going with you. He took a step toward us, but the restaurant manager appeared suddenly, sensing conflict. Is everything all right here? My husband froze. He couldn't cause a scene. Not here, not publicly. He straightened, forcing a smile that looked strained and unnatural. Yes, he said. Just a misunderstanding. The manager looked at me. Ma'am? My throat felt raw. But I managed to say, I'm fine. Just going with my sister. My husband's smile flickered, almost breaking. The manager nodded and walked away. My husband leaned in slightly and whispered, too quietly for anyone else to hear. We'll talk later. His tone, that tone, it was a promise, a threat, a certainty. He stepped back, gave a polite nod to my sister, and walked straight out of the restaurant. The second he was gone, my legs buckled. My sister grabbed me, holding me up as tears I didn't even feel coming slid down my cheeks. We need to go, she whispered. Now. I nodded, still shaking. But as she guided me toward the exit, I glanced out the front windows and saw him, standing by the car, not getting in, not leaving, just staring at the door, waiting, watching, calculating. My sister tightened her grip on me as we stepped outside. Don't look at him, she whispered. But I did, and the expression on his face made my blood turn ice cold. He wasn't angry anymore. He wasn't pretending. He was planning. And whatever he planned next would be worse. Much worse. My sister practically dragged me to her car, her arm tight around my shoulders as if she expected him to sprint toward us at any second. And honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if he did. Every few steps, I glanced back, expecting to see him rushing forward, yelling, grabbing me, forcing me into his car. But instead, he just stood there across the parking lot, hands in his pockets, body still, expression unreadable in the dim glow of the streetlights. That stillness terrified me more than any shouting could have. He looked like someone mentally rewriting his plan because the first version had just fallen apart. "Don't look at him," my sister whispered, unlocking her car with shaking hands. "Just get in." I obeyed, sliding into the passenger seat. She jumped in beside me, started the engine, and locked the doors in one frantic motion, but she didn't pull out of the parking space, not yet. Instead, she gripped the steering wheel, breathing hard, staring straight ahead. "Tell me," she said. Her voice was low, tense, shaking with fury she was trying to hold together. "Tell me exactly why he grabbed your wrist like that. Tell me why you texted me the way you did. Tell me why he looks like he'd rather see us both dead than watch you leave with me." I opened my mouth to speak, but my voice failed, completely. She reached over and gently touched my hand. "It's okay," she whispered. "Whatever it is, you can tell me." My throat squeezed so tight I thought I'd choke. I stared out the window instead, and that's when I saw him again. Still watching us, still not moving. But now his head tilted slightly, almost curious, like he was waiting to see which direction we'd drive, like he wanted to follow. Panic shot through me. "Drive," I whispered. My sister didn't question it. She reversed fast, tires crunching against the gravel. As she pulled out, his figure disappeared behind a passing car, but reappeared in the rearview mirror a moment later. That was the last image I saw before we turned onto the main road. A dark silhouette. Still. Waiting. Hunting. The moment he vanished from the mirror, my sister pressed harder on the gas. "Okay," she said, voice shaking. "Now talk." I stared at my hands resting on my lap. They didn't feel like my own hands anymore. Nothing about my body felt familiar. Everything was buzzing, trembling, vibrating with leftover fear. But I forced myself to speak. Because if I didn't say it out loud, if I didn't put the truth into the air, then part of me would still wonder if I imagined it. "He wants my money," I said. My sister frowned. "What? Why?" "I don't know," I whispered, "but that's what he said. To her." Silence filled the car so thick it felt like smoke. My sister turned to stare at me in horror. "To who?" I inhaled shakily. "His mistress." Her fingers tightened on the steering wheel. "He has a mistress." I nodded. I heard them talking in the restroom hallway. I hid in a stall. I heard everything. I recited the conversation word for word. How he bragged about getting my money tonight. How the mistress laughed like it was a joke they rehearsed. How they talked about the schedule. How they mentioned something I'd be drinking. My sister said nothing. She just kept gripping the wheel, her knuckles going white. "And he gave me a drink," I said. "A new one. He wanted me to try it." Her breath hitched. "Did you?" "No," I answered weakly. "I pretended to." She exhaled a shaky breath of relief, but then her jaw tightened. "He wanted to drug you." I stared ahead, numb. Or worse. For a moment neither of us spoke. The night outside blurred by the windows. Streetlights, empty sidewalks, quiet homes. All the normal pieces of the world moving past us, while my life felt like it was spiraling into something dark and cinematic. Something unreal. After a long silence, my sister whispered, "This is bigger than cheating." "I know." "This is bigger than money too." I swallowed hard. "I know." She gripped the wheel. "He's planning something violent." My voice cracked. "I think so too." Another stretch of heavy silence. Then she asked the question I was avoiding. "Do you think he'd kill you?" Something inside me snapped. The last thread of denial I'd been clinging to ripped apart. I whispered the truth I didn't want to hear myself say. "Yes." My sister slammed the brakes at a red light, shaking, tears forming in her eyes. "Then you're staying with me?" she said. End of discussion. And for the first time tonight, I felt a sliver of safety. A sliver, but safety. Until I saw something in the mirror. Headlights. 2 cars back. My stomach plummeted. "Don't panic," I whispered, my voice trembling. "But I think he's following us." My sister's head jerked toward the rearview mirror. "That's him?" "I think so." She inhaled sharply and made a decision, instantly turning left instead of going straight when the light turned green. A sharp turn, sudden, deliberate. I twisted in my seat to look. The car behind us hesitated for a second, then turned left too. My heart dropped. My sister's voice turned cold, controlled, the way it did when she handled emergencies at her job. "Hold on," she said, and she stepped on the gas. We sped down the road. The car behind us sped up too. My sister made a quick right. He made the same. She made a left. He followed. Panic surged through every nerve in my body. "He's not giving up," I whispered. "No," she muttered, her jaw clenched. "He's not." She suddenly swung into a crowded gas station, pulling up behind a large SUV that blocked us from view. The car behind us sped past fast, too fast, like he didn't want to be seen stopping. "Wait," she whispered. We sat hidden, watching through the gaps between cars. His vehicle slowed half a block away, searching, waiting. Then it turned into a side street, out of sight. My sister finally exhaled. I collapsed back into the seat, trembling. "We can't go to my apartment," she said. "He knows where I live." "Then where?" I whispered. She reached for her phone. "Someone he can't manipulate, someone who won't hesitate, someone loud." She typed fast. Then she said the one name I hadn't expected. "We're going to Mom's." My blood ran cold. "He hates Mom." "Exactly," my sister replied. "That means she's the one place he'll never step foot." I closed my eyes, exhaling slowly. Maybe she was right. Maybe Mom's house was safe. But as she pulled out of the gas station and headed toward the edge of town, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over, not even close. He wasn't just following. He wasn't just angry. He wasn't giving up because men like him don't give up. They just change their strategy. And somewhere out there, in the dark, he was rewriting his entire plan around one goal, finishing what he started tonight. And I knew deep in my bones that he would try again. When my sister pushed open the front door of my mother's house, I expected comfort, safety, something familiar that could drown out the terror that had been dripping into my life for weeks. Instead, the air felt tight, like the walls themselves knew something I didn't. My mother was sitting on the couch, her hands folded in her lap in that stiff, anxious way she used to have when I got sick as a child. "You're here," she whispered, standing slowly and pulling me into her arms. Her hug should have grounded me, but all I felt was the thundering panic in my chest. She looked over my shoulder at my sister. "You told her?" My sister nodded. "She heard everything herself. Mom. He was in the restroom with her. He said he'd get the money tonight." My mother flinched, like the words were knives. She held my face gently and whispered, "We're going to keep you safe." And yet, the way she said it, it wasn't reassurance. It sounded more like fear, real fear. We sat in the living room, lights dimmed, curtains shut tight. My mother kept glancing at the front window, then at her phone, then back at me. Her unease wasn't normal. It was bigger, deeper. I finally asked, "Mom, what aren't you telling me?" She froze. My sister turned sharply toward her. "You know something?" Mom pressed her lips together, like she was debating whether to bury the truth or finally unearth it. "I didn't want to say anything because I knew you loved him," she whispered. "And I didn't want to believe what I saw." My blood turned cold. "What? Did you see?" She rubbed her palms together anxiously, trembling. 3 months after your wedding," she said, her voice barely audible, "I saw him parked outside our old house at 2 a.m. My sister and I stared at her." Mom continued, "I thought maybe he was waiting to surprise you with something, but I went outside to see if he needed help and he—" She swallowed hard. "He sped away the second he saw me." My skin crawled. Why would he be watching our house? My mother hesitated. Because he'd already come by earlier that evening, twice. And when I asked him what he was doing there, he smiled and said he was learning the neighborhood. But we didn't live there anymore, and he knew that. My throat tightened. "You're saying he was stalking us? Even before we lived together?" Mom nodded, tears pooling in her eyes. "And one day, before your wedding, I saw him talking to a man behind the pharmacy near my job. He was handing him money. A lot of money. When he noticed me watching, he waved like nothing was wrong. But the man he was paying, he walked away fast, like he didn't want to be seen." My stomach twisted painfully. My sister whispered, "Mom, why didn't you tell us sooner?" Mom covered her face. "Because she was happy. Because I convinced myself he was just planning something. Because I thought maybe I was imagining danger where there wasn't any. But the truth is, I never felt safe around him." The room fell into suffocating silence. My pulse throbbed in my ears. That wasn't just a mistake. That wasn't a coincidence. That was premeditated, deliberate surveillance. He'd been planning something long before I ever suspected anything. Before I knew the depth of his obsession, before I knew how twisted he really was. And then, as if the universe wanted to confirm every fear that had just risen from my mother's confession, my phone buzzed. A single notification. Unknown number. You ran to the wrong place. My breath stopped. My sister grabbed the phone. Her face turned ghost, white. How does he know where we are? My mother shook her head desperately. He can't. I never posted my address anywhere. No one knows I moved here except you two and the realtor. Another notification. Come home. Now. Or, I'll come get you myself. My mother gasped like someone had punched her. My sister locked the doors immediately, checking every window, every curtain, every latch. I felt like I was sinking, drowning. Maybe he's bluffing, I whispered, though even I didn't believe it. My mother touched my shoulder gently. No, he's not. Her voice was low, steady, terrifyingly certain. He came here once before. My lungs collapsed. When? Mom bit her lip, her eyes distant, tortured. A few weeks ago. I didn't tell you because I didn't want to scare you. It was one night around 11 p.m. Someone knocked. I opened the door a crack, thinking it was the neighbor needing help. But it was him. My sister exhaled sharply. Mom, why didn't you tell us? Because he acted so normal, she whispered. He said he'd been in the neighborhood dropping off something for work. He said he came to check on you because you weren't answering your phone. He asked if you were here. When I told him no, that I hadn't seen you in days, something in his face changed. Just for a second. It was small, but it was dark. My hands shook uncontrollably. Mom, he was mapping everything out. Everything. She nodded slowly, as if finally admitting it to herself too. I know. Then 3 taps on the front window. Not loud, not aggressive, just soft, deliberate, like a message. My sister's hand flew to her mouth. My mother's eyes widened. I couldn't breathe. Tap, tap, tap. My sister stepped backward, whispering, "Someone's outside." My mother grabbed her phone. "I'm calling the police." But before she could dial, another notification flashed on my screen. Unknown number. You left your lights on in the kitchen. The kitchen. The kitchen window faced the backyard, which meant he was behind the house, watching us. My sister ran to the kitchen to turn off the light and froze. Oh my God, her voice cracked. Mom, she needs to see this. I forced myself up, my legs trembling so violently I nearly fell. She pointed at the kitchen counter. I didn't see anything at first. Then I did. My lipstick, the one that had been in my purse earlier today, the one I hadn't taken out all day. It was sitting neatly in the center of the counter, perfectly placed, like a signature. My voice broke into a whisper. He was inside the house. Before any of us could speak, the backyard motion sensor light flicked on. Slow footsteps approached the back door. And then a shadow slid across the glass, taller than any of us. Familiar, waiting, watching, and unmistakably him. The handle of the back door rattled once. My mother screamed. My sister pulled me back into the hallway, and as the footsteps stopped, my phone buzzed one more time. Unknown number. Don't hide from me. The moment the back door handle rattled, something inside me split clean open, fear so sharp it felt like electricity running through my bones. My sister dragged me deeper into the hallway as my mother fumbled with her phone, her hands shaking so violently she could barely press the emergency call button. My heart thudded so loud I thought he might hear it through the walls. The motion sensor light was still glowing white across the kitchen tile, casting a long, distorted shadow of the man standing just inches away from breaching our one last barrier. My mother whispered, "The police are on their way. They're coming. They're coming." But it sounded like she was trying to convince herself more than us. Another vibration in my pocket. Another message. Don't make this harder. My sister snatched the phone from me and turned it off completely, her eyes glassy with panic. Then she whispered, "We have to move. He knows the layout. We need to get upstairs." But the second she said it, a new sound echoed from above us. A single creak, the unmistakable groan of floorboards bending under someone's weight. Upstairs. All three of us froze. My breath stilled in my throat like it had been ripped away. My mother grabbed my arm. "No," she mouthed. "No, no, not upstairs." My sister's face turned the color of paper. "Mom," she whispered, "who else has a key to the house?" Mom didn't answer, because we all knew the answer. Him. He had been here before. He had walked these halls before. He had stood behind these doors before, and he had made sure he could come back. The footsteps upstairs were slow, heavy, unhurried, like he was enjoying every second of our terror. My mother put a finger to her lips, signaling us to stay quiet, then motioned us toward the laundry closet under the stairs. It was cramped, suffocating, but it was hidden, a place he wouldn't think to look immediately. My sister helped me inside first, then squeezed in after me. My mother slid in last, shutting the thin wooden door until only a sliver of hallway light cut across the floor, and then silence. Utter, strangling silence. My lungs felt too tight to work. I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator, the ticking of the thermostat, the blood pounding behind my ears. Then the footsteps moved again, slowly, descending the stairs. Each creak of wood felt like a countdown. My mother covered her mouth with both hands. My sister gripped my knee so tight I thought she'd draw blood. The footsteps reached the bottom of the staircase, stopped, shifted, and then he spoke. "You always hide in the stupidest places." His voice wasn't angry. It wasn't loud. It was casual, amused, like he was talking to a child playing a predictable game. My sister's nails dug into my skin. My mother shook silently, tears streaming down her face. He walked into the living room, his shoes tapped lightly on the wood floor. He sighed dramatically. "You know, I really didn't want to do it this way, but you left me no choice." My heart hammered against my ribs so violently I thought it would give away our hiding spot. He walked into the kitchen next. Opened drawers, opened cabinets. He wasn't rushing, he was savoring. "You should have just come home," he murmured. "You should have stayed quiet." Something metal clattered onto the counter. A long pause. Then he laughed softly. "You should have trusted me." Footsteps moved again, this time toward the hallway closet directly across from ours. He opened it. Hangers rattled. "Are you scared?" he called out. "Because you should be." My mother's breath hitched, and for a second I thought she might faint. Then another sound outside. A car pulling up, tires grinding gravel, headlights washing briefly against the front window, a door slamming. 2, maybe 3 voices, male voices. My mother's eyes widened. The police. He heard it too. His tone changed instantly, snapping from cold amusement to urgent fury. "You called them?" he hissed, his voice razor sharp. "You stupid!" A loud pounding on the front door cut him off. "Police! Open the door!" His footsteps bolted toward the back of the house. Cabinets slammed. Something fell. The back door jerked once, twice, then flew open with a violent crack. Cold air rushed through the kitchen. Mom reached for the closet door, whispering, "Stay here," but my sister grabbed her wrist, shaking her head fiercely. "No, no, no." We stayed, packed together in that dark, suffocating closet, listening as the police stormed through the front door, shouting orders, clearing rooms, boots pounding against the floor. One officer yanked open our closet door, flashlight blinding us for a moment before he lowered it. "You're safe now," he said, though the look in his eyes told us he wasn't sure that was true. They swarmed the house, searching every room, every closet, every corner. But the back door was wide open, and he was gone. They took statements. My mother could barely speak. My sister told them everything: the stalking, the threats, the restroom confession I'd heard, the messages, the lipstick placed deliberately on the counter. One officer radioed for additional patrol units around the neighborhood. Another took photos of the scene, including the smeared footprint on the kitchen tile and the marks on the back door frame where he'd forced it open. When they finally left, the house felt hollow, like a crime scene, like a place that had been touched by something evil. My mother walked us upstairs slowly, showing us the hallway, and then she froze, because there, on her bed, placed neatly on the pillow, was my bracelet, the one I lost 3 days ago. The one I thought had fallen off at home. My mother whispered, "He wasn't just here tonight." And in that moment I understood something I hadn't realized until now. He wasn't running, he wasn't hiding. He was playing, and he wasn't finished, not even close. I stared at the bracelet on my mother's pillow, the metal glinting faintly under the bedroom lamp like it was mocking me, like it was whispering that he had been here longer than any of us ever dared imagine. My sister covered her mouth, whispering, "No, no, he wouldn't," but even her denial sounded hollow. My mother backed away slowly, shaking her head in tiny jerks, as if trying to physically push away the truth. "He was upstairs," she whispered, her voice trembling. "He was upstairs earlier today, maybe even last night." My chest tightened until it hurt. My mind raced. If he'd been upstairs before, when? How many times? Had he walked past this very hallway while we were sitting downstairs thinking we were safe? The thought made my skin crawl. My sister grabbed the bracelet with a tissue, refusing to touch it. "This means he had time," she said. "He didn't just run when the police arrived. He planted this. He wanted us to find it." She looked at me with wide eyes. "He's telling you that he can get to you anywhere." My stomach dipped, a nauseating freefall. My mother went to close the bedroom door, but stopped when she noticed the small misalignment in the latch. "This door was open," she whispered. "I know I closed it this morning." No one spoke. The silence itself turned into something sharp, something heavy, something that pressed down on us from every direction. Finally, my mother said, "We're leaving this room. Now." We went back downstairs, but the air felt different, colder somehow, like a draft was passing through even though every window was shut. The police had left 2 officers parked outside in a patrol car, but the small comfort they should have brought didn't reach me. Not really. My sister locked every door again, double-checked every window. She paced restlessly. "We should leave," she said. "We should go to a hotel or something." My mother shook her head. "We're safer here. The police know this address. They're already outside. If we go anywhere else, we lose that." She was right, but my body still felt wired, electric with fear. My phone buzzed again. I didn't want to look. My hands shook, but my sister grabbed it before I did. Her expression hardened into something between rage and horror. "It's from him," she said. I felt the room tilt. She read it aloud. "You're always surrounded by people who make you weak." Weak. He used that word often, quietly, casually, like a correction, like a warning. Another text came in immediately after. "They won't protect you." My throat closed. My mother reached for me and held my hand tightly. My sister, trembling now, turned the phone off again and shoved it into a drawer. "We are not letting him talk to us anymore," she said fiercely. But a part of me knew it didn't matter. He didn't need to send messages to get in our heads. He already had us spiraling. My mother guided me to the couch, stroking my hair, whispering, "It'll be okay." But her voice cracked at the end. Hours passed. No more footsteps. No more messages. No more shadows at the window, just silence heavy enough to crush bone. The officers outside checked in twice, flashlights sweeping the yard. My sister stayed awake with me, refusing to sleep, pacing quietly, jumping at every creak of the floor, every gust of wind. Around 3 a.m., there was a soft thump from above us. My sister froze mid-step. My mother stopped pouring tea. All 3 of us stared at the ceiling. Another soft thump. But this wasn't footsteps. No, this was something else, something dragging, something shifting weight. My stomach clenched so tight I nearly doubled over. My mother whispered, "He's not still here, right?" My sister grabbed the nearest object, a heavy candle holder, and tiptoed toward the stairs like she expected a monster to appear on the landing at any moment. "I'm getting the officers," she whispered, and slipped outside barefoot, her body shivering from cold and fear. While she ran toward the police car, my mother sat beside me, gripping my hands. "We're okay," she whispered, rocking slightly. "We're okay." But even she didn't believe it. The officers entered seconds later, moving fast but controlled. They signaled for us to stay back. Weapons drawn, they ascended the stairs slowly, checking corners, clearing rooms, opening closets. My heart hammered. I listened for anything, a shout, a scuffle, a sudden crash. Instead, after a few minutes, One officer called out, "Ma'am, could you come up here?" My mother rose reluctantly, pulling me with her. My sister followed behind, hugging her arms as she walked. The officer stood at the top of the stairs, pointing to the attic access panel above the hallway. The ladder was lowered halfway, hanging at an awkward angle. My mother whispered, "That wasn't like that before." The officer nodded. We found several footprints on the attic boards, fresh ones. My blood ran ice cold. The officer continued, "It looks like he was up there for hours, possibly before you arrived, maybe even while the police were here earlier." My knees buckled. My mother caught me, my sister's face drained of color. The officer held up a small object inside an evidence bag. "And we found this up there. It was my keychain, the one with my initials. The one I didn't even realize was missing." Something inside me broke then, not from fear, but from the realization that his access, his presence, his knowledge of my movements wasn't coincidence. It was intentional, calculated, practiced. The officer said, "He's been watching you for longer than you think." And for the first time since this nightmare began, it hit me with undeniable clarity. He didn't just want my money. He didn't just want control. He wanted ownership. He wanted territory. And in his mind, I was the property he believed he still had full rights to. As we stood in that hallway under the open attic door, cold air drifting down like a warning, I understood something terrifyingly simple. He wasn't trying to catch me. He was setting the stage. He was waiting, watching. And whatever came next, he had already planned it. The officers sealed off the attic and swept through the yard again, but even after they assured us he was gone, that they'd stay parked outside until morning, I couldn't shake the sensation that he was still near, still watching, still waiting for the next move he'd already choreographed long before I ever discovered the first. We were all too shaken to go back upstairs, so we stayed together in the living room, the lights on, the curtains shut tight. My sister paced in and out of the kitchen, unable to sit still, like her body was trying to outrun the reality we were trapped in. My mother sat on the edge of the couch, her hands trembling around a cup of tea she never actually drank. I felt hollow, but alert, like my body had gone into a survival mode I didn't know I was capable of. The officers came back inside briefly. "We've checked the perimeter again," one of them said. "There are no signs he's still nearby." His reassurance meant nothing. The most terrifying thing about him wasn't when he was visible, it was when he disappeared. My mother tried to calm herself, whispering, "The sun will rise soon," like daylight had the power to reverse madness. But even she didn't sound convinced. My sister suddenly stopped pacing and said, "We need to tell someone else, not the police. Someone who knows him." I looked up sharply. "Who?" She hesitated. My stomach tightened. "His brother," she whispered. The room felt like it cracked. His brother, the shadow figure he never spoke about, the one he pretended didn't exist, the one I met once at our wedding, who barely spoke but stared at me with an unsettling familiarity, like he was trying to memorize something he thought belonged to him. "Absolutely not," my mother snapped, her fear turning to anger. "No more involving people we don't know." "But he might know something," my sister insisted. "If anyone knows how far he'll go, it's someone who grew up with him." I shook my head. No, we can't trust him. He's just like him." My sister's jaw tightened. Maybe not. But we're running out of options." Before I could argue, my mother's phone rang. Unknown number. All three of us froze. My mother's hand trembled violently as she answered on speaker. "Hello?" For a moment, there was only static, then a voice, low, calm, male. "He's not finished." My mother nearly dropped the phone. My sister lunged forward. "Who is this?" Silence. Then the voice again. "You need to leave the house." "Who is this?" she demanded again, her tone sharp with panic. "A warning," the voice said. "He's not working alone." And then the line went dead. My skin erupted in chills. My mother whispered, "That wasn't him." My sister shook her head. No, the voice was different. But the message was worse than anything he could have sent himself. My mother moved toward the kitchen, grabbing her purse. "We're leaving, now," but I hesitated. What if it's a trick? My sister stopped cold. "You think he'd call pretending to be someone else?" "He's done worse," I whispered. "He's planted things. followed us, broken into homes, watched us sleep. Nothing is off limits. Another knock at the door, soft, 3 taps. Just like before. My sister gasped. My mother rushed to the peephole. 2 police officers, the same ones stationed outside. They motioned for us to open the door. When we did, their expressions were tense, urgent. "We need you all to stay away from the windows," one of them said. Someone just triggered motion sensors at the back of the property. My mother's knees buckled. My sister pulled her away from the door. "He came back?" The officer shook his head. "We don't know if it was him. Could have been an animal." The certainty in his voice wasn't real. He knew it too. He gestured behind him toward the patrol car. "We're requesting backup. Until then, stay where we can see you." But the idea of standing inches from windows made my skin crawl. My sister whispered, "This is a trap." Before I could ask what she meant, she grabbed my hand. "This isn't him chasing us. This is him cornering us, hurting us where he wants us." I stared at her. "Why would he want us here?" My sister swallowed hard. "Because the police are watching the outside." The realization hit me like a punch. If he wanted to get to me without getting caught, he wouldn't come from outside. He'd already proven he could enter unnoticed. My mother whispered, "We can't stay here." The officers outside were scanning the backyard with flashlights, unaware that inside this house, panic was choking us. Then, an unmistakable sound. The soft click of a doorknob turning. But not the front door, not the back door, the basement door, the one none of us had touched tonight. My mother grabbed my wrist with a force I didn't know she had. My sister's breathing quickened into sharp, shallow gasps. The sound came again, slow, methodical. A third click, then the soft whine of hinges moving. My heart slammed against my ribs like it was trying to escape. The basement door opened an inch, then another, then another. A hand appeared around the edge of the door, pale, familiar, and a voice floated up the stairs smooth, controlled, too calm to be anything but terrifying. "You should have stayed hidden in the restroom stall," my sister screamed. My mother pushed me behind her, and the basement door swung wide open. The basement door swung open so violently that it hit the wall with a hollow crack, and for a split second everything in me froze solid, as if my body forgot how to function, how to breathe, how to exist. My mother clutched my hand so hard her nails dug into my skin, but I barely felt it. All I could focus on was the figure emerging from the darkness below, one slow step at a time, like he was stepping out of a grave he'd dug for us long before tonight. His smile was small, almost polite, but his eyes, those empty, calculating eyes, flicked from my mother to my sister and finally landed on me with a familiarity that made my stomach twist. "You made this more complicated than it needed to be," he said calmly, brushing dust off his sleeve as if he were just coming home from work. My sister positioned herself in front of me protectively, gripping the heavy candle holder like she was ready to swing it with every ounce of strength she had left. My mother backed us up slowly, her voice a trembling whisper. "The police are outside." "I know," he said simply. "They've been circling the yard for nearly an hour. They're looking in all the wrong places." He paused on the final step and tilted his head slightly, studying us like a scientist observing frightened animals. "It's interesting," he said quietly, "how people think police guarantee safety. They don't. They just create blind spots." His tone was conversational, almost bored, and somehow that terrified me more than if he'd been screaming. My sister lifted the candle holder higher. "Don't come closer." He laughed soft, amused, like she'd told a harmless joke. "You think that's going to stop me?" Then he took a step forward. My sister swung. Hard, but he moved with terrifying precision, catching her wrist mid-air and twisting it sharply behind her back until she cried out. My mother screamed. I lunged forward without thinking, driven by pure instinct, but he released my sister just long enough to shove her aside and grab me instead, his hand clamping over my arm with bruising force. "Don't," he warned my mother, raising a finger toward her without even looking her way. "You'll only make this uglier." The officers outside called out something, but the words were muffled. They hadn't heard us. They hadn't seen anything. And he knew it. My sister, struggling to get up, gasped, "Why are you doing this?" He exhaled slowly, as if the question annoyed him. "I told her," he said, leaning close enough that I could feel his breath on my cheek. All she had to do was come home, stay quiet, follow the plan. His grip tightened. But she doesn't listen. I could hear my pulse pounding in my ears. My voice came out a trembling whisper. What plan? He smiled again, small and cold. The same one I've been working on for years. My sister crawled closer, grabbing my ankle. Let her go, she choked out. You can't get out of here. The police will see you. They won't, he said. Not if I'm careful. He dragged me toward the basement door, but my mother stepped in front of him, shaking so badly her teeth chattered. You'll have to go through me, she said. Her voice cracked, but her stance didn't waver. He stopped, raised an eyebrow. Move, he said quietly. No. My mother's answer was soft, but it was final. Something in his expression shifted. Not anger, no, something worse. Disappointment. You always were too sentimental, he murmured. Then, so fast, none of us saw it coming, he shoved my mother aside. She fell hard against the table, sending a lamp crashing to the floor. My sister screamed. I fought to pull free, kicking, twisting, but he dragged me down the first 2 steps of the basement stairway before suddenly freezing, because the front door burst open. Police, step away from her. The officers had finally heard the crash. Their flashlights cut through the hallway, illuminating his face, and for the first time tonight, I saw something flicker behind his eyes. Not fear, calculation. He held on to me for one more heartbeat. Then he let go, but he didn't surrender. Instead, he darted backward into the basement darkness like a wild animal retreating to its den. The officers rushed past me, chasing him down the stairs, yelling commands, footsteps pounding against wood. My mother crawled to me, sobbing, pulling me into her arms so tightly I could barely breathe. My sister scrambled beside us, clutching her wrist. We huddled together, waiting for the sound of a struggle, the sound of him being dragged out in cuffs, the sound of this nightmare ending. But instead, silence. One officer yelled, "He's not here." Another shouted, "Back door in the basement is open." The possibility slammed into me like ice water. He escaped, I whispered. My sister's eyes widened in horror. He planned this. My mother held my face in her shaking hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. He won't stop, she whispered. Not until he gets what he wants. The officers rushed back upstairs, calling for units to search the woods behind the property. They assured us they would find him, that he couldn't get far. But I knew better. He always stayed one step ahead. He always had an exit, a plan, a backup plan, and another one after that. As dawn began to break through the curtains, painting the living room in pale gray light, a chilling realization settled into my bones. He didn't escape because he was running. He escaped because this was only the beginning, and he wasn't done with me. Not even close. I remember gripping the edge of the motel sink so hard my fingers ached, my reflection staring back at me like a stranger trapped behind a fogged-up mirror. My face looked older somehow, carved by sleepless nights, carved by betrayal, carved by the kind of fear you don't recover from easily. I had spent the entire night replaying his words again and again in my head, the way he'd bragged to his mistress, the way he talked about getting my money tonight, the way he spoke about me like I was just a piece of property standing between him and the life he thought he deserved. And now, after everything that had happened, the chase, the stalking, the near discovery, here I was, hiding in a place that smelled like bleach and cigarette smoke, listening to the thin motel walls creak with each passing car, terrified he would somehow find me through sheer instinct. My sister slept beside me, fully dressed, one shoe still on her foot as if she hadn't even dared to relax enough to take it off. Every few minutes she jerked, gasping lightly, the trauma leaking into her dreams. I sat on the bed's edge, holding my phone, scrolling through the voice recordings, the photos, the texts, the time-stamped proof of everything he had done, not just this week, not just this month, but the entire hidden life he'd been building behind my back. I had all the evidence, enough to destroy him, enough to put him away, enough to end his facade permanently. But there was one thing I didn't have: courage. I hated admitting that, even to myself. I had survived him. I had survived manipulation, humiliation, mental decay, threats, financial control, slowly losing pieces of myself until I barely recognized the woman in the mirror. And yet the idea of walking into a police station suddenly felt impossible, like I was asking myself to voluntarily step into fire. What if no one believed me? What if he charmed his way through, like he always did? What if he turned everything on me, the way he had done countless times before, flipping the script so effortlessly that eventually even I questioned my own memories? As the sun rose, bleeding pale gold through the curtains, I took a deep breath and whispered to myself, "You either end this today, or he ends you soon." The thought alone chilled my bones. My sister stirred awake, her hair sticking to her cheek, her voice hoarse. "He called me again last night," she whispered. 7 times. Left voicemails. He sounds angry now. Not desperate, angry. I swallowed, the air thick in my throat. Angry meant dangerous. Angry meant cornered. Angry meant he was no longer playing games, he was hunting. "We need help," I finally forced out, the words trembling but true. "Real help, not running, not hiding. We need someone who will actually protect us." My sister nodded slowly. "Then we go to the police." But fate, like always, didn't wait for me to be ready. Because before we could leave the motel room, before I could even zip my bag all the way, there was a distinct noise outside the door. Soft, heavy, deliberate, footsteps. My entire body froze, my lungs locking inside my chest as if someone had reached inside and twisted them. My sister's eyes widened, and she mouthed one word without sound. "Him." My heart slammed against my ribs so violently I thought it might crack them. How? How had he found the motel? Had he tracked my phone, followed my sister, paid someone? Or was it exactly what I feared? That he simply knew me so well, after years of manipulation, that he could predict every place I would run. The shadow under the motel door shifted, moved, paused. I slowly grabbed my sister's wrist and pulled her toward the bathroom, closing the door silently behind us. The echo of our own breathing felt deafening in the tiny tiled space. My phone vibrated, a text from an unknown number. No, not unknown. Him. "Funny, you really thought you could hide from me?" My sister covered her mouth to keep from making a sound. Another text. "You're going to come out on your own, or I'll break this door down and drag you out." My pulse roared in my ears like a drumbeat. My entire spine tingled with dread. Another text. "We're finishing this today." My hands trembled so violently, I almost dropped the phone. My sister's voice cracked in a whisper. "Call someone. Anyone. Call the police now." "No," I hissed, shaking my head. "If he hears us." A sudden bang shook the motel door. Not with full force. Not yet. But enough to let us know he meant what he said. My sister grabbed my shoulders. "Then call someone who won't hesitate." Her eyes burned with fear and fury. "Call Mom." I stared at her. Mom, the one person he truly feared. Not because she was violent, but because she saw straight through him. Always had. I pressed the call button. The phone rang once, twice. She answered immediately. "Baby, where are you?" I whispered in a voice that barely existed. "Mom, he found us." Silence. Then a tone I had never heard from her before, cold, controlled, lethal. "Keep the door locked. I'm on my way." Before I could reply, another sound exploded from outside the motel room this time. A crash, a roar, a violent jolt that shook the frame. He had started kicking the door in. My sister squeezed my hand. My mother's voice echoed faintly through the phone. "Stall him. Do not open that door." And right then, just as the door splintered, my story became something far darker than survival. It became war. When the final crack thundered through the motel doorframe, I felt something inside me snap too. Not fear this time, not paralysis, but a sharp, violent clarity, slicing through my chest like ice. My sister squeezed my hand so tightly her nails dug into my skin, and for the first time in hours, I wasn't trembling. I was awake. Awake in a way trauma forces you awake. Awake like a woman who has finally realized nobody is coming to save her unless she drags salvation to her herself. The door buckled, splintered again, and he shouted my name in a voice that made the walls shiver. Not my pet name, not the soft, performative husband tone he used around neighbors. No, my real name, spit out like a threat he'd been waiting years to unleash. I could see the frame bending inward as he rammed it again. The motel manager yelled something from down the walkway, but even he sounded terrified. Then, from somewhere outside, tires screeched. Not frantic, not sloppy, controlled, deliberate. My sister's eyes widened. "Mom, it happened fast." The door finally burst inward, wood exploding like shrapnel, and my husband stumbled in, wild-eyed, breathing hard, his hair damp with sweat. His gaze flicked across the room and locked onto the bathroom door with a smile that made my stomach twist. But before he could take a step toward us, a voice snapped through the broken doorway behind him. "Don't move. Ice, pure ice, my mother." My husband froze just for a second, but that second was everything. He turned slowly, trying to slip back into his charm, lifting his hands as if he were the injured party. "Sharon, let's not." She stepped into the room like a storm trapped in human skin, her jaw clenched so hard a vein pulsed along her neck. "Take one more step toward my daughters," she said quietly, "and I swear to God, you will regret it." He laughed nervously, trying to regain control. "Sharon, you're overreacting. They're confused. I heard the recordings." The color drained from his face. My mother held up my phone, the same phone I'd left on the bed, recording every threat he'd texted, every voicemail he'd left, every word he'd snarled through the door. His mouth twitched. My mother stepped closer, lowering her voice. "You forget who raised her. You forget who taught her to document everything." He tried again. "Sharon, let's talk about this like adults. You know how unstable she gets. You know how she—" My mother slapped him so hard the sound cracked through the room like a gunshot. He stumbled, stunned, one hand on his cheek. "Call my daughter unstable again," she whispered, "and I'll make sure you never speak another word." He lunged suddenly, grabbing her wrist, but my sister burst from the bathroom first, screaming for him to stop, and the three of them collided in the middle of the room. I didn't even think I threw myself into them too, clawing at his arm, trying to rip him away from her. He shoved me back so violently I hit the dresser, pain exploding down my spine, but before he could reach me again, my mother swung the heavy motel lamp into his shoulder. He roared, stumbling into the wall. My sister pulled me up, and Mom shouted, "Get outside, now." We ran into the parking lot just as another car screeched to a halt near the office. Then another, and another. People were spilling out of rooms, shouting. A woman from 2 doors down yelled, "We called the police. They're almost here." My heart hammered. The night felt electric, buzzing with panic and adrenaline. Then I saw him stumble out of the motel door, face red, chest heaving, eyes burning with something feral, and he ran toward me. Not toward my mom, not toward my sister, me, because he didn't want to escape. He didn't want to negotiate. He wanted to finish what he started. I backed away, my feet scraping the pavement, but he kept coming, breathing like an animal. The whole world narrowed to the sound of his footsteps, and then red and blue lights flooded the parking lot. A police SUV flew in sideways, officers jumping out before the wheels stopped. "Get away from her," an officer shouted. My husband spun around, hands raised, voice switching instantly to the wounded victim tone he wore like a costume. "Officer, officer, they're confused. I'm trying to keep them safe." "We have the recordings," the officer barked, cutting him off. "Hands behind your head. Now." My husband's smile faltered. "Recordings?" The officer nodded toward me. "She sent them." That was the moment he realized. Not when we ran, not when my mother hit him, not when he heard the sirens. No, right then, when he understood I had finally stopped being afraid of him. His eyes met mine, filled with something dark and hateful. "You think this ends here?" he hissed as the officers forced him to his knees. "You think you've won?" I stepped forward, shaky but steady enough. "No," I said softly. "It didn't end here. It ended the moment I stopped loving you." His face twisted anger, shock, betrayal, and then they dragged him into the back of the police car. The door slammed, the lock clicked. And just like that, the world exhaled. My knees gave out, my sister grabbed me, and my mother wrapped her arms around both of us. I cried in a way I hadn't cried in years, loud, shaking, ugly, real. That was the moment I realized I wasn't hiding anymore. I wasn't running. I wasn't his victim. I was free. I survived the man who planned my destruction. And now, I get to tell the story he never wanted anyone to hear. My husband kicked me out of our penthouse with only a torn duffel bag and handed every asset we built together to his mistress. I thought he destroyed my life completely. Until a faded debit card, my father left me a card I believed had $0. Made the bank manager turn pale and whisper, "Ma'am, you need to step into my office." That moment changed everything. Before I continue, tell me where you're watching from. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Because this story isn't just about revenge. It's about rebuilding an entire empire from ashes. Are you ready? Let's dive in. My husband kicked me out of our penthouse with nothing but a torn duffel bag, and the sound of the lobby doors closing behind me still echoes in my ears whenever I close my eyes. I remember the Atlanta heat swallowing me whole, thick and humid, like even the air itself was ashamed of me. Just yesterday, I was a wife returning home, after 2 weeks caring for my sick mother, exhausted but proud, thinking of slipping back into my luxury penthouse and into the arms of the man I had devoted a decade of my life to. And then, in a single moment, the ground beneath me vanished. The key fob that had always blinked green, blinked red twice. Quincy opened the door wearing a silk robe, a fresh lipstick stain on his neck, and behind him stood Inaya, the Instagram girl, half my age, wrapped in my anniversary robe like she owned it. The shock was so total my body forgot how to breathe. He didn't invite me in. He didn't explain. He didn't even look embarrassed. He just blocked the doorway like I was an Amazon package he didn't order. And when Inaya leaned over his shoulder, smirking at my travel-worn clothes and messy hair, calling me the ex-wife, something in me cracked. Quincy made me ride the elevator down to the lobby with him, silent, cold, the scent of her expensive perfume still clinging to his robe. He dragged me to a corner like he wanted to hide me, then told me everything was over with the same tone someone uses to cancel a gym membership. 10 years erased in 10 seconds. And when I dared to question him why my key didn't work, why a stranger was wearing my robe, why he looked at me like I was a burden he'd carried for too long, he laughed. Actually laughed. Like I was stupid for not seeing it sooner. He called me unkempt, said I wasn't on his level anymore, that while I was in Alabama caring for my mother, I had forgotten my duties. The cruelty of it hollowed me out. And when security dragged me out past the doorman and the cluster of residents pretending not to stare, I felt myself shrinking right in front of them, falling out of my own life, becoming a ghost. Outside the Sovereign's glass doors, the heat slapped me again, as if it wanted to make sure I felt the humiliation fully. Quincy tossed me a duffel bag filled with old clothes and a brown envelope stuffed with divorce papers, and then he simply turned away, as if I was nothing, as if I had always been nothing. For a moment I stood there, numb, unable to process anything except the roaring in my ears. When my legs finally moved, I walked without direction, just trying to put distance between myself and the life that had just rejected me. The Atlanta skyline glimmered in the dusk like the world was celebrating, but my chest felt like it had caved in. I didn't have a plan. I didn't have a home. I didn't even have enough dignity left to cry. I walked until Centennial Olympic Park appeared like a blurry memory. I sat on a cold bench, clutching that pathetic duffel bag, watching people laugh and walk and live their real lives, and I felt invisible, absorbing the truth. I had nowhere to go. I couldn't tell Mom not when she had just gotten out of the hospital. I couldn't go to a friend, they all lived in Quincy's world. I reached into the bag and pulled out my wallet. $10. 10. I opened our joint banking app. 0. Every dollar I had before marriage? Gone. My breath hitched in my throat. I checked again. 0. Quincy had drained everything, completely. That was when the despair became something physical, something sharp, pushing into my ribs. My stomach growled loud enough to embarrass me, but the restaurants around me smelled like a world I no longer belonged to. Barbecue ribs, catfish, waffles. It all tormented me. I pulled the contents of my wallet onto my lap, hoping I had overlooked a forgotten bill, a receipt with cash back, a miracle. But instead, I found something stranger. A faded photo of my father, and behind it, a card. A worn-out, peeling blue debit card from a small regional bank I hadn't thought about since I was 17. The card he gave me when I left for college. "Only use this if your ship is sinking, baby girl," he had told me with that warm, steady smile. "If the world tries to drown you, this will keep you afloat." I had forgotten about it. For a moment, I stared at the card like it was an illusion. I told myself it had maybe $20. 50, if childhood had been kind. But tonight I had nothing left. My ship wasn't just sinking, it had already sunk. So I held on to that card, like it was the last piece of driftwood in an ocean, whispering to myself in the dark, please, please, let there be something. And I waited for morning, curled under the awning of a closed shop, clinging to a duffel bag filled with old clothes and a hope so fragile it barely counted as hope at all. By the time the sun rose over downtown Atlanta, my body felt like it had been carved out of exhaustion and fear, held together only by the thin plastic of the worn-out debit card clenched in my fist. I walked toward the Heritage Trust of the South Branch, as if drawn by some invisible instinct, the kind that only appears when you have absolutely nothing left to lose. The small stone building looked like it had been forgotten by time, overshadowed by the towering glass banks Quincy loved to brag about. The brass handle was cool in my hand when I entered, and the quiet hush of the room felt almost sacred compared to the chaos of my last 24 hours. Only 2 tellers, 1 young customer service guy, beige walls, old carpet, a place that didn't pretend to be more than it was. Somehow that made me trust it even more. "Good morning, ma'am," Kofi said, straightening in his chair when he noticed my disheveled clothes and tired eyes. He didn't judge, maybe because this bank saw more real people than the fancy ones ever did. "How can I help you today?" My voice cracked when I tried to speak. I need to check the balance on this card, but it's very old. I don't remember the PIN." I handed him the faded blue card, the edges peeling like a relic dug out of the earth. Kofi raised his brows. "Whoa, this is ancient. I've only ever seen photos of this logo in training materials." My stomach tightened. "Can it still work?" "Let's find out," he said kindly. He took my ID, Zalika Okafor, typed the name in. The computer hummed, lines of code blinked, then Kofi frowned, deeply. "That's strange," he murmured. The hairs on the back of my neck lifted. "What's wrong?" "It's not showing the balance," he said slowly. "But it's flagged." The word sliced through me like a cold blade. "Flagged? For what? Debt?" "No," he said quickly, shaking his head. "This isn't a debt flag. I've never seen this code before." He typed faster, lips pressed together, eyes narrowing. "Let me check the manual server." I watched the crippled legacy system blink in green text on black background, like a fossil from the early internet age. The room felt too quiet, too still. Then suddenly Kofi froze, not the gentle pause of confusion, but the absolute stillness of someone seeing something impossible. His eyes went wide, his throat bobbed as he swallowed. He pushed his chair back so fast it screeched across the floor. "Mr. Zuberi," he called out sharply. The branch manager, a tall, stern black man in his 50s, stepped out of his office, irritation on his face. "Kofi, what did I tell you about shouting?" "Sir," Kofi said, voice trembling. "You need to see this. Right now." Annoyed, Mr. Zuberi walked over, expecting a rookie mistake. Then he glanced at the screen, and everything about him changed. His face drained of color, his posture straightened, his eyebrows knit together as if he couldn't trust what he was seeing. He looked at me, then back at the screen, then at me again. "Ma'am," he said, his voice suddenly formal, almost reverent. "You are Mrs. Zalika Okafor, correct?" "Yes," I whispered. "Is something wrong? Did he owe something?" "No," he said softly. "Far from it." He snapped into action immediately. "Kofi, lock the doors, put the closed sign up. Now, no one else sees this screen." My heart dropped into my stomach. Within seconds, the blinds were shut, the room sealed, and I was being ushered into the branch manager's office like someone under witness protection. The door clicked behind us. Mr. Zuberi sat across from me, folding his hands while trying and failing to hide how shaken he was. "Mrs. Okafor," he began carefully, "your father was not who he appeared to be." Confusion washed over me. He was a tobacco salesman. That was only one part of his life. He turned the monitor toward me. Instead of a balance screen, I saw an ownership diagram. Corporate filings, asset lists, multiple entities. And at the top, Okafor Legacy Holdings LLC. My breath caught. "Your father founded this company in 1998, Mr. Zuberi said. He placed more than 2,000 acres of pecan groves, farmland, and minority corporate shares under its ownership." My head spun. "That's impossible. My father didn't have that kind of money." "Ma'am," he said gently, "your father was a land broker, a brilliant one, and he hid his wealth deliberately." He clicked another tab. "This account was designed with something called a desperate clause. It activates only when the heir attempts access while having a zero personal balance. Only then does the company become legally accessible to you." My throat tightened. He He designed it because he knew someone might hurt me financially? It appears, Mr. Zuberi said, that your father predicted everything. My eyes burned, my pulse hammered. Then he opened a drawer and pulled out a thick, yellowed envelope. Your father left this for you, to be opened only after account activation. My hands shook as I opened the flap, unfolding the letter inside. The first line made my breath hitch. To my baby girl. I wiped my eyes and kept reading his warnings about unfairness, about choosing the wrong man, about protecting myself from the cruelty of others. Build your own kingdom, my child, he wrote. Make them regret underestimating you. Papa's anchor has been dropped. Now sail. When I finished, I didn't cry. I didn't crumble. Something inside me hardened and crystallized, something sharp, something cold, something powerful. Mr. Zuberi, I said steadily, voice no longer trembling. What do I need to do to activate everything? Technically, he replied, you already have. The legal team will follow your instructions. My next words came out with a clarity that surprised even me. Good. Then here's what I need. Cash, a secure hotel under a new identity, all files on Okafor Legacy Holdings, and a recommendation for the best restructuring consultant in Midtown. Mr. Zuberi exhaled slowly, studying the new steel in my voice. I know someone, he said. They call him the cleaner. Perfect, I whispered. Book him, today. I walked out of the bank with a manila folder pressed against my chest like it was a new ribcage keeping me alive, the sunlight hitting me differently than it had yesterday. Yesterday I had been a woman stripped of everything. Today I was a woman holding a secret that could rewrite the entire trajectory of my life. The world still looked the same. Atlanta traffic still roared, the heat still clung to my skin. The sidewalk still buzzed with people who didn't know my name, but inside me something enormous had shifted. I found a quiet alley behind a coffee shop and opened the folder again just to make sure it was real. The words were still there, 2,000 acres, multiple corporate shares, dormant LLC, air activation. I whispered to myself, Papa, what did you build? And more importantly, what did you think I would face that made you prepare all this? I didn't have time to fall apart again, not now. Not when the ground had finally appeared beneath my feet. I used the cash Mr. Zuberi handed me to buy a new phone at a kiosk, one with a new number fresh, clean, untainted by Quincy's existence. The old one I powered off and shoved deep into my duffel bag. Let him text whatever threats or fake apologies he wanted. That life was dead. As soon as I walked out of the phone store, I ordered a Lyft and headed straight to a department store. I needed clothes that didn't scream, woman who slept outside last night. I bought simple things, black slacks, a white blouse, a cardigan, and changed in the restroom. The woman who stared back in the mirror still had puffy eyes and messy hair, but she also had a steadiness that hadn't been there before. She looked like someone preparing for a war no one else could see. By the time I checked into the street, Regis under a false name, exhaustion punched me so hard I nearly collapsed onto the lush carpeted floor of the suite. I locked the door twice, drew all the curtains shut, and let myself breathe for the first time in 24 hours. Then I went straight to the bathroom, turned on the steaming water, and stepped under it fully clothed, letting the hot stream wash away every trace of what Quincy and Anaya did to me, every cruel word, every lie, every humiliation. I peeled off the wet clothes slowly, almost ceremonially, and stood under the shower until my skin burned and the sound of the water drowned out my thoughts. After drying off, I ordered the longest room service meal of my life and devoured it with the hunger of someone who had forgotten what real food tasted like. When the last bite was gone, I fell into the soft, heavy hotel bed and slept the kind of sleep that drags you under like an undertow. No dreams, no nightmares, just darkness. When I woke up the next morning, there was only one thing in my mind. I needed to meet the cleaner. The Midtown skyline glittered like a promise as my car pulled up to the towering glass building where he worked. Inside, everything was sharp lines, steel, marble, Quincy's fantasy aesthetic, but now I saw it with new eyes. Not as something I needed to fit into, but as something I needed to conquer. The receptionist looked up politely. Do you have an appointment with Mr. Sekou? No, I said, but tell him this. The daughter of Tendai Okafor is here, owner of Okafor Legacy Holdings, 2,000 acres. Her expression flickered, a crack in her professional veneer. She picked up the phone. Less than 5 minutes later, she said, Mr. Sekou will see you now. The elevator ride to the top floor felt like ascending into another universe. His office was minimalist, dark wood, panoramic view, nothing unnecessary. And the man behind the desk matched it perfectly. Early 30s, sharp gaze, calm posture, expression unreadable. He didn't stand to greet me. He simply looked at me, assessing every detail. "You have 10 minutes," he said. "Tell me why you're here." I sat without being invited. My father left me a dormant company, 2,000 acres of pecan groves in South Georgia, holdings in multiple agribusiness chains, a legacy trust, and I know nothing about running any of it. He raised a brow but didn't interrupt. "My husband kicked me out yesterday," I continued, my voice steady. "Took everything, emptied all our accounts, left me homeless. And now he's chasing the same land I inherited. He wants to build a luxury development on it, and he thinks I'm gone." "But you're not," Siku said. "No," I replied. "I'm here, and I need to learn. Fast. I need you to restructure everything from the ground up, create a modern, profitable corporate entity, and teach me how to wield it." He studied me for a long moment. "I'm expensive," he said quietly. "Good," I replied. "I'm no longer afraid of expensive." He leaned back, eyes narrowing. "I don't deal with people chasing emotional revenge." "I'm not chasing revenge," I said. "I'm building power. The drama is just leftover debris." For the first time, the corner of his mouth lifted into something like a smile. "Fine," he said. "We start now." His 10 minutes stretched into hours. The two of us spread documents across the table, diving into every corner of my father's legacy. The numbers were bigger than anything I had ever imagined owning. The opportunities were larger than anything I had ever dared to dream. But the weight of responsibility didn't scare me, not anymore. By late afternoon, Sekou stood from his chair. "I need my team," he said. "And you'll need a base of operations, not a hotel." I nodded. "Where?" "I'll find you something," he replied. "Something fitting." And he did. That evening, as the sun painted Atlanta gold, I stepped into a historic mansion in Cascade Heights, an estate once owned by an old black philanthropic family. Solid, reputable, powerful, bought in cash. Mine. I stood in the foyer, marble cool beneath my feet, and whispered to myself, "This is where I rebuild. This time, not as Quincy's wife, not as the woman crying in the lobby, but as the daughter of Tendai Okofor, as a CEO, as my father's legacy come to life." The mansion felt too quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you aware of your own heartbeat. After Sekou left to assemble his team, I walked through every hallway slowly, touching the polished banisters, the framed architectural prints on the walls, the velvet curtains heavy with dust from decades of silence. This house had history, weight, and a presence that demanded respect, something Quincy had never known how to give. I stood in the middle of the grand foyer and whispered, "Papa, you really prepared all of this for me, didn't you?" Not in words, but in the echo of the high ceilings, I felt something answering back. "You are responsible now, don't waste it." By the next morning, the mansion no longer felt empty. Sekou arrived with 5 people, an accountant, a land attorney, an agribusiness strategist, a tax expert, and a silent young man with a laptop who looked like he could hack into the Pentagon without blinking. They moved like a unit, efficient, precise, emotionless. Exactly the opposite of the chaos Quincy used to operate in. Papers spread across the long mahogany table, maps of Georgia unfolded, screens lit up with spreadsheets, projections, recorded deeds, land zoning laws, and market evaluations. All morning, I listened more than I spoke. Every sentence felt heavy, technical, overwhelming, but Sekou watched me with an expression that said, "Absorb this, you'll need every piece later." By midday, he called for a break. "Come with me," he said, motioning toward the back entrance. We stepped outside into the bright Georgia Sunday. The air smelled like pine and freshly cut grass. "Zalika," he said, crossing his arms as he surveyed the yard, "I need to ask you something before we go any further. Are you ready to run this? This isn't just land or money. This is an empire disguised as farmland. Once we activate it fully, your life will never go back to quiet." "Quiet?" I laughed softly. "My life hasn't been quiet since the day I married Quincy." He nodded once. "Good, because once you step into this, you can't step out, not without burning." I met his eyes. "I'm already burning. I might as well set the fire myself." That answer must have satisfied him. By the afternoon, we were back inside, reviewing the dormant corporate structure my father created. The more I learned, the more I realized he was ahead of his time, a visionary hidden behind overalls and the smell of tobacco leaves. He had prepared a defensive mechanism, a shield that would activate only when I was at my lowest. I had always thought my softness was a weakness, but Papa must have known softness can coexist with steel. You just have to know when to switch. Hours passed. I felt my brain stretching, absorbing, creating new pathways as if I had lived in this world all along. Around 6 p.m., the team left, and the mansion fell silent again. I made myself coffee and sat by the tall window overlooking the lawn. It was the first time all day I allowed my thoughts to drift to Quincy, how he threw me out like spoiled milk, how he let another woman wear my robe, how his eyes turned cold the second he decided I was useless to him. And I remembered the laughter in the lobby. A woman thinking she won. A man thinking he upgraded. My stomach tightened not with pain, but with clarity. They had taken everything from me. But today, I learned something else. They took nothing I couldn't rebuild, and they kept nothing I couldn't take back. My new phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Zal, can we talk, Quincy?" Of course, he kept my old number saved somewhere, hoping I'd respond like before, soft, forgiving, stupid. I blocked him. Then I blocked him again on social media just to feel the satisfaction twice. I went to bed early, but sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the lobby again. The way security dragged me out, the whispers, the humiliation. But instead of reopening old wounds, each memory sharpened